Chapter 438, Twofold Liberation. Aqua Rose and the others noticed the Crimson Shadow Wolf's sudden change immediately. However, the Zero Wing team was more focused on Shifeng than they were on the Rare Lord's reaction. Despite having been struck by the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flying knee kick, not only had the wolf failed to throw his prey into the air, but Shifeng also managed to block the Rare Lord. How did Guild Leader manage to do that? Flying Shadow was thoroughly confused when he saw the gray abyssal blade block the sawtooth dagger, halting its advance. Was there really a person capable of defending against that kind of speed? The rest of the team was similarly tongue-tied. He should have used some sort of special skill, I think, Fire Dance said with uncertainty. Fire Dance had barely seen the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack. Although she knew that Shifeng was astonishingly fast, he was still much slower than the Rare Lord. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack was just like Shifeng's Void Steps, extremely elusive. However, in the Crimson Shadow Wolf's case, it had not incorporated any techniques into its attack. It had relied solely on its speed. Compared to Void Steps, where its user would momentarily disappear and reappear shortly after, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's disappearance and reappearance occurred simultaneously. There had been no time between the two occurrences at all. It was like a mage's instantaneous movement skill. However, no mage could use the skill frequently. Moreover, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack speed was much faster than its movement speed. In martial arts, only speed was unbreakable. This saying was not baseless. If players could not even see or sense an attack, how were they supposed to block it? Yet, Shifeng had detected such the strike and promptly blocked it. Fire Dance considered herself to be an expert among assassins, and she was slightly more insightful than others. However, she did not understand how Shifeng had managed to block the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack. However, before anyone could figure it out, the Crimson Shadow Wolf continued its assault. Shadow Strike. Suddenly, the Rare Lord transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through Shifeng's body. "Look out!" Fire Dance shouted a warning, but she was too late. Shadow Strike was one of most lethal moves an assassin possessed. It could devour almost half the HP of an MT of the same level with a single hit. The attack could even drop a berserker's HP to a critical level. Shadow Strike was also the fastest skill in an assassin's repertoire. One could only defend themselves against this skill with a skill. Fire Dance had never expected that the Crimson Shadow Wolf would know it as well. However, even after the Rare Lord struck Shifeng, its intense expression had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had grown even more solemn as it glowered at Shifeng, emitting a low, angry growl. It turned out that the skill had not struck Shifeng but his afterimage. Ewo! The Crimson Shadow Wolf was furious. Suddenly, it launched a series of violent attacks at Shifeng, disappearing in one moment and appearing in the next. The pitch-black daggers transformed into countless streaks of light that bombarded the formidable Blade Saint. However, Shifeng also vanished and reappeared repeatedly, and the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow responded with their own streaks of light, blocking every attack sent at their owner. The one-sided situation had suddenly become a stalemate. As both sides clashed, sparks flew into the air around them. The storm that rolled in with every collision frightened Aqua Rose and the other spectators. "Just what is this?" Fire Dance's eyes widened, her mind unable to keep up with the battle before her. Since when had Shifeng become so fast? "Blackie, you know our guild leader better than any of us. Speak. Just how much of his strength is he hiding?" Aqua Rose demanded, frustration filling the gaze that pinned Blackie. Originally, when Shifeng had said he had used special methods to solo a High Lord, Aqua Rose could still understand. Even so, she already considered Shifeng inhuman for being capable of achieving such a feat now. However, they watched as he contended with a terrifyingly fast lord. By this point, she had even begun to suspect that Shifeng was not a player at all, but the main god system's son or the system itself. How else could they explain his speed? Not even a High Lord could compete with the Crimson Shadow Wolf's speed, yet Shifeng matched it. Moreover, the player and monster were also matched in terms of strength. Even after exchanging so many attacks, Shifeng had not lost any HP. How was it possible for a player to become so powerful? Even if it were possible, it could not happen at this stage of the game. Very innocently, Blackie said, I really don't know. If he had not known Shifeng, as a brother no less, he might not believe that Shifeng was human at all, but a monster wearing Shifeng's skin. As both parties fought on, Shifeng's HP began to decrease rapidly. Even though Shifeng currently had 8,460 HP, far surpassing Zero Wings number 1 MT Cola, he could not outlast the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Against the Rare Lord's 1 million HP, Shifeng would grossly overestimate himself if he tried to do so. After roughly 20 seconds, Shifeng's HP fell to around 3,000. Violet, why aren't you healing me yet? Shifeng asked, concerned, through the team chat. Violet Cloud was so mesmerized by Shifeng and the Crimson Shadow Wolf's battle that she had forgotten her responsibilities. She immediately began to wave her staff, sending one heal after another at Shifeng. She also cast a sacred shield on him, granting him some damage mitigation. Violet Cloud's heals were very powerful. Her recover healed close to 600 HP every 2 seconds, whereas her rapid healing recovered over 1,600 HP every second. Her greater healing replenished close to 3,000 HP instantly. In a short moment, Shifeng's 8,460 HP was back to full. However, Violet Cloud's heals paled in comparison to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's. With 1 million HP, the Rare Lord's battle recovery restored 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Shifeng could not deplete its HP by that much in that short time. Aqua Attack. Focus on using Ice-type spells. Blackie, restrict the Shadow Wolf with your curses. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, stand at a distance and use your flying daggers, Shifeng commanded as he fought. There was a limit to Violet Cloud's mana. If they dragged this battle on, the Crimson Shadow Wolf would slaughter them all. Hence, they needed to increase their damage output. However, the Rare Lord was simply too fast. With Fire Dance and Flying Shadow's melee attacks, they would only be easy targets for the Crimson Shadow Wolf. The team leaped into action as they received their orders, casting one skill after another at the Rare Lord and continuously depleting its HP. Compared to lords like the Flame Guards, the Crimson Shadow Wolf had a weaker defense. Hence, although the Crimson Shadow Wolf dodged most of the attacks effortlessly, those that landed still inflicted significant bursts of damage. Aqua Rose's Frost Arrow dealt over -1,000 damage, and her Flame Barrage dealt around -3,000 damage. As for Blackie, his Dark Arrow achieved over -1,300 damage, over -2,000 damage if it was a critical hit. His Unstable Affliction also dealt close to -1,000 damage every 2 seconds. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow could deal around -300 damage with each of their throwing attacks. In addition, Shifeng would occasionally deal over -2,000 damage with his attacks. As a result, everyone's total damage within 5 seconds easily exceeded 10,000 points. After an hour or so, the Crimson Shadow Wolf only had 43% of its HP remaining. As long as they continued to wear it down for another few hours, they would kill the Rare Lord. With the hope of killing the Crimson War Wolf in sight, everyone sighed relief. Previously, the Rare Lord had been terrifying, causing everyone to despair. They had been certain that they would die. Guild Leader, why are you so good at hiding yourself? You must have been lying when you said you defeated the level 25 High Lord using special methods before, right? In reality, you must have relied on your own strength to kill it, Aqua Rose grumbled. You guys misunderstand me, Shifeng suddenly said while he continued to face off against the Rare Lord. Misunderstand? Everyone was confused. I don't have the ability to defend against such astonishing speed, Shifeng explained. Previously, I too was afraid of the Shadow Wolf. Against its speed, I'm not a match for it even if I go all out. However, while the Shadow Wolf was attacking me, I took a look at the system time. Afterward, I realized why the Shadow Wolf was so fast. It's not because the Shadow Wolf is fast. It's because the Shadow Wolf's innate skill slows our reaction time, altering our perception to think that it's fast and unstoppable. Upon hearing Shifeng's explanation, Everyone did what Shifeng had said. Sure enough, they understood. At the beginning of the fight, Shifeng was similarly frightened. However, when he had glanced at the time displayed by the system, he realized that something was off. Originally, Shifeng believed that the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack had happened instantaneously. Yet, the system had indicated that a short moment had passed. In particular, when the Crimson Shadow Wolf had charged at him, Shifeng saw the rare lord cross the 20-yard distance in an instant, but according to the system clock, 2 seconds had passed. As Crimson Shadow Wolf was about to land the finishing blow, Shifeng activated the Aura of Space, becoming immune to all control effects. Since the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill no longer had an impact, he had no problems defending against the rare lord's normal attack speed. After all, he too possessed the combat power of a Tier 2 class. If anyone else had stood in his place, they would have fallen to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill. However, after engaging in the battle for such a long time, Violet Cloud's mana was almost depleted. Although she used mana recovery potions constantly, with her current consumption rate, she would last another 10 minutes or so at most. Unfortunately, the Crimson Shadow Wolf still had 43% of its HP remaining. I can only give it a shot. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he glared at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP. Purgatory Power activate. Heavenly Dragon's Power activate. Suddenly, Shifeng's body released a dazzling golden glow. The glow this time was far more impressive than it had been in the demon's castle. His aura was more intense, forming the faint figure of a gigantic dragon. In the next moment, the dragon released a roar that made one's eardrums tremble. Simultaneously, Shifeng's attributes underwent a massive transformation. Shifeng's HP instantly rose to 25,380, and his strength slammed past the 800-point threshold. His defense had also improved. With a wave of his sword, Shifeng forced the rare lord back, dealing over -400 damage with the strike. He then took a step forward and used a Tier 1 chop. Due to the attack speed and damage buffs of Purgatory Power, critical double damages of -4,920, -7,312, and -7,324 appeared above the wolf's head before it could react. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was sent crashing into a stone pillar by the side of the small path. The rare lord and swordsman's strengths were no longer on the same level. Suddenly, Shifeng's furious roar echoed throughout the cavern. Dragon's Authority. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. After the Crimson Shadow Wolf's speed fell, the rare lord was even less of a match for Shifeng. Within seconds, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP plummeted to 30%. As it reached this threshold, the Crimson Shadow Wolf began to change, growing larger. It also tossed its daggers to the side. It was now 4 times larger than it had been, as tall as a 2-story building. The ground trembled as it took a step. By appearances alone, the Zero Wing team understood how terrifying this monster had just become. However, Shifeng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he activated Blade Liberation. Suddenly, the Abyssal Blade released a dazzling silver light, its power flowing into Shifeng. Chapter 439, Overpowered Strength. The angry roar of the berserk Crimson Shadow Wolf shook the very space around them. The pressure it emitted was far heavier and more powerful than before. With a light step, cracks formed on the solid ground beneath its feet, and its claws gouged deep furrows into the solid ground. The strength and sharpness of its claws shocked all who saw them. Without a doubt, an attack from the wolf's claws could even destroy a secret silver weapon. Even a fine gold weapon would only last a few hits. Only dark gold weapons might endure a long beating. The Crimson Shadow Wolf abruptly leaped forward and brandished its sharp claws at Shifeng. Guild leader. Everyone worried for Shifeng upon seeing the ferocious Crimson Shadow Wolf. The rare lord's strength had more than doubled. If a Tier 1 metric ton of the same level did not activate a life-saving skill, they would most likely die from one hit. Although Shifeng had over 25,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, and his defense had significantly improved, he most likely would not last more than a few hits. To the gigantic Crimson Shadow Wolf, attacking Shifeng with its claws was no different than slapping an ant. Boom! The ground shattered and fist-sized gravel erupted into the surroundings. Initially, everyone had believed that it was game over. However, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's claws had actually stopped a few centimeters above Shifeng's head, and no matter how hard the Rare Lord tried, it could not move its claws any further. Instead, the ground beneath Shifeng's feet had begun to fracture. Ayo! At this moment, doubt began to seep into the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes. Despite its increased strength, it was still useless. Standing at a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were similarly slack-jawed, overcome with shock. By the time they noticed it, waves of red gas had surrounded Shifeng's body. Meanwhile, the silvery gray abyssal blade in his hand had actually stopped the claws that had contained frightening power. Moreover, Shifeng had not lost even a single HP from the collision. Ayo! The Crimson Shadow Wolf bellowed angrily and began a brutal assault. 1 swipe. 3 swipes. 6 swipes. However, each successive attack only caused the ground beneath Shifeng to fracture further, filling the air with dust and debris. Seeing this, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as the Rare Lord sent another subsequent attack, Shifeng finally swung his arm, slashing his sword at the incoming paw. Pung! The Crimson Shadow Wolf's body was suddenly pinned flat against a stone pillar, like a picture on a wall. In addition, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the Rare Lord's head. Crap! Blackie shouted in surprise. A monster as tall as a 2-story building had been thrown into the stone pillar with just one hit. The watching team was stupefied. However, Shifeng was not done. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared before the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Although the Rare Lord tried to retaliate, Shifeng immediately launched a series of attacks striking at its 4 limbs, breaking them. Unsatisfied, Shifeng continued to wield his 2 swords, sending a storm of blades at the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Shifeng's every attack inflicted over -2,800 damage on the Crimson Shadow Wolf, whereas a double critical hit dealt over -5,700 damage, and a triple critical hit dealt over -8,500 damage, rapidly obliterating the Rare Lord's HP. Shifeng's strength had suppressed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, rendering it helpless. From beginning to end, the Rare Lord remained pinned to the stone pillar, never falling from its high position. However, this was only the beginning. Shifeng then began to use his skills. Chop! 3 swords of light converged at a single point, striking the Crimson Shadow Wolf. -4,310, -6,440, -6,460. Although Shifeng's damage was lower than his previous use of Chop, this attack had not achieved a critical hit. After Chop, Shifeng followed up with Phantom Kill. Shifeng's doppelganger possessed 70% of his attributes. Even so, it was still extremely powerful, and each of his attacks dealt close to -2,000 damage. Following which, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon Slash. 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms devoured the Crimson Shadow Wolf, each phantom dealing over -1,000 damage. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then used Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Wind Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion, and every other damaging skill they possessed. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were dumbfounded. They had even forgotten to help Shifeng attack. How was this still a battle against a level 28 Rare Lord? Shifeng was practically bullying a weak, little monster. The pitiful Crimson Shadow Wolf could do nothing but howl with pain. It could not even move its 4 limbs, as Shifeng would immediately follow up with a slash the moment it tried. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining 300,000 HP could not withstand Shifeng's brutal assault. Shifeng only needed 10 seconds to eliminate the Rare Lord's remaining 300,000 HP. Soon, Shifeng abruptly stopped his frenzied assault. The Crimson Shadow Wolf also stopped its tragic howling. At this moment, Its blood-red eyes revealed its fear and shock as it stared at Shifeng. As the crimson shadow wolf slowly tumbled from the cracked stone pillar, Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he activated Divine Providence, his luck instantly increasing by 20 points. Die. Shifeng then used his Surekill skill, Flame Burst. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow suddenly released a blazing, white glow, transforming into streaks of light that struck the crimson shadow wolf's body. Minus 21,415, minus 43,024, minus 21,389, dash 21, for 25. Instantly, the crimson shadow wolf's remaining HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, Shifeng's attacks had left multiple scorch marks on the stone pillar behind the rare lord. When the crimson shadow wolf died, perhaps due to Shifeng's 25 points in luck, the rare lord dropped close to 20 items, scattering them across the ground. Rare lords dropped the same quality of items as a high lord, maybe better, which was why players in God's domain loved to hunt them. However, as the name suggested, rare lords were extremely difficult to find. Upon seeing the dropped items of the crimson shadow wolf, Shifeng heaved a deep sigh of relief as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory's Shadow. Originally, Shifeng had not intended to use Blade Liberation. The first reason was that the skill possessed a detrimental side effect and a long cooldown. The second reason was that the skill duration was too short, lasting only 20 seconds. If Shifeng could not finish off his enemy within that time, it would be game over. The third reason was that, after killing the crimson shadow wolf, he did not know if another enemy would appear. If he saved Blade Liberation, he could still use the skill should the need arise. However, after seeing the crimson shadow wolf's transformation, Shifeng knew that he had no chance against it if he relied on Heavenly Dragon's power. If he could not defeat the crimson shadow wolf, he wouldn't have to worry about monsters appearing after it. When Shifeng looked down at the crimson shadow wolf's corpse on the ground, he was overcome with emotion. A twofold berserk was simply too powerful. If it had lasted slightly longer, he could definitely solo a lord. He might even be able to challenge a high lord. Guild leader, just what is that berserk skill of yours? It was amazing. You killed Berserk Lord by yourself. How are people like us even supposed to play the game with any dignity now? Blackie joked as he walked up to Shifeng. If we release the video of this battle, no one will believe it is real. Of course. Slamming a Berserk Lord into the wall with a single hit. Who would believe that something like that is possible? Everyone nodded in agreement. They were immensely excited. It was obvious that Shifeng had used a Berserk skill. Only, this Berserk skill was too frightening. And not even a Berserk Rare Lord stood a chance against him. Originally, no one had paid any attention to Berserk skills. However, they had never expected that such a skill could play such a significant role during a crucial moment. At this moment, a yearning for Berserk skills grew in everyone's hearts. They all swore to gain one for themselves after returning. Alright, let's hurry up and collect the loot. We don't know what kind of danger awaits us, Shifeng laughed. While everyone collected the loot, Blade Liberation's duration ended. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, Shifeng's body shrunk. His attributes fell by 80% as well. What's going on? Shifeng was surprised when he saw the duration of the weakened debuff. Originally, the weakened state imposed by Blade Liberation only lasted for 3 minutes. Now, however, the debuff would last for 3 whole hours. Chapter 440, Truefire Blade. Shifeng's sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guild leader, why do you seem smaller? Even your aura has diminished significantly. With her refined observation skills, Fire Dance instantly noticed Shifeng's transformation. The rest of the team was also curious. When they took a look at Shifeng's HP bar, they were suddenly very afraid. Shifeng, who had originally possessed over 8,400 HP, now had a maximum HP of 1,700. He could not even compare to a level 20 ordinary player right now. It's nothing, just the weakened debuff I got after going berserk. Many Lord-ranked monsters deal with the same thing. I'll be fine after some time has passed, Shifeng laughed. Giving it some thought, everyone understood the logic behind the mechanics. A skill that could render a rare lord helpless. If there were no side effects to it, it would be far too overpowered. Following which, everyone finished collecting the loot scattered across the ground. The 1,000+ Wolfman warriors before had dropped a ton of items. Although it was only the loot of elite monsters, the quantity was more valuable than even the loot from a lord. Meanwhile, Shifeng stored the loot the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped. As for weakened state's extension to 3 hours, Shifeng had some idea of why this had occurred. Dragon's power significantly increased one's attributes. Coupled with Blade Liberation's sword's power, his body could not bear the fusion of the two buffs, which resulted in his extended weakened state. It seems that Twofold Berserk should only be used as a last resort in the future. Shifeng could only smile bitterly at his 3-hour weakened state. If nothing special happened during these 3 hours, all would be fine. However, he did not know what sort of trouble they would encounter as they moved on. With his attributes reduced by 80%, even if his original attributes were overwhelming, he would not be a match for an ordinary player. If they encountered danger, he could only helplessly watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, they were safe for now. Guild Leader, the monsters here are stingier than the monsters outside. The Wolfman warriors rarely drop weapons or equipment. Moreover, the majority of the items are common rank with a small amount of bronze equipment. Blackie was already used to grinding Lord-ranked monsters. Now he could only feel contempt when he saw the loot of elite monsters. It's actually quite good. Previously, I had never carried more than 1 gold coin. Now I pick up more than 2 gold. There are also 37 pieces of level 25 bronze equipment, and over 100 common items. If we sell them, each item could fetch at least 6 or 7 silver coins. 100 pieces is worth 6 or 7 gold coins. This was the first time Flying Shadow had joined Shifeng's party on an excursion. When he saw that the money inside his bag had exceeded 3 gold, he was elated. If he grinded monsters outside of White Fog Canyon, at most he would obtain a little EXP. Very rarely would the monsters drop weapons or equipment. Even if they did, 95% of the time the items would be common ranked. Guild Leader, what did that Crimson Shadow Wolf drop? Let us have a look. Aqua Rose held little interest in the loot of the Wolfman warriors. At this point, she was only interested in the loot from lords. Not bad. We have a total of 12 weapons and pieces of equipment, 1 intermediate strength potion recipe, and the rest are materials. Shifeng had just finished appraising the drops. Smiling, he said, among the 12 weapons and equipment, 5 are dark gold rank, 3 of which are weapons, 1 is cloth armor, and 1 is leather armor. The remaining 7 items are all fine gold rank. Have a look for yourselves. Saying so, Shifeng displayed the data of all the dropped weapons and equipment. Damn. This rare lord is awesome. It even dropped such top-tier weapons. Blackie immediately grew excited upon seeing dropped items information. Guild Leader, are you blessed by God? Even such weapons managed to drop. Flying Shadow's eyes bulged upon seeing the weapons. Of the 3 dark gold weapons, 1 was a 2-handed battle axe and 2 were short swords. Unlike the battle axe, which had a silvery gray color, the 2 short swords were blood red. There was even a spark circulating the blades of each sword, the spark resembling a fairy of fire. Truefire blade, short sword main hand, dark gold rank. Level 25, level 30. Attack power plus 376, level 25. Strength plus 29, agility plus 36, endurance plus 20. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. 25% chance to deal double damage. 15% chance to awaken flame state, ignoring all defensive and block skills, causing 220% damage. Set effect. When both main and sub Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire dance skill. Strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 40%, attack speed increased by 60%, and damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Truefire blade, short sword subhand, dark gold rank. Level 25, Level 30. Attack power plus 352, Level 25. Strength plus 25, Agility plus 40, Endurance plus 21. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. When attacking, 20% chance to activate Swift State, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 6 seconds. 10% chance to activate Flame Guard, absorbing 1000 damage. Set effect. When both main and sub-Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire Dance skill. Strength increased by 30%. Agility increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 60%. And damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Level 25 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain currently. Equipping a level 25 fine gold weapon was already incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, the Truefire blades were both dark gold rank, and they were a set. In God's domain, sets of weapons or equipment were usually half a rank higher than their stated rank. As a dark gold set weapon, the Truefire blades were the best quality weapons below epic rank. Moreover, the set effect of the Truefire blades is intensely powerful. They did not seem the slightest bit inferior to epic weapons. The short swords only had somewhat weaker basic attributes. Although swordsmen, rangers, and assassins can use the Truefire blades, these short swords are most suited for assassins. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the two of you will roll for them, then. In truth, even Sherfong was surprised that the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped such top-tier short swords. One was lucky if even one Truefire blade dropped. Now the Rare Lord had dropped both of the set weapons. Sure enough, the 25 points of luck was incredible. After Sherfong said so, Flying Shadow shook his head saying, "Guild leader, forget about me. Let Sister Fire Dance have the Truefire blades." Although the Truefire blades were very attractive, he knew that he was not worthy of them. Moreover, he had done almost nothing during the battle with the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Such weapons were only suited to the number 1 assassin of Zero Wing. Only in Fire Dance could wield these weapons to their full potential. The party had killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, resulting in these items dropping. If more than one player can use them, we will roll. Don't be shy. They're just dark gold weapons, Sherfong laughed, having long since understood Flying Shadow's personality. There is also a leather armor shirt among the dark gold equipment. The winner gets the weapons, while the loser gets the shirt. Guild leader has already told us to roll. Let's just do it, Fire Dance said as she chose to roll. After a moment of hesitation, Flying Shadow decided to roll as well. In the end, Fire Dance rolled a 91, while Flying Shadow rolled an 86. The system automatically distributed the Truefire blades to Fire Dance, whereas the level 25 dark gold ranked leather shirt went to Flying Shadow. After equipping the Truefire blades, Fire Dance's combat power abruptly soared. Moreover, the streams of light on the Truefire blades further enhanced her beauty. At this moment, Fire Dance looked like an elf standing in fire. Blackie successfully rolled for the level 25 dark gold cloth armor, while Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud both obtained a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. Sherfong gained 2 pieces of level 25 fine gold plate armor. One was a pair of gauntlets, while the other was a set of leg guards. Now the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment. After happily distributing the equipment, everyone returned to their search for the exit. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, Sherfeng's party had made a full circle around the land of the fallen star. Although they had not encountered a single monster, they had mined plenty of starfire ore, over 1,000 pieces in total. Just as Sherfong began to grumble about the exit's mysterious location, the system suddenly announced an emergency notification. Before Sherfong could react, he was thrown out of God's domain. Moreover, Sherfong had not been the only one. Aqua Rose and the others had also been expelled from the game. Chapter 441. Second Evolution. When the system had expelled the Zero Wing party from God's domain, Sherfong had been automatically sent into his sleep space. He had not completely logged out and could still browse the internet. He could also communicate with his friends. Calling out his system friends list, Sherfong discovered that every one of his friends was in a leave state, not in God's domain. They were all in their respective sleep spaces. Nobody's on God's domain. What's going on here? Sherfong was puzzled, as this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He had been kicked out of the game before he had a chance to read the emergency notification. Now he couldn't log into God's domain, and could not contact anyone to ask about the previous notification. Following which, Sherfong contacted Aqua Rose and the others, hoping to gather some information. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others were in a similar situation. The system had logged them out of the game upon receiving the notification as well. I guess I can only check the official forums, Sherfong sighed. Normally, crucial information was not available on the official forums. However, something big must have happened in God's domain if they had been forcefully expelled from the game. Sure enough, after logging into the official forums, he discovered that everyone was having a heated discussion over their expulsion. For some reason, however, everyone else had received their notification 2 hours ago, whereas Sherfeng's party had only received theirs a few seconds before the main God system started logging players out of the game. 2 hours ago? Wasn't that around the time I killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf? Sherfong calculated the time, and it matched almost perfectly. Did killing the Shadow Wolf cause the main God system to start the second evolution of God's domain? Giving it some thought, Sherfong felt that it was highly possible. Previously, when his party had entered into the land of the Fallen Star, they just happened to activate the free combat system. It was likely that the main God system had used their party as an experiment. After seeing that they had easily defeated the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf, the main God system must have decided to initiate the second evolution of God's domain. Considering the situation, Sherfong really did not know how to express the emotions running through his heart. Now that God's domain began the process of the second system upgrade, players would have to wait until the next day to log in. Many players on the forums had expressed their frustration with the new system upgrade. After the system underwent its first upgrade, the system gave its players a true taste of combat. The overall difficulty of the game had made a massive leap, affecting adventuring, grinding, and leveling for those in God's domain. Yet just a short time after the first upgrade, the second system upgrade had already begun. After this upgrade, the difficulty of the game might shock most players. This upgrade also gave Sherfong a headache. The second evolution of God's domain had occurred too quickly. Based on the original timeline, it shouldn't have happened for another several months. He was not prepared for it right now. Indeed, just as he had guessed, after the second system upgrade, the free combat system would be introduced into the game. In future battles, the requirement of a player's control over their skills would become extremely demanding, and mistakes might very well lead to friendly fire. It was especially true for AoE skills. After the second evolution of God's domain, rather than dying at the hands of monsters, many players would send themselves to the graveyards with their own abilities. Due to this, many players would act conservatively when fighting in groups long after the upgrade. In addition, after the second evolution, the difficulty of dungeons had also significantly increased. However, although the second evolution had made the game more challenging and realistic, the system upgrade had also added a benefit for players. And that was the improvement to skill proficiency. After the second evolution, the combat style of players also undergone a major transformation. Players no longer needed to chant incantations or shout the name of their skills to use them. No, players would activate their skills with movement. Every skill possessed a standard set of movements. As long as players performed the corresponding movements, they could activate their desired skills. After the second evolution, players were no longer required to damage a monster with their skills to raise skill proficiency. Now, when players achieved a 50% completion rate with skills, they would gain 1 point to their skill proficiency. In addition, the awarded skill proficiency would increase with the percentage of their completion rate. That way, even if players fought monsters of the same level or 2 or 3 levels lower, they could still improve their skill proficiency. As players gained skill proficiency, their skill levels would also grow. With high-leveled skills, players would have a much easier time killing monsters. Players would undoubtedly find it challenging to adapt to such a combat style in the beginning. After adapting to the free combat system, however, players would discover that the new style allowed them to display more of their combat power. However, it would not be easy for players to adapt to this realistic combat style. Normally, one had to undergo a long period of special training to familiarize themselves with their skills. If one were not up to snuff, the skill's power would suffer. I need to hurry with the training center, Shifeng sighed softly. Shortly after the second evolution of God's domain, the training centers and martial arts dojos, which were currently declining, would become instantly popular. Having some time, Shifeng browsed the God's domain news. Other than news regarding Star Moon Kingdom, Shifeng also looked up information on the several surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. None of the empires in God's domain were to be underestimated. The competition within an empire was far more intense than the competition in a kingdom. A kingdom such as Star Moon only had around 4 or 5 competing first-rate guilds at the moment. Some smaller kingdoms might only have 1 or 2 first-rate guilds. However, empires were different. Not only did they govern massive areas, but there were also far more resident players. They also had an abundance of resources. The number of first-rate guilds residing in an empire was not something a single kingdom could compare with. Statistically, there were at least 7 first-rate guilds in an empire. There were also many second-rate guilds that rose to become first-rate guilds due to the investments of major corporations. In the past, there had been a total of 9 first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The empire was many times stronger than the neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, if Shifeng wanted to carve a place for himself in God's domain, dominating Star Moon Kingdom would not be nearly good enough. After a casual glance at today's God's domain news, Shifeng felt an immense weight on his shoulders. Zero Wing had only obtained its guild residence after much difficulty, yet several first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had already established their own guild residences. In terms of development speed, these guilds were not far behind Zero Wing. Aside from these guilds establishing their own guild residences, the various large guilds had also begun purchasing prime real estate in multiple cities. These purchases included auction houses, virtual trading centers, banks, high-class restaurants, and the like. In the future, they would become a guild's main source of income. After God's domain had spent a few years developing, the world had considered it a second home for mankind. Most people around the world spent close to half their days in God's domain. Moreover, time passed slower inside God's domain than in the real world. 1 hour in reality equaled 2 hours in God's domain. Based on the amount of time one experienced, people's lives in God's domain might be even longer than their lives in the real world. In the setting of God's domain, NPC cities and player-established cities were different. If players lived in NPC cities, they would never have to fear becoming embroiled in the struggles between major powers. Player-established cities, on the other hand, could be destroyed. Hence, this had resulted in the real estate in NPC cities becoming extremely valuable. Nothing was more valuable than the real estate in NPC cities. The more Shifeng read this information, the more he realized the necessity of earning a large number of gold coins. Otherwise, how could he compete with these well-funded first-rate guilds? Inadvertently, Shifeng had spent over half a day researching the various large guilds in God's domain. Suddenly, as he exited the virtual gaming cabin, his doorbell rang. Chapter 442, New Style of Combat. Shifeng was somewhat surprised when he heard his doorbell ring. He had only recently moved into this new apartment, so not many people knew where he lived. Normally, Blackie and the others would only contact him by calling, not hunting him down so early in the morning. Who is it? Shifeng wondered as he tapped his quantum watch to display the view outside his door. Taking a close look, Shifeng jumped with fright when he saw who it was. The person currently standing outside his door was none other than the female class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi. She currently wore sportswear and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She radiated a youthful aura and looked absolutely mesmerizing. Why is she here? Shifeng recalled that Zhao Ruoxi's birthday was next month. Even if she had come to deliver an invitation, wasn't it a little too early? However, since she had already arrived, Shifeng could not pretend he wasn't home. Helpless, he quickly tidied himself up and went to the door. As soon as Shifeng opened the door, Zhao Ruoxi's almond eyes widened. With a concerned gaze, she asked, "Shifeng, did you really agree with Uncle Xiao to participate in a match?" Hearing Zhao Ruoxi's question, Shifeng understood the gist of the situation. Xiao Yin and Xiao Yu were strongly connected to the Zhao family. How could the Zhaos not have heard of such a dramatic incident at the Big Dipper training center? "Yeah, I agreed to an exhibition match." Shifeng nodded. "You really are laid back. Do you even know who your opponent is?" Zhao Ruoxi sighed helplessly as she examined Shifeng's leisurely appearance. "No, I don't. However, Big Dipper will contact me about it ahead of time," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Do you even know how to be nervous?" Zhao Ruoxi grumbled. Shifeng's behavior left her speechless. A fighting competition was not a small matter. It was especially true for this match. To recover from its decline, Big Dipper has attempted to invite many well-known fighters to participate in this match. There are even martial arts masters among them. Even though Big Dipper has offered an impressive appearance fee, they all have their own itinerary. None of them have the time. That's especially the case for the high-ranked martial arts experts. Originally, your opponent was supposed to be last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, but what's wrong? Shifeng asked, suddenly curious. Shifeng had some memory of Fang Qinghua, last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting tournament. The man had participated in a provincial-level competition and earned a relatively impressive rank. He had become famous throughout Jinhai City. However, Shifeng doubted that he would lose to Fang Qinghua. After all, there was a fundamental difference between those who knew internal force and those who did not. Furthermore, Shifeng's current physique was better than ever. But your opponent was suddenly changed because someone had defeated Fang Qinghua. That someone is now your opponent. I heard that when he fought Fang Qinghua was defeated with a single punch. If it had been a normal defeat, that would not have mattered. However, when that person sent out his final punch, he had used internal force. He has even expressed great interest in becoming the head instructor at the Big Dipper Training Center, hence why he wanted to replace Fang Qinghua in this match with you. Although Zhao Ruoxi knew Shifeng was proficient with internal force, the opponent was similarly an internal force expert. Moreover, the other party was very powerful. If the two really fought each other, no one knew what kind of result to expect. An internal force expert, huh? Interest suddenly sparked within Shifeng. Internal force experts were not cabbages easily found in the streets. Even after a decade, such experts were extremely hard to find. Shifeng had only mastered internal force due to luck, and he had never fought another internal force expert in the real world. However, before this, Shifeng had never heard of there being an internal force expert in Jinhai City, let alone an internal force expert at the Big Dipper Training Center. In the past, there was no head instructor at Big Dipper. However, such a person had suddenly appeared. It was truly unexpected. Is history changing because of my reincarnation? Shifeng pondered slightly. When he thought about the changes in God's domain, his certainty grew. After Zhao Ruoxi lectured Shifeng for some time, she had noticed that her classmate did not seem particularly concerned about his opponent. Hence, she intensified her lecturing, hoping to dissuade Shifeng from participating in the competition. A match between internal force experts was no laughing matter. One mistake could lead to serious injuries and could possibly have future repercussions. Shifeng was an internal force expert. His future prospects were boundless. There was no need to risk his life for the position of Big Dipper's head instructor. In the end, however, Shifeng refused Zhao Ruoxi's kind suggestions. He wasn't just doing it to become Big Dipper's head instructor. For the most part, he was doing this for Zero Wing's future development. The 5 virtual gaming cabins and the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids were too important to Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could nurture more experts, Shifeng would not have to exhaust himself running left and right for the guild. he could focus on his own desires. Following which, Shifeng chatted with Zhao Ruoxi for some time. After Zhao Ruoxi left, Shifeng started his daily training. Ever since he came into possession of a virtual gaming cabin, Shifeng's training yielded far better results. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his mind had also become more active. If he could pair these effects with S-rank nutrient fluids, he might improve further in these areas. Without him realizing it, a day had passed. At 8 p.m., the system upgrade of God's domain was completed. When Shifeng entered God's domain, his virtual body felt particularly loose. His 5 senses had also grown sharper. "Guild leader, I can't use any of my skills," Flying Shadow exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to rush off to investigate what had changed with the system upgrade. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not use any of his skills. "Nothing wrong here," Blackie said as he shot a dark arrow at a distant stone pillar, but after his spell struck the stone pillar, Blackie frowned. "That's weird. That wasn't where I had aimed for." Everyone became flustered shortly after logging back into the game. Melee classes could not use any of their skills, whereas mages' skills had weakened and become less accurate. Shifeng did not immediately reveal the reason for this situation. Instead, he conducted a few experiments. Unsheathing the abyssal blade, Shifeng swung the sword, his actions resembling the movements one would use when activating chop. Following which, a blade of light shot forward, slicing apart the stone pillar ahead of him. Just as I thought. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his attack. He could feel his improved control over his body. As for using only movement to activate skills, he was not the slightest bit surprised by it. On the contrary, he adapted to the change smoothly. Following which, he used Earth Splitter, Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, and most of his other skills, stupefying Aqua Rose and the other observers. "Guild leader, how did you do that?" Fire Dance had already tried to use her skills many times. However, regardless of whether she shouted or chanted the name of her skills silently, nothing worked. How was an assassin without skills supposed to kill monsters? "Yeah, let us in on the secret, guild leader." Flying Shadow was equally anxious. "It's very simple. After this evolution of God's domain, you no longer activate skills with speech or incantation. Now you have to perform the proper movements to use your skills. Go ahead and give it a try. In the skill menu, there are clips of the movements relating to the skills." Shifeng could not help but smile when he saw anticipation filling everyone's eyes. In reality, even if he had not revealed the change, everyone would have discovered it for themselves after some time. It was especially true for the players who had frequently changed their skill menus. There had not originally been video tutorials to explain how to use a skill in the skill menu. Now, however, there were. The videos were specifically meant to serve as a standard for players, teaching them how to use their skills more efficiently. After listening to Shifeng's explanation, everyone began their own experiments. In such a way, Shifeng's party of 6 tested the new mechanics as they searched for an exit in the land of the fallen star. While Shifeng's group explored, they were unaware that players throughout God's domain had descended into madness. Chapter 443, Completion Rate. After God's domain's second evolution, skill use demanded far more of players. Even experts needed a relatively long period to adapt to this new system. As Shifeng's party searched for the exit in the land of the fallen star, battles against the cavern's inhabitants were unavoidable. Fortunately, Shifeng did not have to endure this adaptation process like everyone else. Activating most of his skills was second nature to him. He had no problems dealing with a few elites and special elites. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they used these monsters to practice. It was especially true for melee classes like Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Currently, they each faced a level 27 elite-ranked Wolfman warrior, both of them activating their skills continuously as they fought. Fire Dance brandished the Truefire blades, drawing a red arc that cut across the Wolfman warrior's body. A flower of blood bloomed, and immediately, a damage of -2,749 appeared above the elite monster's head. However, to the Wolfman warrior, which possess 42,000 HP. This damage was nothing. System: Eviscerate completion rate 56%, resulting in 69% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +1. Glancing at the combat notification window, Fire Dance frowned, feeling unsatisfied with her completion rate. The Wolfman warrior bellowed angrily. Lifting its warhammer, it slammed the weapon down on the assassin before it. Turning her feet slightly, Fire Dance easily evaded the warhammer. Reversing the grip on one of the Truefire blades, she spun around and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Her movements as smooth as flowing water. Backstab. -2,523. AO. The Wolfman warrior howled with pain. System: Backstab completion rate 69%, resulting in 83% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance was far more proficient with backstab's movements than she was with eviscerates, the completion rate of the skill reaching a whole new level. However, Fire Dance was still unsatisfied. If this were the past, even without weapons such as the Truefire blades, she could easily dish out such high damage. After practicing a few times on the Wolfman warriors, Fire Dance understood how difficult it would be to adapt to the new combat system. There were simply too many variables. The might of a player's skill depended on the player's completion rate. It was nothing like the previous system, where players could display 100% of the skill's effect with every use. Now, however, that was not possible. If one did not perform the skill's movements appropriately, the damage would be negligible. Moreover, it was even more difficult to move successfully during battle. Overall, combat was now 3 times as difficult as it had been. Fire Dance had previously been able to solo 1 or 2 special elites, and she even considered challenging a chieftain. Now, however, a special elite was too strong for her, much less a chieftain. Elsewhere, Flying Shadow was also sporting a serious frown. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. After some effort, Fire Dance had managed to raise her completion rate past 50%. Her backstab had even reached a 70% completion rate. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, could only achieve 50% with backstab, one of the simplest skills he possessed, and he had just barely earned the 1 skill proficiency point for the skill. As for his other skills, their completion rates were all below 50%. Compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, after spending some time practicing, the mages of the party could achieve relatively high completion rates. They had all reached 60% or higher with their skills. However, this was because the two had different methods of activation. When mages used a skill, they chanted incantations and traced runes. Some skills only needed a few hand gestures and simple incantations, so they were relatively easy to cast. Only their current casting time was much longer than it had been. It was especially true for advanced spells. While everyone practiced their skills, Sherfong, who stood ahead of the party, conducted a massacre. Faced with dozens of Wolfman warriors, Sherfong dashed forward and activated Thundering Flash. 1 arc, 2 arcs, 3 arcs. A total of 5 arcs of blue lightning tore through the elite monsters, a series of frightening damages appearing above their heads. Instantly, the dozens of Wolfman warriors lost close to half their HP. Some that had received critical hits fell to critical lows. In addition, due to the damage amplification debuff of Thundering Flash, they would receive an additional 30% damage from future attacks. And yet, the damages were nothing compared to Thundering Flash's completion rate. System: Thundering Flash completion rate 83%, resulting in 97% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +3. Immediately after his attack, Sherfong leaped into the air. As he raised the abyssal blade high, the power of lightning and fire emerged from the sword. He then slammed the weapon down towards the gathering of Wolfman warriors. Boom! All of the warriors within an area of 10 by 10 yards fell into a fainted state instantly, and received over -7,000 damage. Those that had received a critical hit suffered over -14,000 damage. The Wolfman warriors with low HPs crumbled. System: Thunderflame explosion completion rate 74%, resulting in 89% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +2. The moment Shifeng landed, he followed up with Chop, striking 3 Wolfman warriors and dealing over -2,800 damage to each. System. Chop completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +3. In just a moment, Shifeng had exterminated dozens of wolfmen. Standing at a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were tongue-tied after watching Shifeng's battle. Every member of the party had personally experienced how difficult it was to achieve a high skill completion rate. However, when they saw Shifeng's success, they felt nothing but shock. As for Shifeng's feat of killing dozens of Wolfman warriors, none of them really had anything to say about it. The Wolfman warriors were merely elite monsters. Everyone present could easily destroy them. Although they had trouble using their skills, their basic attacks were still very powerful thanks to their equipment. Dealing with these elites was only a matter of time. The reason for their shock was Shifeng's ability to reach a completion rate above 80%, yet after training arduously for the past 4 hours or so, they had only achieved above 50%. Moreover, even when using Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill Shifeng was least proficient with, he could perform a completion rate above 70%. However, this was still not the most noteworthy aspect. Shifeng's casual use and chaining of his skills were what impressed them the most. How could they not be shocked? Guild leader, can't you just teach us how we can improve our skill completion rates? Aqua Rose envied and admired Shifeng's super high completion rate. That's right. It's not like we're demanding much. I will be satisfied if I can reach a 70% completion rate. Blackie's completion rate had given him a headache. In the beginning, their completion rates had improved relatively quickly. Within half an hour, they had managed to achieve 50%. However, it had taken them over 3 hours to rise from 50% to 60%. Moreover, it only became more challenging to raise their completion rates the higher they went. By now their completion rates had basically plateaued. At around 60%, they could only display roughly 60% to 70% of their skill's potential. If they could stabilize their completion rates at 70%, they could almost display their previous strength. Only when a skill achieved an 85% completion rate could it manifest 100% of its effects. If the completion rate could rise past 85%, then the skill's effect would exceed 100%. If they could raise the completion rate of all of their skills past 85%, the combat power would surpass their previous selves. Everyone eagerly looked forward to such a day. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to overcome the challenge of the new system. Do you guys really wish to know how to improve your completion rates quickly? Shifeng asked after tidying up the loot. He could not help but laugh as he looked towards his party members. Chapter 444. Path of an Expert. Aqua Rose and the rest of the Zero Wing party nodded passionately in response to Shifeng's question. If they could quickly raise their skill completion rates, their strength would also rise to the next level. Naturally, this was the goal. It's really simple actually. Think more, train more, Shifeng said frankly. Think more, train more? The team rolled their eyes at their guild leader. They had been doing exactly that all this time. However, they had almost reached their limit. That's right. Think more, train more. There's no other way. In God's domain, every skill movement has its own purpose. First, figure out why such movements are required, then carry them out. You guys have been trying to draw a tiger by looking at a cat. You cannot improve if all you're doing is mimicking the tutorial videos. Shifeng was aware of the enthusiasm filling his companions' hearts. However, one could not become more proficient overnight. After the second evolution of God's domain, players would experience a slump for a relatively long period. Experts were no exception. Many players struggled with the sudden weakness, falling from glory. However, it was precisely because of God's domain's second evolution that the difference between ordinary players and experts had become more distinct. Previously, a player's strength relied on their equipment and techniques. After the second evolution, however, a player's strength mainly relied on their skill completion rates. With this new system, One could immediately tell whether a player was a dragon or a worm. Ordinary players' skill completion rates usually range between 50% and 60%, and players at this standard were considered beginners. Players with 61% to 70% completion rates were elites. Meanwhile, those who achieved 71% to 80% were experts, and 80% to 90% was the domain of top-tier experts. Players who could reach completion rates above 90% were as rare as a phoenix's feather. In the past, Shifeng's best record had been 87%. Although he was only 3% away from surpassing a top-tier expert, it was the difference between heaven and earth. The fact that Fire Dance and the others could achieve such results with just a few hours of practice was already impressive. After the second evolution of God's domain, many players had not dared to solo monsters. Many players had spent several days practicing their skills just to reach a 50% completion rate. Only players who had achieved a 50% skill completion rate were strong enough to solo. Otherwise, with inadequate completion rates, their damage was negligible. In addition, a majority of the players in God's domain relied on their skills to kill monsters. Hence, without sufficient completion rates, players would only find death if they grinded alone. Contemplate the importance of the required movements. Fire Dance pondered. Must I do that to manifest the techniques of the skill? Fire Dance recalled her previous uses of backstab in battle. In the past, she would always think of ways to strike her opponent from behind, never considering how she could use backstab more efficiently. However, in the tutorial video of backstab, the player would first dodge the opponent's attack, reverse the grip on his weapon, then circle behind the opponent with a spin and stab his weapon into his opponent's back. The entire process was smooth and efficient, and was much faster, more vicious, and more difficult to dodge than her previous attack method. Thinking up to this point, Fire Dance searched impatiently for another Wolfman warrior to experiment on. This time, however, Fire Dance did not enter stealth. Instead, she waltzed up to the elite monster. When the Wolfman warrior noticed Fire Dance, it howled and slashed its greatsword at the assassin. Fire Dance did not immediately try to dodge the oncoming attack. Instead, she waited until the Wolfman warrior's greatsword reached its maximum speed before moving. Fire Dance took a step forward before sidestepping, dodging the greatsword at the last possible moment. Reversing her grip on the Truefire blade, she then spun and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Due to her body's rotational power, the radiant sword's speed had increased. Even Shifeng could not avoid such a fast attack, much less the Wolfman warrior. Hua! The Truefire blade pierced the Wolfman warrior's back, a damage of -2,736 appearing above its head. System: backstab completion rate 76%, resulting in 90% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance's eyes shone upon seeing this system notification. As if she had found a path through the darkness, her confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Hence, she continued practicing backstab on the Wolfman warrior. When the skill's cooldown finished, she would begin again. In the end, the poor Wolfman warrior died after Fire Dance toyed with it for 5 minutes. Sister Fire Dance is amazing. That last one even reached 78%. Flying Shadow's admiration intensified when he saw the final backstab Fire Dance had used on the Wolfman warrior. After watching Fire Dance's performance, as if realization had dawned upon them, everyone hunted down their own targets to practice with. Meanwhile, Shifeng continued to search for the exit in silence, not bothering to comment. Excessive guidance would lead to Fire Dance and the others to believe that his way was the only way. However, everyone had their own paths and unique fighting habits. Different habits and body types would lead to different skill techniques. If they followed him blindly, although they could improve massively in a short time, it would be detrimental to their future development. Thus, he wanted them to figure things out for themselves. In the past, Shifeng had tried mimicking other experts, copying their every move in the hopes of improving his technique. Unfortunately, nobody had warned him about his actions' downsides. Although his strength had soared in a short time, in the end, he had been stuck as a top-tier expert. No matter what he did, He could not overcome that final hurdle. In the past, he had never been able to use void steps. However, after reincarnating, Shifeng discovered that only the path that suited him most was the best path. He was not other people, so how could he achieve any results if he followed a path meant for someone else? In the end, this revelation had allowed him to master void steps in this life, becoming significantly stronger. However, learning void steps was nothing more than the first step away from mimicry. He still had a long way to go and many aspects to explore before he could forge his own way. For a time, the land of the fallen star became a testing ground for Shifeng and his party members. Without realizing it, they had spent over 7 hours in the land of the fallen star. And during this period, they had killed numerous level 27 elite ranked Wolfman warriors. Everyone's skill completion rates had constantly improved during this time. Although they could not consistently achieve 70%, they could still manage above 60%. The party had also mined over 1,300 pieces of starfire ore, their mining far more efficient than when they were outside this crystal cavern. Now they had accumulated over 20,000 pieces of starfire ore again. Such a large stock of starfire ore was worth over 200 gold. Once Shifeng refined the ore into starfire essence using the Philosopher's Stone, the total value would be over 800 gold. Even for first-rate guilds, 800 gold was a massive sum of money. If they obtained several hundred more gold, they could purchase relatively valuable real estate. If used for forging, the value of the starfire essences would rise by several folds. The thought alone excited Shifeng. Guild leader, I've discovered a hidden door, Fire Dance suddenly reported. Chapter 445, Golden Stone Tablet. Silver flames engulfed a stone pillar. Everything within 10 yards of this flame had been incinerated, transformed into a field of white ash. Guild leader, the hidden door is inside this flame, Fire Dance said as she pointed towards the silver fire. Just before Shifeng moved closer to have a better look, Fire Dance held him back saying, Guild leader, be careful. The silver fire is extremely hot. When I stepped into that scorched region, I immediately lost 2,000 HP. Such high flame damage. Although Shifeng could tell that the silver flame was something extraordinary, he had not expected it to be so powerful. If it could deal minus 2,000 damage to players every second, he would take significant damage even with his 70 points in fire resistance. Even he would die if he occupied the region too long. Violet, heal me. I'll go in and take a closer look. After giving the order, Shifeng entered the silver flame's effective area. Suddenly, a damage close to minus 500 points appeared above Shifeng's head. Hot. Shifeng felt as if he had dipped his feet into a hot spring the moment his boots touched the gray-white land. He was even wearing the flame boots, which lowered the temperature his feet felt. If he had equipped some other shoes, he would probably have had to skip and hop constantly while inside this scorched region. Following which, Shifeng approached the burning stone pillar. The closer he got to the stone pillar, the higher the temperature became. Similarly, the damage he received also increased. When Shifeng was roughly 2 yards from the pillar, he lost over 1,000 HP every second. Even though Shifeng had long since recovered from his weakened state, his HP returning to over 8,400, he would only last 9 seconds at most. Fortunately, he had a powerful healer, Violet Cloud, supporting him. After Violet Cloud cast a sacred shield on him, he could just barely cope with the high dot. Sure enough, there's a hidden door here. Shifeng noticed that there was a tightly shut door on the burning stone pillar. There was also a blue chain not far from the door. Shifeng grabbed the blue chain, searching for a connection with the door. However, the instant he touched the chain, Shifeng suddenly felt a chill wash over him. The fire damage he received suddenly reduced from over minus 1,000 damage to just around minus 600 damage. This chain really is special. I wonder what it is made of. It could be useful if I could find a way to take it. Shifeng examined the blue chain, sorely tempted. If he could claim this chain, raiding flame-type dungeons or facing fire-type bosses would become much easier. Just holding the chain increased his fire resistance by at least 40 to 50 points. It was even more impressive than an intermediate fire resistance potion. Moreover, The latter only had a duration of 1 hour, whereas one only needed to hold the former to gain the buff. Just how much money could he save on fire resistance potions? As Shifeng pulled the blue chain, the stone door in the middle of the massive pillar opened slowly. A dark passage with 0 visibility lay beyond the threshold. After the stone door opened, the silver flames diminished gradually until they had been extinguished. Shortly after, the scorched earth also began to cool, allowing players to traverse through the region freely. Guild leader, you're amazing. Your fire resistance is so high. No one else could reach and open the door, even if they knew about it, Blackie laughed. Although they had obtained a bounty from this land of the fallen star, it would mean nothing if they could not find their way out. Let's go. Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow as he crossed the threshold cautiously. The passage beyond the stone door was cramped, and engravings of ancient texts and drawings decorated the walls on either side. From the looks of them, these texts and drawings seemed to originate from an ancient era, and not even Shifeng, someone who was very familiar with God's domain, recognized them. The passage allowed at most 3 people to walk abreast, so it would be extremely challenging to coordinate their attacks. Fortunately, the party did not encounter a single monster along their entire journey. After wandering down the passage for over half an hour, the party arrived at a towering altar. Massive statues of wolf-headed men guarded each side of the altar, and the silver flame dancing on the altar was the same flame Shifeng and the others had seen outside the stone door. A short distance to the right of the altar, there was a teleportation magic array. A stone tablet emitting a golden glow sat to the left of the altar. Divine runes and drawings covered the tablet, and one could tell with a glance that the tablet was something extraordinary. As the team walked up to the altar, they suddenly felt an extraordinary pressure weighing down on them. It felt as if someone pummeled them repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Guild leader, look over there, Blackie said as he pointed at the space above the altar, goosebumps covering his skin. Everyone shifted their gaze to where Blackie pointed. A figure hovered above the altar, but due to the poor lighting around the altar, they could not see it clearly. However, they could feel an intense threat of death emanating from this figure. Shifeng could not get a clear view of that figure, either. However, he could feel this figure looking down at them. Shifeng then activated Omniscient Eyes and observed the figure. The results were shocking. Anubis's Gatekeeper, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 10, 000/10, 000/000. Great Lord. Shifeng muttered. Others might not realize how powerful a Great Lord was in God's domain, but Shifeng knew full well what one was capable of. Their party of 6 would not even be enough to fill the gaps between this gatekeeper's teeth. It was especially true for such field Great Lords. Although their HPs were far lower than Great Lords in dungeons, field Great Lords were more powerful. Even a team of several thousand level 30 players would be no more than cannon fodder before this gatekeeper. He won't attack us, right? Aqua Rose asked, feeling somewhat nervous as she watched Anubis's gatekeeper. Aqua Rose wasn't the only one nervous. Even Shifeng struggled to keep his cool. Hopefully not, Shifeng said uncertainty. However, since he hasn't moved since we've arrived, let's not take any risks. If Anubis's gatekeeper took the initiative to attack, even Shifeng would be helpless against it. They could only try to escape. They would only throw away their lives if they tried to confront it. Attempting to find some trick against it would also be suicidal. Powerhouses such as Great Lords wouldn't afford players such a chance. According to the tiers of God's domain, a Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. A Tier 3 class was as powerful as the city lord of an ordinary city. After Shifeng and the others silently examined the area, they faintly understood their situation. That gatekeeper should be a monster tasked with guarding the golden stone tablet. So long as we don't touch that thing, the gatekeeper won't attack us. Shifeng had experimented with the gatekeeper. When he approached the golden stone tablet, the gatekeeper's killing intent would intensify. As for the teleportation array on the other side, the gatekeeper had not reacted when he had approached it. Aqua, you guys activate the teleportation array. After some thought, Shifeng said, "I'll grab that tablet." "Guild leader, that's a great lord," Fire Dance said, horrified. Although none of them had ever seen a great lord in action, they could tell that, compared to this great lord, the Crimson Shadow Wolf they had previously faced was a joke. If Shifeng really tried to steal the golden stone tablet, he might die in an instant. Chapter 446, Silver Flame. Everyone promptly agreed with Fire Dance's opposition. They acknowledged that Shifeng possessed frightening combat power. He was so powerful that he even suppressed the rare lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf in a direct confrontation. They, too, had previously thought Shifeng might be able to oppress even a great lord by force, and that by the time they arrived at the ruined shrine in White Fog Canyon's core, they would have a chance of defeating the level 25 Great Lord there. After all, a Great Lord's loot was simply too tempting. It was especially true for a level 25 Great Lord, as the level 25 equipment it dropped was precisely what the core strength of the various guilds needed right now. If they could obtain an epic item, both the guild's strength and morale would improve significantly. However, now that they stood before Anubis's gatekeeper, they suddenly felt very tiny. A Great Lord and a High Lord were from different worlds entirely. Escaping a Great Lord's wrath would be a miracle, much less defeating it. Admittedly, a treasure hidden behind a Great Lord would be precious. However, if Shifeng tried to snatch the golden stone tablet, there was more than a 99% chance that he would be throwing his life away. This was simply not a worthwhile trade-off. Moreover, Heavens knew if the teleportation array would still work after Shifeng stole the stone tablet. On the off chance that it didn't work, they would all die here. "Guild leader, why don't we come back after we've grown stronger? It's not worth risking your life for an unknown treasure," Aqua Rose advised. "You guys leave first. I'll try it by myself. If it really isn't possible, then we'll come back in the future," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although what Aqua Rose had said was logical, none of them knew the significance of the golden stone tablet under a Great Lord's protection. In his decade of adventuring in God's domain, the treasures he encountered that had been guarded by Great Lords were at least epic rank. Obtaining an epic item was definitely worth dying once. If he came back for it in the future, there was a possibility of someone else claiming the golden stone tablet. After all, the land of the fallen star was not particularly hidden. When everyone heard Shifeng's determination, they had no choice but to obediently head towards the teleportation array and prepare to leave the land of the fallen star. However, just as Aqua Rose was about to activate the teleportation array, her hands suddenly froze as cold sweat began to drip down her forehead. Even the others at the teleportation array with her wore grim expressions. It was as if they were preparing to welcome a great enemy. That cold and intense killing intent felt like they had been dunked in ice-cold water, and they suddenly struggled to breathe. "Guild leader, if we activate the teleportation array, the gatekeeper will attack," Fire Dance whispered as she glanced at Anubis's gatekeeper hovering in the air. "We really have no options," Shifeng laughed bitterly. He currently had omniscient eyes active, so he felt the gatekeeper's chilling gaze as well. As soon as Aqua Rose activated the teleportation array, Anubis's gatekeeper would strike. It usually took close to 20 seconds to activate a teleportation array. If the person activating the array moved during this period, it would automatically shut down. 20 seconds. That was enough time for a level 30 Great Lord to kill hundreds of players, much less a measly party of 6. As this place was unique, they could not use return scrolls to leave either. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they needed to survive the gatekeeper for 20 seconds. Either that or they could level here until they died or simply die now and lose some EXP, skill proficiency, and a piece of equipment. If they did not wish to lose any equipment, they could remove everything they currently wore. That way none of their equipment would drop. At worst, there was an extremely small chance of an item dropping from their bags. "It looks like I can only give it a try." No matter how Shifeng considered the situation, he could not think of a decent solution. He was also unable to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Although the passage they came from was narrow, Anubis's gatekeeper wasn't so large that it could not follow him. Now the only way the team could leave safely was if he lured the gatekeeper away. Otherwise, with the strength of a great lord and his extremely wide splash range, no one would survive. Fire Dance, get ready to activate the teleportation array. If the Great Lord's splash damage affects you, use Vanish or Wind Steps to block it. As long as you do not move, the teleportation array will not shut down. I'll kite the gatekeeper first. Focus on your timing, you guys. With that, Sherfong activated Windwalk and dashed towards the golden stone tablet. Anubis's gatekeeper immediately shifted his sight to Sherfong. When Sherfong was only 10 yards away from the stone tablet, the gatekeeper suddenly vanished from above the altar before immediately reappearing in front of the golden stone tablet. Instantaneous movement. Aqua Rose gaped at the gatekeeper, disbelief filling her gaze. A great lord that knew instantaneous movement. Could any player escape its slaughter? Such a powerful aura. Fire Dance's expression turned grim. Anubis's gatekeeper had initially been 90 yards from the party. Now that the gatekeeper was less than 40 yards away from everyone, its ferocity was on full display. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. The gatekeeper revealed his fury as he glared at Sherfong. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raised his right hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear as tall as Sherfong appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. The Great Lord then swung the spear towards Sherfong. Xiao! A spear of light sliced through the air and arrived before Sherfong. Not taking any risks, Sherfong crossed his swords and used parry to block the attack. The instant the spear of light collided with the two swords, the impact forced Sherfang's hands apart and sent him flying over 20 yards away. The group standing at the teleportation array was stunned. Every Zero Wing member present was familiar with Sherfang's strength. Even in his normal state, he could contend with a lord of the same level. Yet now just a touch from the spear of light, which was far weaker than the gatekeeper's black spear, had thrown Sherfong so far. Just how frightening was the gatekeeper? As expected of a great lord, even though I have the combat power of a Tier 2 class, it is not nearly enough. Sherfong smirked as he looked at his thoroughly numb hands. If not for the fact that parry could negate the gatekeeper's damage, he would have lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 HP. However, Sherfong had only received the gatekeeper's attack because he wished to test its strength and evaluate the Great Lord's combat power. Now, Sherfong had a general grasp of the Anubis's gatekeeper's combat power. Tier 3 intermediate combat power. The Great Lord would then beat a Tier 3 player like a dog. However, even after striking Sherfong, the gatekeeper showed no signs of stopping as it turned towards Fire Dance and the others. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. Emitting a low growl, the gatekeeper stretched out its left hand. Suddenly, a silver flame condensed in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the originally fist-sized flame grew into a large fire the size of a house, and even Sherfong, who stood over 20 yards away, felt a stinging pain from the temperature. Although they had realized that there was a difference between a lord and a great lord, they had not realized the gap between the two was this massive. Sherfong was not nearly strong enough to resist the gatekeeper. Thinking back on how the various guilds of White River City had boasted their plans to raid a great lord, the very idea was a joke. Guild leader. Anxiety filled Fire Dance's heart. She struggled with her desire to charge forward to help her guild leader, but the teleportation array was their only hope of leaving this place. If she moved, she would waste all their efforts. The others were similarly anxious. Although they wished to help, they could not. It was highly possible that their aid would lure Anubis's gatekeeper to the array. If that happened, they would all die. Moreover, even if they lent their assistance, it would not change the battle. Seeing as the black spear was about to strike at him once again, Sherfong decided that he was done holding back. Purgatory power. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade liberation. In the blink of an eye, Sherfang's strength reached an entirely different realm. Purgatory power increased his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30%. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his defense by 300%, HP by 300%, and strength attribute by 100%. Instantly, Shifeng's strength broke past the 800-point threshold. Blade Liberation increased Shifeng's strength by 80% and agility by 120%, allowing his strength to reach close to 1,500 points. With close to 1,500 strength, even a rare lord of the same level would be beaten mercilessly. At this moment, Shifeng's body released a faint, bloody glow. Now the black spear's pressure was ineffective against Shifeng. Immediately, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade upward, meeting the gatekeeper's attack head-on. Boom! The collision instantly created a storm in front of the altar. Shifeng's teammates nearly lost their balance due to the resulting shockwave. This shockwave is so powerful! Blackie exclaimed. Nothing will happen to guild leader, right? Flying Shadow was thoroughly shocked. Despite standing over 30 yards from the battle, the intense shockwave still reached them, rocking them back. One could just imagine how horrific the combatant's strength was. Guild leader had overpowered a rare lord easily with the strength he's using now. He should be able to hold the gatekeeper off for some time. Fire Dance said, uncertainty coloring her voice. The others also nodded in agreement. With strength capable of suppressing a rare lord, Shifeng should have a fighting chance even against a great lord. If not, then a great lord was truly a heaven-defying existence. When the dust settled, everyone could finally see the conclusion of the exchange. They were all stupefied. Cracks spreading out as far as 10 yards away covered the ground beneath Shifeng's feet. A damage close to -600 points had also appeared above Shifeng's head. On the other hand, the gatekeeper of Anubis was completely unharmed. The Great Lord had not received a single point of damage. It's over. The gap between them is just too wide. Fire Dance muttered in despair. Flying Shadow silently agreed with Fire Dance. Shifeng had received nearly -600 damage doing nothing more than defending himself with his own weapon. Mages might not understand what this meant, but as melee classes, they knew full well the significance of the gap between Shifeng and Anubis's gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. The gatekeeper growled once more as it continued brandishing its black spear. The Great Lord thrust his spear towards Shifeng in an unending barrage. Although Shifeng tried to avoid the oncoming attacks, both the spear's speed and angle of attack were extremely precise. He could not dodge the attacks. He could only counter with his swords. However, every time he blocked an attack, the impact would force him backward. The gatekeeper sent over a dozen strikes at Shifeng in quick succession, forcing Shifeng into a constant retreat and disrupting his balance. Meanwhile, Shifeng had lost close to 10,000 HP during this brief assault. Fortunately, Dragon's power increased his HP by 300%, granting him a total of over 25,000 HP. The 300% increase in defense also allowed him to survive the brutal onslaught. If any other player stood in his place right now, they would have died long ago. Meanwhile, when Anubis's gatekeeper saw that his opponent had yet to fall despite receiving so many attacks, he suddenly flew into a rage. In the next moment, silver flames emerged around the gatekeeper's spear, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The gatekeeper then jumped into the air, and gripping his spear with both hands, he slammed the weapon down at Shifeng. The black spear was like a giant flame serpent as it spread its jaws, intending to swallow Shifeng with a single bite. Chapter 448, Close Call. As the giant flame serpent was about to devour Shifeng. Suddenly, Shifeng raised his head and glared at the serpent before opening his mouth and activating Dragon's Breath. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the surroundings, and a shock wave slammed into the flame serpent. When the two collided, both attacks dispersed. However, the gatekeeper was not done. Tightening his grip on the black spear, the gatekeeper thrust it towards Shifeng's heart. Shifeng immediately activated Flame Rush, his movement speed increasing by 100% for 10 seconds. As his speed soared, Shifeng launched himself backward, barely avoiding the spear. As expected, it really is pushing it too much to challenge a great lord with the combat power of a Tier 2 class. After Shifeng landed, he focused on Anubis's gatekeeper, having no intention of initiating an attack. Survival was his main priority. He would delay as long as possible. Despite using his twofold berserk technique and pushing his combat power to the max, he had still lost close to half of his HP after a few seconds. If not for the fact that he was a blade saint and that he owned a fragmented legendary item, the Gatekeeper's spear would have long since claimed his life. However, Anubis's Gatekeeper clearly had no intention of letting Shifeng delay for time as he raised his spear and slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, the Great Lord split into 3 copies of himself, each copy having a maximum HP of 6 million. Crap! Shifeng could not help but curse. Although the Gatekeeper had split his strength by 3, with each copy significantly weaker than the original, they still possessed the combat power of a Tier 3 class. Even if Shifeng faced one of the copies one-on-one, he would not find his opponent any easier to deal with. On the other hand, Shifeng now had to deal with 3 Gatekeepers simultaneously. The danger he currently faced was far from just 3 times greater. Having no other option, Shifeng used Phantom Kill, his doppelganger appearing by his side. Although his doppelganger only possessed 70% of his attributes, it could still relieve some of the pressure. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. The 3 Gatekeepers charged at Shifeng, launching a barrage of attacks. Without hesitation, Shifeng used 9 Dragon Slash to pin down the middle copy. Both he and his doppelganger then turned and fled in opposite directions. Even if he were a Tier 3 class, he still could not take on 3 Great Lords at once. When the 2 unrestricted Gatekeepers saw the identical Shifengs running off in different directions, they split up from each other to chase both the original and the doppelganger. As for the Gatekeeper pinned down by 9 Dragon Slash, he remained where he was. For a time, a game of cat and mouse transpired. Although the Gatekeeper's ability to split himself into 3 copies had greatly increased the danger Shifeng faced, the situation had also given Shifeng a lifeline. The 3 Gatekeepers' attributes could not compare with the original Great Lords. Initially, Shifeng had been far slower than his adversary. Now, however, their speeds were almost equal. Moreover, after Anubis's Gatekeeper split himself, his copies could no longer use instantaneous movement. His copies were only capable of chasing Shifeng on foot, and this allowed Shifeng to catch a breather. The seconds ticked by slowly. To Shifeng, the seconds felt like hours. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger lost HP rapidly as time passed. As for Violet Cloud at the teleportation array, she refrained from healing her guild leader even once. It was not because she did not want to or that she couldn't, but because it was likely that she would pull the aggro of one of the Gatekeepers if she did. If that happened, none of them would leave this place alive. Hence, Shifeng had to rely on regeneration potions to recover his HP. 15 seconds into channeling the teleportation array, Shifeng's doppelganger died. Now, Shifeng had to deal with 2 Gatekeepers alone. Realizing that the situation had become unfavorable, Shifeng immediately retrieved a speed scroll from his bag. After using the scroll, he dashed into the narrow passage their party had come from. All 3 Gatekeepers instantly took up the chase. In less than 3 seconds, the Gatekeepers had caught with to Shifeng. However, Shifeng suddenly turned to smirk at the 3 Great Lords. Goodbye. Shifeng smiled faintly as he activated space movement. He then jumped into the black hole that appeared before him and disappeared from the narrow passage, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded Gatekeepers. Although the Land of the Fallen Star prohibited the use of return scrolls, he could still use space movement. Only, the skill's range was limited to the area within the Land of the Fallen Star. He could not use the skill to leave. When Shifeng had approached the Golden Stone Tablet for the first time, he had marked its coordinates. Now that he had lured the Gatekeepers away, he used space movement to arrive before the Golden Stone Tablet. Shifeng dashed up to the Golden Stone Tablet and stored it in his bag space. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had channeled the teleportation array for 18 seconds. Shifeng was currently close to 30 yards from the array. Just as he was about to rush over to his party, Anubis's Gatekeeper suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, an extraordinarily grim expression on the Great Lord's face. At this moment, silver flames surrounded the Gatekeeper's entire body. They even encased the black spear he carried. The instant he appeared, the gatekeeper used Thousand Sweep against Shifeng. Shwa. In the face of the gatekeeper's spear, even space tore. The black spear was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. The weapon slammed into Shifeng. Boom. An explosion shook the altar. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. Although the gatekeeper of Anubis had struck Shifeng with his spear, the rage in his heart had only grown, not lessened. The gatekeeper had struck only Shifeng's afterimage. Guild leader. Fire Dance called out with surprise when she saw Shifeng appear beside her. Everyone had lost hope the moment they saw the Great Lord's attack. That final strike had simply been too fast. Blocking the attack would have been impossible, much less dodging it. Yet, Shifeng had successfully avoided the attack. Moreover, he even appeared right beside them. It was astonishing. However, only Shifeng had known how much danger he had been in just now. The instant the gatekeeper appeared before him, he had immediately used silent steps on Fire Dance. Had he hesitated in the slightest, he would have definitely lost his life. All of you shall die. Anubis's gatekeeper bellowed as he glared at Shifeng. He then threw his black spear toward Shifeng's group. The weapon was extremely fast. None of them had time to respond to the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, there was still slightly over 1 second before the teleportation array would activate. That 1 second was more than enough time for the spear to annihilate them all. Suddenly, Shifeng moved and stood in front of everyone, prepared to receive the attack. Just as the black spear covered in silver flames was about to reach its target, Shifeng switched the aura of space for the aura of illusion, instantly increasing all of his attributes by 30%. He also activated Fantasy World. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. The instant the black spear collided with its target, Shifeng instantly recovered close to 5,000 HP. However, before Shifeng could celebrate, the immense impact from the collision between the black spear and his two swords eliminated 7,000 HP. As a result, he had still lost 2,000 HP. What a powerful skill. Although Shifeng had blocked the black spear, both of his hands were completely numb. He couldn't move them at all now. If he had not activated Fantasy World, the flames surrounding the black spear would have extinguished his life in an instant. The might of the spear itself was even more frightening. After switching to the aura of illusion, all his attributes had increased by 30%. His strength had exceeded the 1,900-point threshold. Yet, when defending against the black spear's physical attack, Shifeng had received minus 7,000 damage. Despicable trespassers. I will not let you off. You will receive the punishment you deserve. The gatekeeper bellowed as he snarled at Shifeng. However, no matter how angry the gatekeeper was, he could not change the fact that the teleportation array had activated. The Great Lord did not have enough time to launch another attack, and it could only watch helplessly as Shifeng and the others transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from the land of the fallen star. Chapter 449. Changes in White Fog Canyon. After its discovery, only a few elite players had willingly explored White Fog Canyon's outer region. At this moment, however, players had flooded the area. The Warfire set equipment's appearance had even attracted players from other countries, and they all had rushed to the canyon to grind for the set, causing a sharp decrease in Battle Monkey's numbers in the outer region. As a result, the danger had also greatly decreased. Moreover, the Crimson-Eyed Battle Monkeys in the outer area were only level 22. By now, many players in White River City had already reached level 20, while elite players had reached level 22 or higher. Hence, White River City's players had also come to the canyon to grind for the Warfire set equipment. Although the Warfire set equipment had an extremely low drop rate, to the degree that only a few pieces had dropped thus far, everyone was still determined to grind in White Fog Canyon. Their first reason was that of the high EXP from the canyon's monsters. As a result, they leveled much faster in the canyon than if they grinded monsters elsewhere. The second reason was that all monsters within the canyon possessed a fixed chance to drop the Warfire set equipment. Both the high EXP and the top-tier set equipment were sorely tempting to players. Even though the risk of grinding in White Fog Canyon was very high, players still rushed to the canyon in droves. Cloud, you really have a lucky touch. Other parties have not obtained anything over these past few days, yet we have 2 Warfire set pieces. A thinly built male ranger said as he looked at the red-haired beauty beside him. Laughing, he continued, I heard that the set's price has increased again. Now someone's offering to buy individual pieces for 8 gold per piece. We can get 16 gold with the 2 we have. If we trade that for credits, that'll be 170,000 to 180,000. If we sell the set pieces for 180,000, we could get 30,000 each. That's more than 6 months of my salary. God's domain really is the best place to make money. Another middle-aged cleric wearing mage robes exclaimed. You guys. All you can think of is credits. God's domain only launched recently. Things will get even more intense later on. If we convert the gold coins into credits, we will suffer a huge loss. Even if we plan to convert them into credits, haven't you guys seen the messages on the forums? There are people who are willing to buy each Warfire set piece for 100,000 credits. 2 pieces mean 200,000. The shield warrior, Virtuous Cloud, laughed faintly. At this moment, she too was excited. During this period, many parties spent their time grinding monsters in White Fog Canyon. Even so, the Warfire set equipment rarely dropped. From the news they had heard, only 1 or 2 pieces dropped each day. Originally, their party was on the brink of despair. However, after killing a level 24 special elite ranked armored battle monkey, a Warfire set piece dropped. The following day, after killing a group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys, another piece dropped. Instantly, they rose from the pits of hell to heaven. 1 piece was sufficient to recover their initial costs. With 2 pieces, they could make a fortune. With the gold coins they could earn, they could upgrade equipment. They could replace what they currently wore with some secret silver equipment. At that time, they could grind for the Warfire set equipment more efficiently. The new system upgrade is really a bastard. If the new combat system had not reduced our strength, we might have had a chance of claiming another set piece given a little time, the middle-aged cleric said. The other party members nodded, agreeing with the man's words. It was extremely difficult to use combat skills at the moment. Moreover, the newly implemented skill completion rate had left them speechless. Other than 1 or 2, their skills were all below 50%. They could only display less than 60% of their previous strength. Fortunately, White Fog Canyon was not as dangerous as it had been. Otherwise, they would have been in a lot of trouble. We can't do anything about the game system upgrade. Moreover, everyone else is in a similar situation, Virtuous Cloud consoled. Now that we have obtained 2 Warfire set pieces, as long as we sell them, we can replace our equipment with a few pieces of secret silver equipment. Everything will be fine once we upgrade our combat power. That's right. White River City is a good place to do that. Compared to our city, there is more high-quality equipment available here. I heard that the Starstreak trading firm is even selling secret silver equipment. There are also the mana armor kits that can raise one's attributes significantly. While Virtuous Cloud's party chatted with each other, a team of roughly 20 to 30 players appeared on the small path leading to White Fog Canyon's entrance. These players all wore sneers, and the IDs they displayed were crimson, proof they had already killed many players. Seeing your joy, you guys must have had a bountiful harvest, right? Why not share it with us? The level 24 berserker leading this team of red names asked mockingly. The man was cold laughter, and he sported a wide grin as he focused on Virtuous Cloud's party. Virtuous Cloud and her party members immediately readied their weapons, their expressions turning grave. Due to their previous excitement, they had forgotten about the horrors in White Fog Canyon. Although the danger of monsters had decreased, the danger from other players had skyrocketed. Monsters' drop rates in White Fog Canyon were a lot higher than the outside world. Even if players did not obtain the Warfire set equipment, they could still make a hefty profit from selling the other equipment that dropped. Hence, many elite players had come to grind. As elite players, their equipment was definitely high quality. Compared to grinding monsters, it was far more profitable to kill elite players. If one were lucky, high-quality equipment might even drop from the dead player's bag. As a result, the number of players dying in White Fog Canyon was terrifying. Just as Virtuous Cloud's party thought about turning to escape, another several dozen players emerged from behind them. Virtuous Cloud's team was immediately flustered. If the other side only had a dozen or so players, they could attempt to take them on. After all, they too were elite players. However, their enemies had over 50 players on their side. With just the 6 of them, they were outmatched. It isn't easy for us to guard this road. I won't mince words. I will let you guys pass if each of you hand over the best piece of equipment you have and 20 silver coins. If not, you will all die here. Cold Laughter grinned as he fiddled with the great sword in his hand. After Cold Laughter spoke, the red names blocking the road promptly unsheathed their weapons. If Virtuous Cloud's party refused, they would burst into action. Currently, most players were around level 20. Elite players, in particular, had higher levels. If they died, not only would they lose a piece of equipment, but they would also have to spend several days recovering their losses. Nobody wanted to deal with that. Hence, Cold Laughter had proposed a suitable condition. Although you outnumber us, don't forget that you are all red names. Even if you wipe us out, with our strength, we will take 1 or 2 down with us, Virtuous Cloud said, unfazed. At most, we will lose 1 level and 1 piece of equipment. However, if a red name dies, they will lose 2 or 3 levels, maybe even 3 or 4, and a majority of the equipment they are wearing. Virtuous Cloud's words had undoubtedly generated some hesitation among the red names. After all, nobody could guarantee that they wouldn't be the pitiful player who Virtuous Cloud's party killed. However, none of the red names were shaken. On the contrary, they smirked arrogantly at the smaller party. Their expressions somewhat surprised Virtuous Cloud. Before Virtuous Cloud could figure out what was going on, Cold Laughter sneered and said, "Stop trying to play tricks. I'll count to 5. If you don't hand over the equipment and money, we'll take it ourselves. Everyone be careful. In a moment, I'll clear a path towards the forest to our left. If we can reach the forest, we should be able to shake them off once inside," Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said. Just as both sides prepared to take action, a black hole suddenly appeared in the air. In the next moment, 6 people fell from the black hole, landing between Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups. Chapter 450 Don't Fight. Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups were both stunned by the 6 who suddenly fell out of thin air. Boss Cold, check out their levels. The lowest among them is level 25. It doesn't seem like a good idea to provoke them, a level 23 ranger said, slightly breathless. Elite players at this stage of the game were mostly around level 22, while experts were around level 24. In Virtuous Cloud's party, only she was level 23, while the others were level 22. As for the red names, the highest leveled player was Cold Laughter, who was currently level 24, while everyone else ranged between level 21 and level 23. On the other hand, the 6 players that had suddenly appeared ranged between 25 and 27. It was common knowledge that each level demanded more EXP than the last. Disregarding their equipment, just the fact that some of them were level 27 was terrifying enough. Why do these people seem somewhat familiar? Cold Laughter was no fool. After taking a careful look at the newcomers, he used an identification skill. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, it's him. Boss Cold, who is it? The ranger asked. Don't you remember the bounty Overwhelming Smile has offered? Cold Laughter said excitedly as he grinned at the level 25 swordsman wearing a black cloak. The ranger then followed Cold Laughter's gaze and used an identification skill on that level 25 swordsman as well. Immediately, he discovered that the swordsman's name was Black Flame. Black Flame? That's right. He's the same Black Flame who has the title of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. A few days ago, Overwhelming Smile posted a bounty on his head. If we report his location, they will reward us with 10,000 credits. If he's still here when they arrive, they will give us another 300,000 credits. If we kill Black Flame, Overwhelming Smile is willing to pay 2 million credits. Many experts have found the offer tempting, and everyone's been looking for him. I never thought that I would find him here. But Boss Cold, I heard that Black Flame is ridiculously powerful. With our numbers, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Now that God's domain has undergone its second system upgrade, everyone's strength has decreased significantly. Even if Black Flame is the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, he is a tiger that has lost its claws and fangs. Does he think he can do whatever he wants in my turf? Contact Overwhelming Smile immediately. Tell them that we have found Black Flame, and to prepare the money for his corpse. Saying so, Cold Laughter waved his hand. Suddenly, all 50 red names closed in on both Virtuous Cloud's and Black Flame's parties, leaving no opportunities for escape. Why are you here? Virtuous Cloud asked Sherfong, surprised to see him. Sherfong was a godlike tycoon. She had initially prepared to sell the 2 Warfire set pieces to Sherfong after they returned to White River City. She never expected to meet Sherfong here, and in such a predicament. You are? Sherfong looked at Virtuous Cloud. Suddenly, the figure of the red-haired beauty he met a few days ago popped into his mind. Unable to help his laughter, he said, "How has your luck been these last few days?" "Not bad. We were just about to head back to the city and look for you." Laughing bitterly, Virtuous Cloud continued, "However, now that we have encountered them, I'm not sure whether we will profit or suffer from our trip to White Fog Canyon." Enemies? Sherfong asked as he examined his surroundings. These red names all had relatively high levels and good equipment, especially the level 24 Berserker standing in the lead. They were all independent players. Anyone who could reach level 24 at this stage of the game was definitely an expert. Virtuous Cloud was left speechless by Sherfang's leisurely behavior. However, when she looked at the other 5 players beside Sherfong, they too did not seem particularly concerned about the 50 red names surrounding them. This situation only served to surprise Virtuous Cloud further. Were all of these players godlike tycoons as well? Have none of them ever encountered a player interception before? They were actually able to remain calm in such a situation. Sighing, Virtuous Cloud chose to explain patiently, saying, "No. They're red names who are blocking the road, and are trying to rob us." Judging by their expressions, it doesn't seem that they intend to let you guys go either. I suggest we join hands. If we face their 50 with our 12, some of us might get out of here alive. So it's a robbery. Seems that quite a lot of players have come to White Fog Canyon recently. Although Sherfong had anticipated such a situation, he had not expected PvP to begin so soon. In the past, White Fog Canyon had become a gruesome war zone because everyone had discovered the value of Starfire Oregon teams of several hundred players, even some with over 1,000, would gang up on innocent players to steal what they could. 50. Blackie looked at the 50 red names surrounding them before excitedly saying, "I claim half of them. You guys can share the rest. Oh, that level 24 Berserker looks like fun. I want him as well." "Don't even think about it. I still need to practice skills on someone," Fire Dance said, shaking her head. "Brother Black, how can you claim half for yourself? If Sister Fire Dance and Sister Aqua split the remainder, there won't be anyone left for me," Flying Shadow complained. "I also disagree." Aqua Rose nodded. Since the update, they had only practiced their skills on monsters. At the end of the day, monsters were only AI. They were far inferior to players. It was especially true for experts. However, as the land of the fallen star was such a dangerous location, they didn't dare duel each other. Now a perfect opportunity for them to test their skills against players had arrived. Moreover, these 50 red names were elite players. Watching Fire Dance and the others argue, Sherfong stepped forward and said, "Don't fight. Use your strength to compete. You will only have yourself to blame if you're not strong enough." Contempt filled Virtuous Cloud's heart as she watched the team bicker. What did these people consider the surrounding red names? Monsters to be easily slaughtered. In such a crucial moment, they still had the gall to joke around. As for the party members standing beside Virtuous Cloud, they became increasingly nervous under the red name's gazes, which grew colder with each passing second. Previously, these red names had expressed their ridicule. Now, however, there was only rage. Before Shifeng's party had arrived, these red names would have held back. After all, nobody wanted to die. It was especially true for red names. Now, however, this situation was all thanks to Shifeng and his party successfully angering these red names. How were they supposed to deal with these enraged red names now? You guys sure have guts. Even in the face of death, you still have the heart to joke around. Cold Laughter's expression turned grim as his eyebrows twitched. Throughout the many days he had hunted players in White Fog Canyon, this was the first time he had met anyone who dared to look down on them. Brothers, get rid of them. Chapter 451 Massacre. At Cold Laughter's command, the other red names exploded into action. Elementalists and Cursemancers started chanting. Rangers knocked their arrows, and Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, and the other melee classes prepared to intercept any escape attempts. Black Flame, both our parties will open a path to our left. There's a forest in that direction, so it will be easy to lose them once we're inside. Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said as she raised her shield in preparation to take damage. Seeing that Black Flame's party members had such high levels, it was very unlikely that they would be weak. Although they were still outnumbered, 12 on 50 was still a lot better than 6 on 50. Not to mention, Black Flame's party was clearly stronger than her party. There was still a chance for them to break through the encirclement. However, before Virtuous Cloud had finished speaking, Fire Dance had already taken action. Using shadow steps, Fire Dance immediately appeared behind Cold Laughter. In an instant, her blood-red short sword slashed across the back of Cold Laughter's head. Cold Laughter had no hope against Fire Dance's speed. Before he knew it, a damage of -1,106 points appeared above his head, his HP instantly falling by 1/3. When Cold Laughter saw the other Truefire blade coming in for another attack, he was instantly afraid. Scram! Cold Laughter urgently used Whirlwind Slash, slashing his greatsword horizontally towards Fire Dance. Berserkers were known for their strength. In addition, Whirlwind Slash greatly increased the might of an attack by utilizing momentum. Even if Fire Dance had a higher strength, she couldn't defend against his attack. Dang! However, as if his greatsword had struck an immovable wall, the weapon stopped right beside Fire Dance, unable to advance. For a moment, Cold Laughter even felt his hands go numb. How? When Cold Laughter saw the blood-red short sword in Fire Dance's hand block his greatsword effortlessly, he could no longer hide his fear. Was this an assassin? This question echoed through Cold Laughter's mind. During Cold Laughter's brief moment of shock, Fire Dance twisted the Truefire blade in her hand, disengaging from Cold Laughter's greatsword and forcing the Berserker to retreat by a few steps. Fire Dance then swung her other arm, sliding the other Truefire blade smoothly into Cold Laughter's chest. Although Berserkers focused on strength, with the difference in equipment, Fire Dance's strength left Cold Laughter's in the dust, despite her agility-focused class. This was the cruel reality of God's domain. Equipment spoke volumes. Class advantage was meaningless in the face of powerful equipment. Cold Laughter hurriedly tried to defend against Fire Dance's sword. However, the latter gave him no opportunity to do so. Shadow Strike. Suddenly, Fire Dance disappeared, her entire person passing through Cold Laughter and appearing behind the Berserker. Although Cold Laughter tried to turn towards the assassin, the damage of -3,426 points that appeared above his head had emptied his remaining HP. Immediately, Cold Laughter's vision began to gray. The battle had ended before it had even started. From beginning to end, Cold Laughter had not known what was happening. Wasn't she just an assassin who was 2 levels higher than him? Yet he couldn't even put up a fight. Is the gap between players really that intense? Cold Laughter didn't understand. Fire Dance's appearance had shattered his past preconceptions. However, even if doubt filled the berserker's mind, his body still fell to the ground. Only an instant had passed from the moment Fire Dance had taken action. The surrounding red names had only noticed Fire Dance's disappearance before she suddenly reappeared in front of Cold Laughter. In the next moment, Cold Laughter's body hit the ground. Their boss and the only expert in their team had died, just like that. The consequences of death for a red name spoke for themselves. Not only had Cold Laughter dropped a majority of his equipment, but he would also lose at least 3 levels. Seeing this, the surrounding red names were scared stiff. So fast. Admiration filled Virtuous Cloud's gaze as she watched Fire Dance. No matter how one viewed Cold Laughter, he was not an ordinary player. The fact that he was level 24, and the leader of these elite players proved it. His dark red name also spoke of his countless player kills. He could not be underestimated, and she wasn't even confident of defeating the berserker. Yet Fire Dance had killed the red name in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, after killing Cold Laughter, Fire Dance had not stopped. Spinning around, she dashed towards the enemy magical classes. Currently, the stunned crowd was like a herd of frightened sheep. Fire Dance reached the magical classes easily, and killing each with a single hit, she instantly eliminated another 3 players. Unwilling to fall behind, Blackie also began to wave his staff and cast Hell Flame. Green pillars of fire suddenly rose among the crowd, and any players the flames touched received multiple damages of over -2,000 points. Before these players could escape Hell Flame's range, they died. In an instant, another dozen or so players had lost their lives. Aqua Rose joined the fray, casting Flame Barrage, and downing another 6 players. Flying Shadow had long since charged into the crowd as well, massacring the red names. Even though many tried to resist, Flying Shadow dealt with all of them easily. The male assassin was like a ghost, his movements erratic. None of the red names could even catch sight of the man, let alone damage him. On the contrary, due to friendly fire, they even killed some of their own. By the time the red names realized the situation, they had lost over half of their numbers. Run. With less than half of their original army remaining, these red names no longer had the confidence to face Fire Dance and the others. Don't you think that it is a little too late to escape now? Shifeng could not help but sigh as he watched the scattering red names. Even if Shifeng's party and these red names were on the same level regarding attributes, which they certainly were not, Fire Dance and the others would still have annihilated them easily. In a moment's time, Fire Dance's group of 5 had devastated the 50 red names. Equipment and corpses littered the ground. With a rough estimate, the red names dropped close to 300 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, the lowest quality was bronze ranked. If sold, they could make a fortune from the loot. Virtuous Cloud, who stood beside Shifeng all this time, was utterly shocked. Only now did she realize why Black Flame's party members had been so calm. So they weren't putting on an act at all. Virtuous Cloud glanced at Shifeng, a hint of shame surfacing on her face. Originally, she thought that Shifeng's group was simply a bunch of rich tycoons who were ignorant about worldly affairs. Now, however, it would seem that she had been greatly mistaken. With such frightening strength, it was no wonder they paid no attention to these red names. "Thank you for saving our lives," Virtuous Cloud said as she took out a Warfire set piece from her bag, intending to give it to Shifeng. "I don't have anything else on me that I can offer, so please accept these Warfire bracers." When Virtuous Cloud's party members saw her use a Warfire set piece as payment for their rescue, although their hearts ached at the sight, none of them tried to hinder their party leader's actions. It had not been easy to reach their current levels. If they died, not only would they lose a level, but every one of them would also have to lose a piece of equipment. Losing the Warfire bracers was more affordable. Moreover, Virtuous Cloud's decision could also allow them to forge a connection with an expert. This was a welcomed opportunity for all of them. Warfire bracers? Shifeng had plenty of Warfire set pieces in his bag, enough to form 3 sets and more. He only lacked the Warfire bracers. "Thanks, but you don't have to. Why not sell it to me instead? As we had previously agreed, I'll buy it for 10 gold coins." Saying so, Shifeng traded 10 gold coins to Virtuous Cloud. He then added the Warfire bracers to his bag. Finally, a complete Warfire set equipment. When Shifeng looked at the completed Warfire set equipment in his bag, an indescribable sense of joy filling his heart. Chapter 452 Warfire. In White Fog Canyon's inner region, a large group of players currently faced a level 27 Lord. Although these players only inflicted around -100 damage with each attack, there were over 2,000 players attacking simultaneously. In the end, the Lord died, unable to withstand the barrage of attacks. Haha. What good luck! A level 25 fine gold weapon dropped. Lone Tyrant laughed after he finished organizing the loot. During this period, aside from searching for Black Flame's whereabouts, they had also searched for and killed Lord-ranked monsters. After such a long time, they had managed to kill over a dozen Lords. However, the drop rate of level 25 fine gold ranked weapons and equipment was very low. They had only obtained 2 pieces. One was a cloth armor, while the other was the weapon that had just dropped. Everything else they obtained was mainly secret silver ranked. When the Overwhelming Smile Elite saw the level 25 fine gold weapon in Lone Tyrant's hand, they nearly failed to contain their drool. A level 25 fine gold weapon was the equivalent of a level 20 dark gold weapon. The former's attributes were even slightly better than the latter. One could even say that level 25 fine gold weapons were the best weapons currently available in God's domain. Aside from Zero Wing, there was no news of other guilds in White River City possessing level 25 fine gold weapons. Now, however, Overwhelming Smile had finally obtained one of their very own. Although they possess far fewer level 25 fine gold weapons than Zero Wing, it was still proof of Overwhelming Smile's strength. Unfortunately, the elite members of Overwhelming Smile could only look at the level 25 fine gold weapon. They would have to wait a long time before they could obtain one for themselves. In order to kill the dozen or so Lords, Overwhelming Smile had sacrificed many members. The price they had paid was simply unimaginable. At this moment, however, Lone Tyrant handed the level 25 fine gold dagger to Summer Sunshine. Everyone's hearts ached when they saw the exchange. They had only obtained this level 25 fine gold dagger after killing over a dozen Lords with great difficulty. Yet they actually gave it to an outsider without batting an eye. Oh, this dagger is quite good. It's slightly better than my level 20 dark gold dagger, Summer Sunshine said after he gave the level 25 fine gold dagger a few swings. Nodding with satisfaction, he said, "All right, let's search for another Lord then." "Wait a minute," Yulan suddenly said. "Is there a problem?" Summer Sunshine asked as he turned to Yulan. "Big brother Summer, I've just received information that someone has spotted Black Flame. He is currently in the outer region of White Fog Canyon. If we hurry, we can still catch him," Yulan said. After Black Flame had killed Overwhelming Smile's expert, Oriental Sword, all traces of the man had vanished. To avoid letting Black Flame escape, Yulan had prohibited Overwhelming Smile's members from acting rashly and alerting the enemy, giving Black Flame the chance to take preventive measures. All this time they had searched for Black Flame in secret, and had posted a bounty for the man. Unfortunately, even after so much time, nobody had seen the swordsman. Now that they had received news of Black Flame, they could not let him go. Black Flame was too famous. At this rate, Zero Wing would become increasingly difficult to deal with, and it would become very difficult for Overwhelming Smile to take control of White River City. He has finally shown himself. Good. Let's head over there immediately. I want to see just how strong the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom is, Summer Sunshine said as he sheathed the dagger he had just received, anticipation filling his eyes. "I'll have to trouble Big Brother Summer then." Yulan smiled faintly. Although she had constantly searched for ways to deal with Black Flame, she was still not confident of killing him. Now, however, they had an expert like Summer Sunshine on their side. Moreover, Summer Sunshine had just received a new weapon. Combined with the plans she had prepared, she was 90% certain that they could take Black Flame's life this time. Even if Black Flame were as strong as a lord, he would still die at her hands. Elsewhere, after Shifeng had obtained the Warfire bracers and completed the Warfire set equipment, he had not equipped the set himself. Instead, he passed it to Fire Dance. From the side, Virtuous Cloud and the others widened their eyes in shock when they saw Shifeng reveal the completed Warfire set equipment. Cloud, is that the Warfire set equipment? One of Virtuous Cloud's party members secretly asked through the party chat. For a moment, he had even doubted his own eyes. It should be possible, I think. Even when Virtuous Cloud saw the flowing purple light unique to the Warfire set equipment, she still found it hard to believe what she saw. Someone had actually completed the Warfire set equipment. Just how difficult was it to collect each piece of the set? Since the discovery of the Warfire set equipment in White Fog Canyon, less than 10 pieces of the Warfire set had dropped. Various guilds and tycoons had purchased these pieces. Moreover, based the information she had obtained, many of the pieces obtained were duplicates. Even with all 10 pieces, a full set had still not dropped. However, Shifeng had retrieved 7 Warfire set pieces from his back without a single duplicate. Virtuous Cloud could not fathom how Shifeng had accomplished such a feat. She had grinded for the set pieces for several days now, so she knew full well just how difficult it was to obtain even one. Just how powerful was Shifeng's backing for him to gather a complete set. Guild Leader. Fire Dance was astonished when she looked at the Warfire set equipment inside her bag. She had personally seen the Warfire set equipment's attributes before. It was definitely top-tier equipment. Only, the set required a lot of EXP to upgrade. However, if someone upgraded the Warfire set equipment to fine gold rank, below level 30, it was one of the best sets available in the game. Yet, instead of using it himself, Shifeng had actually given her the first set. Shifeng's actions confused her. Black Flame was famous throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. If Zero Wing wished to continue flourishing, Black Flame needed to continue improving. Hence, all equipment should naturally be prioritized for Black Flame. However, leveling up is my priority right now. Even if I equip the set, the bronze rank set effects are not particularly useful. If I sacrifice my EXP to raise the set's quality, it will do me more harm than good. Moreover, with Zero Wing's current situation, what the guild lacks isn't top-tier experts but experts with overwhelming might. Don't reject it. I still have Warfire set pieces, so don't worry about it, Shifeng laughed. Fire Dance understood Shifeng's intentions. Zero Wing had no lack of top-tier experts. Facing so many powerful guilds, what Zero Wing needed most was an expert capable of turning the tides of battle by themselves. Following which, Fire Dance replaced her equipment with the Warfire set equipment. Immediately, Fire Dance started upgrading the set's quality. After her level fell from level 26 to level 25, the Warfire set equipment had reached Mysterious Iron rank. The basic attributes of the set had increased significantly. Warfire set equipment, Mysterious Iron rank can be evolved. Level 20, level 30, can be equipped by any classes. Set consists of 7 parts: head, chest, belt, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect, Mysterious Iron rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 15. 4-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Obtain free will skill. Able to remove all control effects for 7 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. 7-piece effect, main attribute increased by 12%. Skill cooldown decreased by 35%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill. Damage increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 50%. And movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 4 minutes. Chapter 453 Favor. Sister Fire Dance, you look so beautiful in that set. Violet Cloud said enviously. The rest of the party promptly nodded in agreement. One had to admit that the Warfire set equipment was indeed exquisite. The set Fire Dance wore a mix of red and black leather, coupled with the 2 dazzling Truefire blades hanging from her waist. Without a doubt, the set had enhanced the assassin's allure. A hint of awe moved her teammates' hearts. After Fire Dance had equipped the Warfire set, although her attributes had fallen slightly, No one present viewed her as any weaker. It had been some time since God's domain had launched. Even if one were only an ordinary player, their natural instincts had sharpened. Previously, no one had felt any particular way when they saw Fire dance. Now, however, she gave off the same sense as a thorned rose, beautiful and deadly, and any who approached her would very likely pay with their lives. Previously, Fire dance had a total of 4,960 HP. After equipping the Warfire set equipment, however, her maximum HP had fallen to 4,380. Her other attributes had similarly decreased. One of the main reasons was that the Warfire set was still Mysterious Iron rank right now. The set's basic attributes could not compare to the level 25 Fine Gold and Secret Silver equipment she had worn before, though it did possess set effects that the individual pieces of equipment had not. Among the set effects, the skill Free Will was extremely useful. When used against an enemy with powerful control skills, Free Will could instantly turn the tide of battle. Moreover, unlike her other attributes that had decreased, her agility had increased. As a result, she was now far more nimble. The 35% cooldown reduction she received for all her skills also increased the variety of skill combinations she could implement. Most importantly was the Warfire Berserk, a Berserk skill. Although Warfire Berserk was not as powerful as the Berserk skill Shifeng possessed, a player with a Berserk skill was still superior to a player without one. Because of this, envy blossomed in Fire Dance's friends when they saw her in her new armor. After Virtuous Cloud recovered from her daze, she pulled her gaze from Fire Dance and turned to Shifeng. She was no longer as relaxed as she had been, growing far more cautious. Originally, she had intended to sell the remaining Warfire set piece to Shifeng as well. However, she now dismissed this idea. Even a fool could tell that Shifeng was a powerful character. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others had referred to Black Flame as their guild leader. Compared to minor existences like themselves, he was in an entirely different world. Not only had Shifeng saved their lives, but he had also purchased the Warfire bracers they had for more than the market price. They already owed Shifeng a huge favor. If she tried to sell the second Warfire set piece to Shifeng at a high price, she would be ashamed herself. Virtuous Cloud disliked owing other people favors. She was not comfortable until she repaid what she owed. Hence, she looked towards Shifeng and asked softly, "Guild leader Black Flame, I have something I wish to seek your help with." "Sure," Shifeng replied in a carefree manner. It was thanks to Virtuous Cloud that he had been able to complete the Warfire set equipment. He had no issues with helping her with a small request. "Our party consists of only independent players, so it isn't easy for us to obtain equipment for ourselves. I still have another Warfire set piece with me. Would it be possible to trade it for 6 pieces of level 20 Secret Silver equipment?" Virtuous Cloud asked, slightly embarrassed. The market price for the Warfire set was 8 gold per piece. As for level 20 Secret Silver equipment, a few days ago, each was worth roughly 1 or 2 gold. However, as players' levels increased and teams successfully raided more level 20 team dungeons, the value of Secret Silver equipment fell sharply. Currently, 1 piece of level 20 Secret Silver equipment was only worth around 90 silver. 6 pieces would cost around 5 gold at most. Listening to Virtuous Cloud's request, Shifeng immediately understood her intentions. She obviously did not wish to owe him a favor. "No problem. However, I don't have that many level 20 Secret Silver equipment on me, though there are plenty back in our warehouse. I'm just about to head back to the city anyway. Will one of you follow me to pick out the equipment?" Shifeng tried not to be a hypocrite. Since Virtuous Cloud wanted to avoid owing him a favor, he would not try to force her to accept his goodwill. "I'll pass you the Warfire set piece first then," Virtuous Cloud said as she happily traded a pair of Warfire boots to Shifeng. When Shifeng agreed to her request, she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. When Shifeng saw that it was a pair of boots, he was somewhat disappointed, but in the end, it was still another piece of the Warfire set. He'd rather have duplicates than none at all. After they had concluded their trade, Shifeng and the others wandered down the main road, heading towards the exit of White Fog Canyon. Players could not use return scrolls inside White Fog Canyon. Hence, Shifeng and the others needed to leave the canyon on foot before they could teleport back to the city. Shifeng had reaped a massive harvest from his trip to White Fog Canyon this time. Not only had he obtained a large stock of Starfire ore, but he had also gained many Warfire set pieces. Most importantly, he had managed to snatch the Golden Stone Tablet. Seeing as the Golden Stone Tablet warranted even a Great Lord's protection, it had to be incredibly precious. Shifeng suspected it was just as valuable as an epic item, if not more. Initially, Shifeng had planned to begin researching the Golden Stone Tablet as soon as possible. However, when he thought about how he was still in White Fog Canyon, and that Anubis's gatekeeper was still alive, he immediately suppressed his excitement. After all, there was no guarantee that the Great Lord would not follow him. Hence, Shifeng intended to return to White River City before studying the stone tablet. Even if the gatekeeper showed up in White River City, it would not be a threat. Shifeng might even take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the gatekeeper. After all, White River City was under Weissman's protection, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. With just the strength of a Tier 3 class, the Anubis's gatekeeper could not run rampant in the city. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to reach White Fog Canyon's exit, a group suddenly blocked their way. Virtuous Cloud and her team turned grim at the sight. There sure are a lot of people. Shifeng could not help but laugh as he surveyed the surrounding forests. Several thousand players had hidden in the forest on either side of the road. Even with dulled senses, Shifeng could still detect them. Guild leader Black Flame. Yulan greeted as she slowly walked out of the forest, smiling faintly at Shifeng. Since you've discovered us, I guess we don't need to hide anymore. Everyone come out. Following which, swarms of players emerged from the surrounding cover, their numbers exceeding 2,000. Every player was an elite of overwhelming smile. These 2,000 elite players had blocked off the road leading out of White Fog Canyon, and they all emitted a cold killing intent as they glowered at Shifeng's group. Compared to the red names who had assaulted them previously, these elite players had far better equipment. I wonder what business Overwhelming Smile has with me today? Shifeng pondered aloud as he observed his surroundings, searching for a gap that he could take advantage of. In his current weakened state, it would be somewhat difficult to escape the encirclement of 2,000 elite players. Furthermore, he had his team to consider. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking, Yulan said as she watched her target carefully, finding the man truly interesting. Even against 2,000 Overwhelming Smile elites, his expression had not changed in the slightest. Previously, you killed over 100 of our guild members. If word of that gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. I've specifically sought out guild leader Black Flame today to seek reparations. Chapter 454, Bloody Battle. Listening to Yulan's words, even a fool could tell that Overwhelming Smile had come to redeem their reputation. Miss Yulan, are you suggesting that we start an all-out war? Shifeng blatantly asked. Regarding the matter with Oriental Sword, if Overwhelming Smile had not been the one to take action first, Shifeng would not have bothered with killing him. After all, Zero Wing currently wielded a relatively significant advantage in White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile's financial attack had been considerably powerful, it would not last too long. Even if Shifeng ignored it, Overwhelming Smile would soon self-destruct. The opposing guild understood the situation quite well. Their current goal was only to delay Zero Wing's development and cause some trouble. Their true aim was to consolidate the strength of the 5 cities surrounding White River City. After Underworld secured full control of those 5 cities, taking Zero Wing out would be effortless. Guild leader Black Flame, why must you put it like that? I have only come to demand justice for our guild's brethren. Why would I start an all-out war between our 2 guilds? Yulan said, chuckling. Demand justice? Shifeng could not help but laugh. You must think highly of me. You've actually brought 2,000 people to deal with me. Am I really that scary? I don't know about others, but I know full well what you are capable of. If I don't have this many allies around me, how could I possibly stand before you? the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom? Yulan said as she shook her head. If Shifeng had been alone, Yulan would have been certain that Shifeng could escape. He might even kill her before he fled. After all, he had done just that with Lone Tyrant. Now that so much time had passed, Yulan refused to believe that Shifeng had not grown stronger. Since Zero Wing was capable of offering top-tier equipment to even its ordinary members, as the leader of the guild, how could Shifeng's equipment be inferior? What are your intentions then? Shifeng asked. As long as you let us kill you once, we will forget about this matter altogether. How about it? Yulan said. Neither of our guilds stand to benefit from an all-out war. In fact, such a situation will only allow other guilds to take advantage of us. I hope that you will consider your options carefully. Bah. Don't even think about it. Even if we die, we will not let our guild leader suffer such humiliation. Blackie and the others stepped forward in retaliation. Facing their current predicament, they had already prepared to fight to the death. If news about Zero Wing's guild leader becoming a martyr spread, Zero Wing would become the laughingstock of God's domain. How was Zero Wing supposed to continue developing in God's domain then? I'll open a path in a moment. Escape if you can, Shifeng ordered his party as he unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Virtuous Cloud. Apologizing, he said. I really am sorry for dragging you into our guild struggles. However, if you are to clarify things with Overwhelming Smile, they should not touch you. After all, this is a matter between guilds. Independent players are innocent. Currently, Shifeng was still in a weakened state with all of his attributes reduced by 80%. Although he did not know what the outcome of today's battle would be, he swore that he would repay this debt of blood tenfold in the future. Guild leader Black Flame, don't worry about it. Those red names should have killed us. How can we sit by and do nothing when you've been cornered? Virtuous Cloud stated as she raised her secret silver shield and walked to the forefront of the team. Virtuous Cloud's party members nodded in agreement as they readied their weapons. They were prepared to face the 2,000 elite players alongside Shifeng. An army of 2,000 elite players. Their silent stance in the distance was enough to frighten any ordinary player, much less the killing intent they emitted. When Virtuous Cloud and her party members saw Overwhelming Smile's battle formations, they paled. The pressure they felt from this army was far greater than any they had felt from red names in the past. Virtuous Cloud suddenly thought of the red names they had faced as nothing more than cute dolls. Against 50 players, they still had a chance to flee. However, against 2,000 players, only death awaited them. Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Yolan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile when she saw the stern expressions of Shifeng's team. Immediately, she made a wave with her hand. Kill them. Suddenly, the 2,000 elite players approached Shifeng and his allies slowly and orderly. Simultaneously, a gigantic black magic array emerged in the sky. Suddenly, the magic array released a black light that covered the sky before enveloping every player on the battlefield. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black, unable to see anything at all. After a brief moment of darkness, however, the players regained their sight and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Shifeng was suddenly shocked. This is the effect of the Tier 3 magic scroll, Dead Zone. Any life forms exposed to the black light are silenced for 5 minutes. The scroll's effects also prohibit the usage of any tools. The players tensed when they heard the word silenced. Although it seemed as if Overwhelming Smile would suffer more from the silenced state than Shifeng, his team still had skills such as Blackie's Stars of Light and Shifeng's Firestorm. With these two skills, they could obliterate waves of enemies. Not to mention, Shifeng's group also had many AoE attack magic scrolls. Now, however, they couldn't use any of them. Haha. Black Flame is dead for sure this time. Let's see if he can escape without skills or scrolls. Lone Tyrant rejoiced as he watched his guildmates slowly surround Shifeng. What a pity. I had originally thought I would get a chance to solo that Black Flame. However, I never expected that you still had such a trump card hidden, Yulan. No wonder you are known as the female Zhuge. It seems that I won't have a chance to take him on. Summer Sunshine sighed as he shook his head. Big brother Summer, Black Flame is not so simple. In a moment, we will still have to rely on you to get rid of him, Yulan said. She was not rash like Lone Tyrant. Before dealing with an enemy, she would always investigate them thoroughly and prepare for the worst possible scenarios. Although the situation seemed in overwhelming Smile's favor, melee combat experts such as Shifeng excelled in situations in which both sides were silenced. If not for the fact that Yulan had her own melee genius, Summer Sunshine, she wouldn't have been as certain of Shifeng's defeat. In that case, let me have a go at him. Hearing Yulan's words, passion and excitement filled Summer Sunshine's gaze as he watched his opponent. Finished speaking, he took a step forward before dashing towards the battlefield. Chapter 455. There isn't only one expert. After everyone had been silenced, only the physical classes could display any considerable combat power. The magical classes could only watch from the sidelines. Yulan had long since prepared for this. Among the 2,000 players from Overwhelming Smile, close to 2/3 were physical classes. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile's attack formation was well organized. Shield warriors and guardian knights led the attack, closely followed by the berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins. Rangers stood the furthest behind, launching a ranged attack. The road leading out of White Fog Canyon had suddenly transformed into an ancient battlefield. Advanced towards the left, Shifeng took the lead and charged towards thinnest concentration of enemies. His and Virtuous Cloud's teams promptly followed. However, before Shifeng and the others had taken even a few steps, hundreds of arrows suddenly blotted out the sky. Virtuous Cloud's 3 magical class members were simply too weak in terms of agility and strength. Moreover, magical classes were usually not adept at dodging attacks, as they usually dealt damage from a safe distance. Hence, when the first wave of arrows rained down on them, the 3 party members immediately died and dropped a piece of their equipment. Stranger. Mouse. Roach. Virtuous Cloud's vision turned red after she watched her party members die. Glaring at the Overwhelming Smile members in front of her, she gripped her shield and charged forward. Die! Unfortunately, although Virtuous Cloud's equipment and level were considerably good, she could not hold her own against 5 shield warriors and guardians knights of the same caliber. The Overwhelming Smile elites forced Virtuous Cloud back, preventing her from reaching the rear rangers. Virtuous Cloud's other 2 party members faced a similar situation. No matter how hard they tried to attack, the enemy held them off. In the end, Virtuous Cloud's party was forced into a constant retreat. In the next moment, however, 2 figures suddenly brushed past Virtuous Cloud's party, slamming into Overwhelming Smile's MTs. Among the 2 figures, the most dazzling was Fire Dance. Brandishing her Truefire blades, she sent a blazing arc smashing into a level 23 MT's shield. In the next moment, the assassin forced the MT back by over a dozen steps, and even the players behind said MT had to back up. Immediately after, Fire Dance swung one of her swords at a guardian knight beside her. She flung that guardian knight back by half a dozen yards as well, his body slamming into his fellow guild members. Her strength was astonishing. With a single attack, Fire Dance had shattered Overwhelming Smile's formation. Her strength was overwhelming. She fought like a war goddess. Everyone from Overwhelming Smile was left utterly speechless. While the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was dazed, Fire Dance continued to brandish her short swords as she weaved her way across the enemy front lines. Every time she swung the Truefire blades, red streaks of light would follow. And wherever those red streaks of light passed, the members of Overwhelming Smile would be blown off their feet. No one could block Fire Dance's swords. In a short moment, the assassin had shattered Overwhelming Smile's interception. Although Overwhelming Smile's members had tried to attack Fire Dance, the woman was too fast. Before they even swung their weapons, Fire Dance had already run off. She never focused on a single location, giving Overwhelming Smile no opportunities to surround her. On the other hand, although Overwhelming Smile's members could not attack Fire Dance, she could bombard them easily. Against level 23 MTs, Her casual strike could deal close to -1000 damage. If she was lucky and triggered a critical hit or flame state, one attack could deal over -2000 damage. The elite MTs of Overwhelming Smile usually had around 4300 HP, whereas those with better equipment had around 4500 HP. Fire Dance only needed around 4 or 5 attacks to kill one of them. Flying Shadow also fared quite well. Although his attacks were not as frightening as Fire Dance's, against MTs, he could still deal around -700 damage with each hit. As if they were in a world of their own, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow started a bloodied massacre within Overwhelming Smile's front lines. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile's players found it difficult to catch either of them, much less deal damage. A Tier 1 class was significantly stronger than a Tier 0 class. Even without skills, a Tier 1 class could still overwhelm and suppress a Tier 0 class with their attributes. Furthermore, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow both possessed equipment that was far superior to the enemy elites. By this time, Shifeng had also activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's Aura of Time. Although silence prevented the usage of skills and spells, it did not impact passive effects. Immediately, enemies within a 150-yard radius of Shifeng had their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%. This debuff weakened Overwhelming Smile further in close-quarters combat. In the meantime, Shifeng was responsible for protecting Aqua Rose and the other magical classes as they slowly advanced. Realistically, this task should have fallen to Flying Shadow. However, Shifeng's attributes were currently reduced by 80%. He was about on par with a level 20 ordinary player right now. On top of that, he couldn't use any skills. Melee combat was a competition of attributes and techniques. Compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the power he could display was significantly inferior. Hence, it was better if he focused on deflecting arrows for the others. In a few moments, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had carved out a path of blood, allowing Shifeng and the others to pass safely. How did that Fire Dance become so strong? Lone Tyrant, who observed the battle from afar, was dumbfounded as he watched the unstoppable assassin, his fists clenching. He refused to believe this scene was real. He had personally witnessed Fire Dance's strength before. Although she was certainly a top-tier expert, she had not been unstoppable. Moreover, Fire Dance was an assassin, not a strength-based class. Yet her attacks could even overwhelm berserkers. Against MTs, Fire Dance still required 4 or 5 hits to finish them off. Against other assassins, however, one of her attacks devoured their HP. If she achieved a critical hit, they would die instantly. This scene had frightened Overwhelming Smile's assassins to a standstill. Sure enough, Zero Wing is trouble. Yulan frowned as she watched Fire Dance's performance. When she had planned this assault, she had not considered Fire Dance and the others as forces to be reckoned with. Facing 2,000 players in a melee battle, a top-tier expert was limited in what they could accomplish. However, Yulan never expected such a performance from both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Kill them. Those in the back, keep up. Do not let them escape. Yulan shouted anxiously. Originally, one black flame was enough trouble. Now, however, there were Fire Dance and the slightly weaker Flying Shadow. If Overwhelming Smile did not kill these 3 people today and hinder their growth, they would only become more dangerous in the future. The longer Yulan watched Fire Dance and Flying Shadow slaughter her people, the more she felt that God's domain was completely different from past virtual reality games. It was far more beneficial to have individuals with overwhelming combat power than it was to rely on the strength of numbers. Overwhelming Smile members began to converge on Shifeng's group faster. However, due to the Aura of Time's effect, the army could not keep up with Shifeng and his team's movement speed. As a result, the distance between them only increased as time passed. Meanwhile, the number of enemies between Shifeng's group and Freedom continued to decrease. Just as the Zero Wing members and their surviving allies were about to break free from the encirclement, a dark figure emerged from the crowd and dashed towards Shifeng. This was none other than the level 26 assassin, Summer Sunshine. Even with the movement speed reduction effect of the Aura of Time, Summer Sunshine was still frighteningly fast. He quickly caught up with Shifeng, who covered Aqua Rose and the others' retreat. You should just stay behind. Summer Sunshine chuckled as he stood in front of Shifeng, blocking his path. In their current condition, however, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder to the assassin. Hence, taking the initiative, Aqua Rose said, "Let's go." Following which, Aqua Rose led her party members away. "Guild leader, I'll help you," Fire Dance said through the party chat when she noticed Summer Sunshine. "No need. Lead Aqua Rose and the others away from here quickly. If anyone catches up, it will be very difficult to escape." Shifeng immediately rejected the offer. It was not because Shifeng did not believe in Fire Dance's strength. However, the youth named Summer Sunshine was not an ordinary expert. Rather, he was someone who stood at the peak of all assassins in God's domain, Death God Summer Sunshine. The reason he had the title of Death God was that Summer Sunshine had successfully become a Tier 6 class in the past. He was an existence that stood at the peak of God's domain. Summer Sunshine and Violet Cloud were different. Unlike the former, Violet Cloud had only begun to shine during the later stages of God's domain, eventually becoming a god and standing at the peak of God's domain. However, Summer Sunshine had stood at that apex since God's domain had launched. He was one of the few OP players. Initially, Shifeng had not believed the rumor about Summer Sunshine. Now that he saw the man in person, however, he believed it. Why is he participating in a battle between guilds? Based on the information Shifeng had obtained about Summer Sunshine in the past, the man had always been an independent player. He had never joined any powers and had never participated in struggles between powers. Now, however, he was actually helping Underworld. However, there was no point wasting his thoughts. The thing he needed to do right now was to escape. My attributes have been reduced by too much. Even though he is affected by the movement speed reduction of the Aura of Time, my speed should still be inferior to his. I need to figure out a way to shake him off. Shifeng had no intentions of fighting it out with Summer Sunshine right now. He was simply at too much of a disadvantage. If the fight dragged on for too long, the crowd of players from Overwhelming Smile would catch up. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold back the attacks of Summer Sunshine and the elite players. While Shifeng was thinking up of a plan to escape, Summer Sunshine suddenly asked, "What? Trying to think of a way to avoid me in battle? I advise you to give up that idea and focus on our fight. I can tell that you are an expert who has also broken through that level. However, it will not be possible for you to throw me off." Saying so, Summer Sunshine took a step forward before abruptly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Shifeng, and before anyone knew it, his snow-bright dagger was just several centimeters away from reaching Shifeng's chest. The entire process was simply too fast. How can he be so fast? Although Fire Dance was currently massacring the members of Overwhelming Smile, she had placed most of her attention on Shifeng's battle. When she saw Summer Sunshine's attack, her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of shock. Summer Sunshine's swiftness was different from ordinary swiftness. He used an attack method that allowed his speed to become extremely fast by abandoning all unnecessary actions. However, when Summer Sunshine's dagger was about to pierce Shifeng's chest, the latter suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. "Where is he?" Lone Tyrant, who was watching the battle from afar, asked in astonishment when he saw Shifeng suddenly disappear. Shifeng was definitely silenced. Thus he was unable to use any skills or tools. Yet he had still vanished from Lone Tyrant's eyes. This was simply inconceivable. What's going on? Yulan similarly widened her eyes, her complexion turning extremely gloomy. Did he get away just like that? In reality, it wasn't just Yulan and Lone Tyrant who were shocked. Everyone on the battlefield was also shocked. While stuck in a situation where neither skills nor tools could be used, a living, breathing human being had actually vanished. No matter how one looked at it, this scene defied all common sense. Chapter 457. Fighting against an apex expert. This. Aqua Rose also could not help her surprise when she saw Sherfeng disappear. It wasn't just Aqua Rose who was confused. Even Blackie, who was standing beside her, was stupefied, not to mention Virtuous Cloud and her party, who had little knowledge regarding Sherfeng. Everyone present couldn't use any of their skills, and the same went for their tools as well. Just what sort of method did Sherfeng use to disappear from everyone's eyes? Moreover, unlike assassins who had to go through a short process before vanishing, Sherfeng had taken only an instant to disappear completely. How could I forget that guild leader has this move? At this moment, Fire Dance suddenly recalled that Sherfeng knew Void Steps. Aqua Rose and the others had never seen Sherfeng use Void Steps before, so they did not know that Sherfeng possessed such a card. As for Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Violet Cloud, they had personally seen Sherfeng use Void Steps before, so they knew how powerful this technique was. Even if Summer Sunshine was incredible, he would be rendered helpless in the face of this move. After all, an enemy that one could not see was quite frightening. Moreover, the attack method gave one no time to react at all. Even if Summer Sunshine removed all excess movements and increased his body's speed to the maximum, he still could not block Sherfeng's sword. Meanwhile, traces of shock appeared on Summer Sunshine's face as he failed to locate Sherfeng's figure even after he searched his surroundings. Suddenly, Sherfeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine. The silvery gray abyssal blade also abruptly appeared at the assassin's waist, cutting across it. Although Summer Sunshine used everything he had to dodge and block Sherfeng's attack, the time the abyssal blade had taken to cut him was simply too short. The abyssal blade had already struck him before he could even dodge or block, and damage of over -400 points subsequently appeared above his head. In just an instant, Summer Sunshine had lost close to 1/10 of his HP. However, Summer Sunshine had quick reactions. After being attacked, he counterattacked, his dagger suddenly striking at Sherfeng's back with even greater speed. With the distance between them so close, there was simply not enough time for Sherfeng to withdraw his sword and defend himself. In addition, Summer Sunshine's attack had no unnecessary actions, so his dagger moved at an extremely fast speed. Let alone now, even if Sherfeng was not in a weakened state, he would still have great difficulty defending against this strike. In Sherfeng's desperate attempt at dodging, the dagger missed its mark and only managed to scrape Sherfeng's shoulder. Still, this single attack dealt over -800 damage to Sherfeng, taking close to half his HP away. You're quite good. You've actually managed to damage me. However, it seems that your attributes have been greatly weakened. I just attacked you once, and you already lost close to half of your HP, Summer Sunshine stated in a carefree manner as he looked at his injured waist. That footwork of yours is amazing. However, you are bound to reveal yourself when you attack. Your one strike took away only around 1/10 of my HP. Even if I just exchange damage for damage, it will still be your lost 3 moves later. But since you were able to harm me as a reward, I won't suppress you using my attributes. I'll let you see what real strength is. Summer Sunshine spoke in a very casual and overbearing tone. However, Sherfeng did not think that Summer Sunshine was bluffing, because the moment the assassin finished speaking, the aura surrounding him underwent a complete change. Previously, he had still leaked out a little killing intent. Now, however, he completely sheathed it. The gaze in his eyes no longer focused on a single point. Instead, it was a gaze that took in everything in the surroundings, looking at everything objectively. This move was none other than Omnivision. However, compared to when Soaring Snake and the other amateurs used it, Summer Sunshine had mastered it to the realm of perfection. As expected of the death god of God's domain, it seems he won't be that easy to deal with. Sherfeng had never fought against such a powerful character in the past. To be precise, he had not had the qualifications to do so. Although a Tier 3 Sword King was similarly very amazing in the eyes of ordinary players, in front of God-tier players, he was no different from an ant. In the past, there was a saying that went around in God's domain. Everyone beneath God tier was an ant. Without becoming a Tier 6 class, one would never know how frightening Tier 6 players truly were. The assassin standing before him was an expert that had always stood at the very peak of God's domain. Shifeng had never expected to fight such an expert. However, the past and the present were different. First and foremost, the summer sunshine before him right now had yet to become a god-tier expert. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself knew void steps, and advanced footwork. Defeating summer sunshine and escaping was not necessarily impossible. As for escaping, looking at summer sunshine's speed, Shifeng knew escaping was not an option unless he defeated the assassin. In reality, there was another method he could use, and that was to execute void steps continuously. However, due to his attributes being reduced, the distance he could move each time was also greatly reduced. Moreover, using void steps multiple times in quick succession was mentally taxing. He would most likely lose consciousness before he could even run 100 or 200 yards away. It seems that I can only try to take care of him by continuously using void steps. Shifeng really could not think of a better idea right now. Melee combat relied on attributes and techniques. In terms of attributes, Shifeng was no match for Summer Sunshine at all. Hence, he could only try to gain victory through techniques. Since using void steps only once was not enough, then he would use void steps twice in a row. Once for attacking, and once for dodging. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately used void steps and dashed towards Summer Sunshine. Suddenly, Shifeng disappeared from everyone's eyes once more. A short moment later, Shifeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine once more, and the abyssal blade was also sweeping towards the assassin's abdomen. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, a dazzling spark appearing around Summer Sunshine's abdomen. Instead of landing on the assassin's abdomen, the abyssal blade was actually blocked by his dagger. Immediately after, Summer Sunshine used his other dagger to strike at Shifeng's blind spot. Shifeng was shocked. However, with equally fast speed, he promptly used void steps and just barely dodged the dagger's attack. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Shifeng and Summer Sunshine exchanging moves. He couldn't have possibly seen through guild leader's footwork, right? Fire Dance could not help but be shocked. Void steps was an advanced technique that allowed Shifeng to easily defeat a chieftain. Yet Summer Sunshine had seen through it after just 2 uses. Your footwork really is mysterious. Summer Sunshine chuckled lightly as he looked indifferently at Shifeng standing 4 yards away from him. Originally, when I first saw that footwork, I really did think that you had disappeared. However, when you used it the second time, I can say with certainty that you did not disappear. Only, that footwork of yours forces my eyes to automatically ignore all information relating to your existence, which is why you seem to suddenly disappear from my eyes. Unfortunately, you've met me. If it were anyone else, they would really be rendered utterly helpless against you, without undergoing special training. That's right. Shifeng nodded, having no intention of hiding the mechanics of void steps. Although void steps was an advanced footwork, it was not invincible. In the face of a god-tier expert, it was nothing but a joke. Only, Shifeng had not thought that Summer Sunshine would see through it so quickly. Sure enough, Summer Sunshine's title of Death God was not undeserved. He really was as strong as a monster. Just as Shifeng was thinking of how he should deal with Summer Sunshine, the latter took a step forward, then abruptly dashed towards Shifeng. Chapter 458 Fleeting Sword. Straight-line attacks were very easily seen through, yet Summer Sunshine did not seem to care about using them at all. With Omnivision, Shifeng's every action was being scrutinized by Summer Sunshine. Even if Shifeng thought about his next move, Summer Sunshine could immediately see through it and react appropriately. He was not afraid of his attack being seen through at all. Moreover, unlike Summer Sunshine's previous assault, this time, whether it was his movements or the dagger he was swinging at Shifeng, neither made any noise. His attack was both quick and silent, and it simply gave one no time to react at all. When an ordinary person was moving or attacking, they would always produce some form of sound. A sound would be produced because vibrations would form when an object moved through the air. These vibrations were caused due to energy dispersing from unnecessary actions, and the larger the vibrations, the louder the sound. Although attacks that generated thundering sounds looked very imposing, a lot of energy was wasted. In contrast, the less vibrations one produced when they attacked, the more concentrated the energy behind the attack would be. Naturally, the might of one's attack would also become greater. During a battle, other than sense of sight, a player also heavily relied on their sense of hearing and touch. Through listening to the noise produced by an attack, players could predict the general trajectory of the attack. The vibrations generated when an attack collided with air would also produce an impact, and by feeling this impact with their bodies, players could then take appropriate measures. However, Summer Sunshine's soundless attack was extremely hard to defend against. Originally, launching a soundless attack was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. However, Summer Sunshine's every single action was actually soundless. His movements dispersed practically no energy at all. This was already a realm that could not be reached by humans. Just who is he? At a distance, Fire Dance, who was battling while watching Shifeng's battle at the same time, was inwardly shocked when she saw Summer Sunshine's attack. She felt that it was simply inconceivable. Summer Sunshine fully embodied the class known as Assassin, and this was exactly what Fire Dance had been pursuing all along. Originally, Fire Dance had thought Shifeng was belittling her strength too much, which was why he had barred her from fighting against Summer Sunshine. Now, however, it would seem that Shifeng's decision was indeed correct. The gap between Fire Dance and Summer Sunshine was simply unimaginable. If they fought, she did not possess even the slightest chance at securing victory. Sure enough, he really is a monster. Shifeng inwardly sighed when he saw Summer Sunshine charging at him. He finally understood why Summer Sunshine was capable of standing at the peak of God's domain. After experiencing a decade of battles, Shifeng had only managed to achieve a soundless attack after much difficulty. Even so, not every move of his could achieve such a state of soundlessness. Yet every single action of the assassin before him was actually soundless. The gap between them was simply unfathomable. Shifeng knew that he was currently not a match for Summer Sunshine at all. If he was not silenced nor in a weakened state, he might possess a chance of contending against Summer Sunshine. If he had to rely on pure techniques, however, there was simply no chance for him to win. If this fight took place in reality, it was highly possible that Shifeng would have been defeated by Summer Sunshine in just a single move. Although Shifeng knew that he was not a match for Summer Sunshine, for reasons unknown, there was a sense of joy filling Shifeng's heart right now. Come! Shifeng no longer held back. He used Void Steps again, and charged at Summer Sunshine. Void Steps placed a severe burden on its user's mental power. At this moment, however, Shifeng couldn't care less. If he did not use Void Steps, then he would only last a few moves against Summer Sunshine. Since he was going to lose either way, he might as well take the final plunge. After Shifeng disappeared, even though Summer Sunshine hesitated for a slight moment, he still responded very quickly. With a twist of his feet, he suddenly swept the dagger in his hand to his side. Everyone was greatly surprised, confused at just what the assassin was trying to do. However, when the dagger was halfway through its course, sparks were generated as the weapon was abruptly stopped in its path. Immediately after, Shifeng's figure was revealed. Before anyone could react, Shifeng used Void Steps and disappeared from everyone's sight once more. For a time, everyone watched as Summer Sunshine continuously brandished his daggers, creating dazzling sparks with every swing he made. Those who were ill-informed would think that Summer Sunshine had gone insane. However, everyone present knew that the assassin was currently fighting Shifeng. Moreover, it was obvious that the Summer Sunshine currently held the upper hand in this fight. A battle of such level thoroughly stunned everyone present. Compared to this battle happening right before them, the videos spread on the forums showing the battles of experts were just complete and utter garbage. Presently, everyone had even forgotten about their own battles. All their attention was focused on the battle between Summer Sunshine and Shifeng. This is bad. Fire Dance grew anxious when she looked at Shifeng, who was currently in battle. The strain Void Steps put on its user's mental power was no laughing matter. Previously, when Shifeng had used Void Steps multiple times against a chieftain-ranked monster, his spirit ended up in an exhausted state. Despite his HP still being full back then, he did not have the energy to even move his body. As the battle continued to drag on, Shifeng could feel himself almost reaching his limit. Suddenly, he pulled a distance away from Summer Sunshine. "You're really good. You are the first person capable of fighting against me for such a long amount of time. However, that move of yours should be placing a huge burden on your mental power, right? I wonder just how many more moves you can handle?" Despite having gone through such an intense battle, Summer Sunshine still displayed a calm and indifferent expression on his face. Shifeng did not give a reply. At this moment, his complexion was deathly pale, and even speaking had become an extremely exhausting task. "It seems that you don't have much energy left. Let's finish things then. Ever since entering God's domain, nobody has ever seen this move of mine, and you will be the first one to do so." Saying so, Summer Sunshine's expression turned serious. The killing intent he had kept hidden all this time suddenly exploded like a volcano, suffocating all those who felt it. Summer Sunshine was like a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage. In the next moment, his figure dashed towards Shifeng. However, when Summer Sunshine was halfway to reaching Shifeng, his body suddenly vanished. Immediately after, he reappeared behind Shifeng, his dagger tightly held in a reverse grip as he swung it down towards Shifeng's back. Suddenly, the spectators of the battle were stunned. "Does he know Void Steps as well?" Fire Dance said in shock. "No," Violet Cloud said. "That's second acceleration." Violet Cloud had previously witnessed Werewolf using second acceleration to attack many times before. Void Steps was a footwork that caused the opponent to ignore the user's very existence. Even if the opponent was able to see the user, their brains would still categorize this information as useless and promptly ignore it. However, second acceleration was a trick used to fool a person's eyes. Overall, it was a technique inferior to Void Steps. However, Werewolf had used second acceleration on his attack, whereas Summer Sunshine had used second acceleration on his movements. It was clear that Summer Sunshine's technique was several levels above Werewolf. Meanwhile, Shifeng was feeling extremely weak. He was simply unable to block or dodge Summer Sunshine's soundless attack. At this moment, although Shifeng had discovered Summer Sunshine's attack, he was already close to exceeding his mental limit. His body felt extraordinarily heavy. Even if he tried to defend using the Abyssal Blade right now, it was simply impossible for him to keep up with Summer Sunshine's speed. Is this the end? The moment before the attack was about to hit him, Shifeng could not help but have such a thought. No, he definitely could not let it end here. He still needed to reach even greater heights. He definitely could not be defeated here. I need to block it. I must block it. My movements need to be faster. Much faster. At this moment, Shifeng was wholeheartedly trying to make his movements much faster and more precise. However, he no longer possessed the energy to control the other parts of his body. He could only use the most conservative way he could think of to block Summer Sunshine's attack. At this moment, Shifeng's mind had already forgotten to think, his body forgetting to breathe. When there were only a few centimeters left between Summer Sunshine's dagger and Shifeng's body, the Abyssal Blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly slid into the Snow-Bright dagger. The impact of the two weapons caused the Snow-Bright dagger's trajectory to shift, and as a result, the dagger only brushed past Shifeng's body. Chapter 459 Catastrophic. An astonished expression appeared on Summer Sunshine's face when he saw his attack miss its mark. How did he manage to block it? Summer Sunshine turned to look at Shifeng. At this moment, he had yet to figure out just how Shifeng had blocked his full-powered blow. His attack just now used footwork he had created after entering God's domain. Not to mention Shifeng's current weakened state, even if Shifeng were in peak condition, it still should have been impossible for him to block it. At this moment, the spectating crowd was similarly shocked by the outcome of the exchange. The battle between Shifeng and Summer Sunshine had already exceeded everyone's understanding of the battles in God's domain. Meanwhile, the last scene only served to add to the confusion in everyone's minds. No matter how one looked at it, Shifeng was not in a good condition. Originally, Summer Sunshine was suppressing him. Yet, despite being clearly on his last breath, Shifeng actually managed to repel Summer Sunshine's mysterious attack. Is that Black Flame a monster? He's not dead even after this. Looking at Shifeng's fragile state, Lone Tyrant sucked in a cold breath in order to suppress the trembling of his body. It seems that Summer Sunshine won't be able to deal with Black Flame by himself. Everyone else surround Black Flame. Don't bother about the other members of Zero Wing. No matter what, we cannot let Black Flame leave this place alive today. Yulan commanded as she squinted her beautiful eyes. Although she had long since considered the possibility that Summer Sunshine might fail, that had only been a scenario of hers. Now that such a situation had actually happened, she still found it somewhat hard to accept. However, since the problem had already occurred, they needed to solve it immediately. After seeing how powerful Black Flame was, they had even more reason not to let him go. Under Yolan's command, the dazed elite members of Overwhelming Smile immediately started taking action, slowly moving to surround Shifeng. Even the members pinning down Fire Dance, and the others promptly retreated to join the encirclement. Just as Overwhelming Smile's members took action, Summer Sunshine resumed his attack on Shifeng. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, 5 stabs, 10 stabs. Instantly, Summer Sunshine stabbed at 10 different locations on Shifeng's body. It looked as if the assassin had released 10 blades of light piercing directly at Shifeng. All 10 attacks were aimed at Shifeng's vital points. If Shifeng failed to block even one of them, his little remaining HP would instantly zero out. Dang, dang, dang. When Summer Sunshine's daggers approached Shifeng's body, a silvery gray glow suddenly flashed across them, deflecting all 10 attacks. However, due to the difference in strength, although Summer Sunshine's attacks were all deflected, they still forced Shifeng to retreat several steps. Fortunately, the difference between him and Summer Sunshine was not too great, so Shifeng did not take any damage from the impact. How do you know? That's swordsmanship. When Summer Sunshine saw Shifeng take action once again, he suddenly recalled a swordsmanship he had seen before. Although Shifeng's mastery of it was still incomplete, having only a few points of semblance, his performance was already very horrifying. Summer Sunshine's question did not receive a reply from Shifeng. At this moment, Shifeng's eyes appeared vacant. He had not heard Summer Sunshine's question at all. He's doing it unconsciously? Summer Sunshine was left slightly speechless when he noticed Shifeng's fragile state. A strong wind was all that would be needed to send Shifeng crumbling to the ground right now. However, Summer Sunshine couldn't care less at the moment. Since he had been entrusted with the task of getting rid of Shifeng, he still needed to complete it, even with Shifeng's mental state already at its limit. On the other hand, even if he did not take action, the approaching members of Overwhelming Smile could still finish off Shifeng. After all, Shifeng was now on his last legs. Just as Summer Sunshine was about to charge at Shifeng, a large black hole appeared in the deep blue sky all at once. A wolf-headed, human-bodied monster suddenly emerged from within the black hole, exuding a frightening aura that constricted the hearts of everyone present. Why is he here? Fire Dance's complexion paled as she raised her head to look at the monster in the air. That wolf-headed monster was none other than the Anubis's gatekeeper. Only at this moment, the gatekeeper was no longer level 30, but a level 35 Great Lord. Instead, his HP had also risen from 10 million to 15 million. When everyone present looked at the Anubis's gatekeeper, all of them were confused as to why a level 35 Great Lord would suddenly appear at this place. However, Shifeng's party members understood just why the gatekeeper would show up here. The Golden Stone Tablet. The Anubis's gatekeeper had been guarding the Golden Stone Tablet all this time. Now that Shifeng had stolen it, the Great Lord was naturally here for payback. It's over. We're truly finished this time. As if dealing with overwhelming smile was not enough, now one more great lord is added into the fray. Blackie had seen for himself how powerful a great lord was. Even after Sherfong went full berserk, the gatekeeper could still toy around with him as if he were a little boy. Not to mention, the gatekeeper's level had even received an upgrade now. Who knew how much stronger the great lord was? Although Blackie and the others sank into despair, the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was on cloud 9. Overwhelming Smile's main goal had been to raid the Great Lord of White Fog Canyon. Only it was simply too difficult to approach the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. The endless waves of goblins gave them no chance to raid the Great Lord at all. A Great Lord? Lone Tyrant's eyes blazed. A field Great Lord was a fantastic opportunity for them to obtain an epic item. Everyone retreat for now. Scouting parties, keep an eye on the Great Lord. Have all Overwhelming Smile members inside White Fog Canyon gather at my location. We cannot let anyone else have this Great Lord. Yulan was similarly feeling very excited. Although the Great Lord's level was somewhat high, God's Domain's second system upgrade had significantly weakened the effects of level suppression. It was not like they didn't have a chance at successfully raiding the Great Lord. Other than assembling the elite members of Overwhelming Smile inside White Fog Canyon, Yulan had also sent for the elite members present at other locations. Ayo! The Anubis's gatekeeper suddenly howled. All at once, a wolf's howl echoed throughout the entire White Fog Canyon, making all who heard it shiver in fear. Even the trees were trembling in the face of this howl. After the gatekeeper released his angry bellow, he turned to look at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile below him. Suddenly, the gatekeeper squinted his eyes, a bone-chilling light flashing in them. In the next moment, a black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. Silver flames abruptly emerged from the spear as the gatekeeper aimed the weapon at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile, and threw it. Xiao! The black spear easily rent the obstructing air and landed in the center of the crowd. In the next moment, a fiery inferno erupted into the air high enough to be clearly visible to every player in the outer area of White Fog Canyon. When the spear landed, all players within a radius of 40 yards died. Not a single one survived. Since the Overwhelming Smile members stood very close together, just this single attack resulted in the loss of several hundred elite members. Lone Tyrant's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How was this a monster? Even a casual attack possessed such catastrophic power. This was practically a god. Players like them could barely even be considered cannon fodder. Before Lone Tyrant could finish his words, another black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hands. Once more, the gatekeeper threw his weapon into the crowd below, killing hundreds with his attack yet again. Everyone retreat. Retreat into the forests. Yolan's expression turned extremely ugly upon seeing these catastrophic attacks. She had never imagined that a great lord was actually this powerful. Not to mention 5,000 or 6,000 elite players. Even tens of thousands of elite players would not be enough as warm-up for this monster. If everyone were to continue idling around without taking cover, they would be completely wiped out in only a moment. As for Black Flame, they could only set him aside for now. Upon hearing Yolan's command, everyone promptly charged towards the forests without hesitation. Nobody was foolish enough to stand around and serve as live target practice for the Anubis's gatekeeper. Summer Sunshine looked at Sherfong, then at the gatekeeper in the sky. Heaving a sigh, he turned around and departed. Fire Dance immediately charged up to the nearly unconscious Sherfong and dragged him into the nearby forest to hide. After hiding themselves among the trees, Sherfong and the others were freed from their combative state. At this moment, Sherfong was forcibly logged out of God's domain and put into his sleep space. Chapter 460, All-Out War. During the time Sherfong was in deep slumber, White Fog Canyon had become a forbidden land for players. White Fog Canyon was a special region where return scrolls were unusable. After the Anubis's gatekeeper came out from the land of the Fallen Star, he would kill any player he met. As a result, Countless players grinding for the Warfire set equipment were massacred. Although the various guilds in White River City tried to overwhelm the gatekeeper through sheer numbers, how could a level 35 Great Lord possibly be that easy to deal with? After receiving a few annihilation spears from the gatekeeper, the various guilds in White River City acknowledged their mistake and promptly withdrew from White Fog Canyon, no longer daring to take even half a step inside. At this moment, everyone realized that, compared to the High Lords they had raided before, a Great Lord was on an entirely different level. Although High Lords possessed many AoE skills and could cause players a significant amount of trouble, their usage of such skills was infrequent. They would still give players a little breather. As for a Great Lord, without hesitation, a Great Lord would immediately use spells of mass destruction. Moreover, it would use them repeatedly in quick succession. Even several tens of thousands of players would not suffice to raid a Great Lord. Fortunately, the Anubis's gatekeeper would not leave White Fog Canyon, and only roamed inside the canyon itself. As a result, White Fog Canyon was no longer a gold mine for players, but a forbidden land, instead. As for the players grinding for the Warfire set equipment, they all gave up on the enterprise. White Fog Canyon was originally a very dangerous place. Now, there was even a roaming Anubis's gatekeeper inside the canyon. Any who met the gatekeeper only had death awaiting them. Moreover, the Warfire set equipment's drop rate was simply too abysmal. Many who were already entertaining thoughts of giving up had their resolves hardened with the appearance of the gatekeeper. However, the matter regarding White Fog Canyon was still insignificant, because after the second system upgrade, it became somewhat easier to increase one's reputation in cities. Hence, the various guilds promptly started grinding for reputation. At the same time, they also began to secretly amass coins. As soon as they possessed sufficient reputation, they could go into high gear, purchasing real estate in the city and paving a path for their own development in the future. The various guilds throughout God's domain started waging a covert war as they all tried to earn coins. There was only a limited number of ways to earn coins in God's domain: obtaining it from the drops of monsters, quest rewards, trading with players, and selling junk to NPCs. A guild's main method of earning coins would be through monster drops and quest rewards. However, for guilds without their own guild residences, the amount of coins they could earn through quest rewards was minimal, so monster drops became the fastest source of income for such guilds. As a result, areas with abundant resources became the competition grounds of guilds, leaving independent players with no opportunity to grind for coins at those locations. However, at this critical juncture, a jaw-dropping incident occurred in White River City. Two of the major guilds in White River City, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, actually started an all-out war with each other. They even declared each other as hostile guilds through the system. As long as their members met out in the fields, a battle was bound to occur. Since the two guilds were hostile guilds, members of both guilds would not become red names when killing each other. Hence, the members of both guilds had zero hesitation over starting a battle with members of the opposing guild. While other guilds were silently developing themselves and grinding for coins, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had suddenly launched an all-or-nothing war against each other. Of course, the other guilds in White River City could not be more joyful over this development. They all simply chose to sit back and watch from the sidelines, taking advantage of the situation at appropriate times. They could not help but hope that these two guilds would suffer a mutual demise. After all, an all-out war like this would greatly affect both guilds involved. In just the first day since Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile declared war on each other, thousands of members of both guilds had already died to each other out in the fields. Since these players were fighting for their respective guilds, both guilds had established a reward system. As long as their members killed a player from the opposing guild, the system would automatically record the achievement. Through these kills, members could receive contribution points. Moreover, the number of contribution points awarded would vary, depending on the position of the hostile guild's member killed. The higher the enemy's position was, the more contribution points awarded. Killing an enemy player who had killed many fellow members would also reward more contribution points. Contribution points could then be exchanged for guild points, and these guild points could be exchanged for items available inside the guild's warehouse. This was undeniably a competition between both guilds' background and financial prowess. Inside a bar in White River City, close to 100 players were drinking and chatting merrily. They discussed their personal harvests, matters regarding the secret pavilion's God's Domain experts list, and such topics. At this stage of the game, the bars throughout God's Domain had long since become the place for independent players to exchange information. Do you guys want to know why Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, two of the most powerful guilds in White River City, suddenly started an all-out war with each other? A level 20 ranger asked the female cleric seated beside him while drinking his beer. Do you know the reason? The cleric girl blinked her eyes, slightly skeptical about the ranger's words. Of course. I have a brother who is an elite member of Overwhelming Smile. He even personally witnessed the reason why both guilds started the war, the ranger youth said proudly. I got a shock when I first heard about this incident from that brother of mine. Can you tell me about it? The female cleric asked with great curiosity. The ranger's voice was quite loud when he spoke, so the players inside the bar heard his words very clearly. At this moment, all of them perked up their ears as well. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were the tyrants of White River City. With the two guilds warring with each other, the hostilities would greatly affect White River City as a whole. As inhabitants of White River City, the players were naturally curious about why these two major guilds would wage an all-out war against each other. Proudly, that ranger youth said. In reality, it was because Overwhelming Smile's members had come into conflict with Zero Wing's members. In the end, Black Flame had slaughtered Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team. In a fit of rage, the higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile secretly set out to kill the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. Back then, Overwhelming Smile had sent a total of 2,000 elite members. Overwhelming Smile had even invited the help of an extremely powerful expert. If not for the Anubis's gatekeeper showing up, Black Flame might have been killed back then. Having their guild leader encircled was a great humiliation for Zero Wing. Naturally, they would not let matters rest. In the end, they declared an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile. The players inside the bar felt that the ranger's words sounded logical. This was a matter of the guild's reputation. How could Zero Wing possibly concede this matter? Moreover, the hostility present between the two guilds was something long-standing. Obviously, after the encirclement this time, Zero Wing could finally endure Overwhelming Smile's antics no longer. I wonder which guild will come out victorious in this all-out war. I think that it should be Overwhelming Smile. The guild's main headquarters is based in Maple City. It also possesses massive financial support. Haven't you seen how excellent the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile are? Just the monthly salary of the elite members is enough to make one drool. How could Zero Wing possibly compare? It should be Zero Wing. After all, this place is White River City. Zero Wing possesses a guild residence here. Moreover, there are plenty of experts in the guild. You can't imagine just how excellent the benefits provided by their guild hall are. Among them, the most welcomed is the private rooms. One can accumulate double EXP buffs by resting inside these private rooms. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild warehouse is the envy of every guild in White River City. There are plenty of level 25 equipment stored inside. Right now, many of the players who had defected to Overwhelming Smile regret leaving in the first place. For a time, everyone in the bar discussed the war between the two major guilds. However, a party of 6, seated at a corner of the bar, smiled contemptuously over this matter. It seems that Black Flame only amounts to this much. Leader, must we really go searching for him? A level 26 swordsman murmured. Search. Only after testing him would we know whether or not he qualifies. Chapter 461. Exceeding Potential. When the sun set, Shifeng had already been in deep slumber for over a dozen hours. The virtual gaming cabin inside the bedroom continuously let out a warning sound. At this moment, The nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin was already depleted. After the alarm of the gaming cabin rang for some time, the cover of the cabin suddenly opened. So tired. Sherfeng opened his eyes and unwillingly climbed out of the virtual gaming cabin. He then took a look at the time. What? I've actually slept for 18 hours. Although he had exceeded his mental limit once again, it was not as severe as the first time. Even so, he had still slept for such a long time. Just what is going on here? After Sherfeng woke up, his entire body felt drained. Even the nutrient solution he had refilled just a few days ago was completely exhausted. Normally, a full tank of nutrient solution could last a player 15 days. The previous time Sherfeng had exceeded his limit, some solution still remained. Now, however, the tank was completely emptied. However, compared to the matter of the nutrient solution's depletion, his body's current condition was much more inconceivable for Sherfeng. Not only was his body extremely weak, but he also felt a piercing hunger that he had never felt before. He was so hungry that he could eat an entire cow right now. Although Sherfeng did not understand what was going on, he did know that, if he did not replenish his body's nutrients at once, he could very well faint from hunger. He immediately retrieved the 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid he had set aside for his parents. At this moment, Sherfeng could clearly tell that the hunger he was feeling did not come from his stomach. Instead, it was his body that starved of energy. Even eating a meal would not sate this hunger. What he needed to do right now was replenish the energy of the cells inside his body. Meanwhile, the S-rank nutrient fluids were the best solution for this problem. After removing the cap, Sherfeng directly gulped down a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. When the S-rank nutrient fluid reached Sherfeng's intestinal tract, the originally cooling liquid suddenly transformed into a warm current that moved through his blood, re-energizing his entire body. 5 minutes after drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, Sherfeng felt much more comfortable than before. His spirit had also recovered significantly, and his body was no longer trembling as it had before. The value of 1 million credits was really not overstated. However, this feeling only lasted for a short while before the feeling of hunger flooded his mind once more. He felt as if he was a wolf that had been starving for 3 consecutive days. A bite of meat was simply not enough to sate him. The hunger he was feeling right now was even more intense than earlier. Is 1 bottle not enough? Sherfeng was speechless. A single battle actually required him to sacrifice 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. No choice. Sherfeng could only remove the cap on the last bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid and empty its contents. Originally, one had to wait an interval of 3 to 5 days before consuming another bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, as the energy contained within the liquid was extremely concentrated. A person's body was simply incapable of completely absorbing all that energy. Instead, drinking 2 bottles consecutively would only damage one's body due to overnutrition. When Sherfeng drank the second bottle, he felt a little heartache. Each bottle cost 1 million credits. Moreover, one could not simply purchase S-rank nutrient fluids even if they could afford it. In the past, even though he had been the guild leader of Shadow, he only got to drink 1 bottle a month. Now he had actually drunk 2 bottles in a single day. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely look down on him as a wastrel. However, S-rank nutrient fluids were indeed amazing. After drinking 2 bottles and resting for a few minutes, Sherfeng was already completely rid of his fatigue. His body had also recovered to normal. Following which, Sherfeng drank another dozen or so bottles of A-rank nutrient fluid before recovering to his peak condition. Is it my imagination? After recovering completely, Sherfeng suddenly discovered that his 5 senses were much more acute than before. Originally, he could never hear the chirping of birds when inside his bedroom. Now, however, he could actually hear it. Besides being able to hear the chirping of birds, when Sherfeng looked at his own room, he was also able to see with much greater clarity than before. His mind had also become much faster. Did breaking through my mental limit multiple times allow my brain to become more active? Sherfeng's heart was filled with ecstasy. He had tried fortifying his body many times before to increase the flow of blood into his brain, in addition to providing his body with various nutrients. He had done so to develop his brain's potential and boost its activity level, so that he could create his legacy in God's domain. Now he had actually achieved a breakthrough. The human brain had always been a domain filled with mystery. In the past, even the most amazing human could only exhibit 10% of their brain's potential. Advancements in technology had made developing the brain's potential possible, but it was extremely difficult to do so. It was not something one could succeed at just by trying. In Shifeng's previous life, countless people had tried their best, and had spent large sums of money just to raise their brain's potential by a tiny fraction. Yet even so, these people had felt that slight improvement worth their sacrifice. As the activity of the brain increased, a person's control over their body would also improve significantly. In God's domain, there were many genius players who possessed extraordinary talents. However, why were these geniuses better than ordinary players? It was because their brain's activity was out of the ordinary. As a result, their control over their game avatar surpassed ordinary players, allowing them to carry out actions that no ordinary player was capable of. Just like Soaring Snake, whom Shifeng had met some time ago. Soaring Snake was a gifted genius who possessed unmatched reflexes. Meanwhile, Shifeng had broken through that limit by chance, so how could he not grow excited? Although he had only received a slight improvement, Shifeng could now see a new path opening up for him. Moreover, this was a path that led directly to the peak of God's domain. It seems that I need to prepare many more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in the future. Shifeng felt uneasy when he recalled the piercing hunger that was transmitted to his brain earlier. After breaking past the limit of his mental power, his brain naturally needed a massive amount of energy to recover. This time, he was only fortunate that he had sufficient bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to allow him to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have had to be admitted into the hospital to rest for some time. Moreover, resting at the hospital would not necessarily increase his brain's activity and develop its potential. When Shifeng thought about improving his brain's activity, his thirst for S-rank nutrient fluids grew even more intense. Only now did Shifeng understand why the first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past were purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids in bulk. There was an 80% chance that they had done so in order to nurture apex experts. On the other hand, he had been under the misconception all this time that S-rank nutrient fluids were only used to strengthen a person's physique. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Shifeng's quantum watch started ringing. Meanwhile, the person calling him was none other than Big Dipper Training Center's chairman, Xiaoyu. Master Shifeng, our side has already completed the preparations for the fighting competition. As for the exact time of the event, it will be set at 2 days from now, at 10 o'clock in the morning. May I know your opinion on this? If you are not free, I can still delay the event by 2 or 3 days, Xiaoyu said. Let's go with 2 days from now then. Shifeng was in a very good mood at the moment. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, he became even more elated. As long as he won the competition, he would obtain not only 5 virtual gaming cabins, but also 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I have already sent the information regarding your opponent to your quantum space. However, that person is very mysterious, and the information we have collected on him is very limited. We only have the records for a few of his matches. He had ended a majority of his matches in just a single move. Xiaoyu had not expected Shifeng to remain so calm. He knew that Zhao Ruoxi had long since told Shifeng every little detail about his opponent's strength, so Shifeng should know how amazing his opponent was. Yet, now not only was Shifeng not anxious, but he was even showing a hint of anticipation. I understand. I'll research it a little. Shifeng nodded. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll be hanging up first. After saying so, Shifeng disconnected the call. Following a period of rest, Shifeng was already fully recovered. He still had many matters he needed to deal with in God's domain. Since he had slept for so long just now, he naturally could not delay any longer, which was why he had ended the call in such a hurry. After refilling the nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin, He lay down inside the cabin and entered God's domain once more. Chapter 462, War of Attrition. When Shifeng logged into the game, the location he appeared at was still within White Fog Canyon. At this moment, the sky in God's domain was dusky. There was still over an hour until dawn. It sure is quiet. Shifeng took a look at his surroundings, failing to notice any players or monsters. There was only the sound of leaves rustling in the cold wind. This was a very abnormal situation in White Fog Canyon. However, Shifeng did not stay in this spot for too long. He dashed towards the exit of the canyon. At this moment, Shifeng's weakened state had already ended, having recovered his peak condition. If one were to look at Shifeng's running figure right now, they would not be able to see him clearly at all. They would only see a black figure darting across the map. Shifeng was like a healthy and elegant leopard. Just as Shifeng was about to leave White Fog Canyon, a group of over 100 crimson-eyed battle monkeys leaped out of the forest and blocked his path. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were very dangerous, due to being in a constant berserk state. Now that was nighttime, players would have their vision reduced while monsters would not be affected in the slightest. As a result, players would find it much more difficult to fight at night. Facing against over 100 elite monsters, even an elite party would die unavenged. Only a large team of over 100 players could possibly endure the assault of so many crimson-eyed battle monkeys. However, as if he had not seen the monsters in his way, Shifeng dashed into the group of battle monkeys. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys had similarly charged at Shifeng like a group of mad cows. However, just when the sabers held by the battle monkeys were about to land on Shifeng, the weapon struck air and simply brushed past Shifeng's body. It was as if the battle monkey's target was not Shifeng at all. He allowed Shifeng to easily shuttle through them. After their first attack failed, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys turned around and attacked Shifeng once more. This time, 7 battle monkeys surrounded Shifeng. However, Shifeng was just like flowing water. Just like before, when the battle monkey's sabers were about to reach Shifeng, the weapon simply brushed past his body. In just a moment, Shifeng had weaved his way through the group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although the battle monkeys felt enraged by this situation, they could not do anything about it. They could only watch unwillingly as Shifeng exited the canyon. The improvements brought about by an increase in brain activity sure are significant. Shifeng was full of smiles as he turned back to look at the crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although he could defeat such a number of battle monkeys by himself, he definitely would not have been able to effortlessly dodge such an encirclement. This achievement was all thanks to his increase in brain activity. Not only did this change improve his brain's perception of danger, but it had also advanced his control over his own body. Whether it was in regard to an enemy's attack or his own ability to dodge, the ability to control his movements had become very precise and refined. He had already entered the refinement realm. Before, Shifeng could only barely achieve refinement with his actions, and he could not maintain that achievement for long. He could only be considered to have taken half a step into the refinement realm. Even so, half a step was already an amazing feat. Meanwhile, he had now completely entered this realm, becoming much stronger than he had been before. Even if he had to face Summer Sunshine's assault right now, he believed that he would not end up in such a miserable state where he would be required to use void steps to dodge. After leaving White Fog Canyon, Shifeng immediately unfurled a return scroll and activated it. Party is being carried by an expert. Noobs do not disturb. Equipment must be at least bronze rank. Drops will be auctioned among team members. Many players were recruiting for level 20 team dungeons out in the streets. This situation really surprised Shifeng. Whether it was Frozen Waterfall or Twilight Lighthouse, both were challenging 20-man team dungeons. Their difficulty was considered intermediate among level 20 team dungeons. Currently, even a normal guild team would not necessarily succeed when clearing one. Yet, there were actually so many independent teams recruiting for these dungeons. This situation truly confused Shifeng. He had gone offline for just one day. Just when did the independent players of White River City become so powerful? Aside from the shouts of recruitment by independent players, Shifeng also heard news regarding the all-out war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. Up to now, the losses suffered by both guilds had already exceeded 2,000 players. Moreover, the battles between both guilds were growing intenser as time passed. In the beginning, the skirmishes that occurred only involved dozens of players, before slowly growing into the hundreds. At this point in time, both guilds were already waging wars involving over 1,000 players. Zero Wing really is amazing. Their total kill count right now has already exceeded 5,000 players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile has only managed to kill around 2,000 Zero Wing members. I know, right? I heard that Zero Wing's Assassin Fire Dance alone has killed more than 300 Overwhelming Smile members. Many players were done in by her, and she has even managed to kill Lone Tyrant, giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache. Right now, her fame is no longer beneath Black Flame. Other than Fire Dance, there is also Flying Shadow, another assassin of Zero Wing. His kill count is just slightly below Fire Dance's. Right now, he has already killed more than 200 members of Overwhelming Smile. In addition, there are also Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Blackie, and so on. Every one of them has killed over 100 players already. Other than the core members of Zero Wing, there are also many rising experts in Zero Wing. Among them is a berserker called Shadow Sword. His kill count is over 50. I hear that he has even managed to exchange for a level 25 fine gold equipment with the contribution points he obtained. Say, even though Overwhelming Smile also has a large number of experts, why aren't they able to fight against multiple enemies by themselves like Zero Wing's experts? Just why are Zero Wing's experts so strong? You don't know? I hear that Zero Wing's core members have completed their class change and have become Tier 1 classes already. In terms of attributes and skills, they are much more powerful than us players who have yet to complete our class change. Even when facing a player with the same attributes and equipment, a Tier 1 player can still easily defeat half a dozen Tier 0 players. Moreover, I hear that Zero Wing has over 50 Tier 1 players. Overwhelming Smile is naturally unable to contend against Zero Wing. It can't be right. I hear that the class change quest is absurdly difficult. It is practically impossible to complete it without reaching level 27 or 28. Many have tried before, but all of them had failed. Moreover, if one fails their class change quest, they will have to wait a very long time before they can challenge the quest again. Just how have so many players from Zero Wing completed their class change? The players holding discussions on the street marveled at Zero Wing's strength. At the same time, they had also received a glimpse of how powerful a Tier 1 class was. It was not something a Tier 0 class could compare to at all. When Shifeng heard these conversations, a faint smile appeared on his face. After so many days of effort, there were finally some results. Over 50 Tier 1 players could indeed play a huge role in a battle involving thousands of players. Unfortunately, with just two guilds battling against each other, wars involving thousands of players rarely occurred. A majority of the battles fought between the two guilds were merely small skirmishes that involved several dozen players. As a result, the potential of these 50-plus Tier 1 players was less than it could be. Moreover, when comparing the backgrounds and fundings of the two guilds, Overwhelming Smile was leaps and bounds above Zero Wing. Although Overwhelming Smile's death count was more than double Zero Wing's death count, Overwhelming Smile was supported by Underworld from behind. Their financial prowess was definitely more than a dozen times greater than Zero Wing's. Even if the compensation and rewards they gave was triple or quadruple of what Zero Wing gave, they could still afford to grind Zero Wing into dust. This was the reason why Shifeng had been unwilling to start an all-out war all this time, as doing so would be very detrimental to Zero Wing. Following which, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose to get a more detailed understanding of the present situation. He then increased the contribution points awarded for killing enemy players, as well as increased the compensation of the guild members who died battling against the enemy. At the same time, he also made preparations to start raiding 50-man team dungeons and 100-man team dungeons. Guild leader, now that we have started an all-out war with overwhelming smile, if we increase the compensation and rewards, the expenses of the guild will increase by several times. If the war is extended, this amount will become astronomical. Moreover, the compensation and rewards we are currently giving out are already quite high. Even the guild members feel that they are good. There is simply no need for this extra spending. Aqua Rose knew that Sherfong was rich, but even so, money should not be wasted in such a way. It was especially true for the rewards given out. If the guild members managed to kill 10,000 enemies, even if the guild only gave one additional contribution point for each kill, the guild would still have to pay for the cost of an additional 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention, as the fighting continued, large wars would occur more frequently. At that time, the contribution points the guild would have to pay out would increase by several times. No problem. I'll figure out a way to deal with the matters regarding money, Sherfong said, shaking his head. The reason why he was increasing the amount of contribution points awarded was not for the purpose of exciting the guild members. Instead, he was doing so in order to hasten up the consumption speed of both sides. If it had been in the past, Sherfong definitely would not fight a war of attrition with overwhelming smile. Now, however, things were different. He now had a large amount of starfire ore in his hands. He would let overwhelming smile know what it truly felt like to crumble apart. Chapter 463, Imperial Heirloom. I'll make the adjustments now then. Aqua Rose could only nod her head in reply upon hearing Sherfang's confident answer. Right, have you compensated Virtuous Cloud and the others? Sherfang suddenly asked. After all was said and done, overwhelming smile had ambushed them because of him. He also still owed Virtuous Cloud 6 pieces of secret silver equipment. However, due to his short hibernation this time, he had not been able to bring them to make their selection. I've already brought them to the guild's warehouse to exchange for 10 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. However, there is one matter that you definitely won't be able to guess, Aqua Rose said, revealing a mysterious smile. What happened? Sherfong asked curiously. After Virtuous Cloud and her party saw our guild warehouse, they were downright stupefied. Originally, they were planning to return to the Black Dragon Empire to continue their development there. Now, however, the party has joined Zero Wing and should be carrying out some high-level guild quests at the moment, Aqua Rose replied. Aqua Rose was very optimistic about Virtuous Cloud's crew. An independent party attaining such high levels and good equipment was quite an amazing feat. Now that they had entered Zero Wing, it wouldn't be long before they became experts. In God's domain, though elite players were easy to find, experts were not. Now that Zero Wing was in an all-out war with overwhelming smile, it would be a long time before things settled down. After all, it was not possible for either side to defeat the other in one fell swoop. Moreover, battles between two warring guilds consisted mostly of small-scale skirmishes. Large-scale engagements occurred very infrequently. As a result, the importance of players with top-tier combat power grew even greater. If a large group of players took action together, they could easily be discovered, as well as easily countered. However, if a party or an individual took action, they would be highly mobile. Hence, they would not be discovered so easily. If Zero Wing could form a party of experts and give a huge blow to Overwhelming Smile from time to time, they could easily force Overwhelming Smile into a passive state. Guild leader, why don't we start raiding 50-man team dungeons now? Although the benefits we offer could attract quite a number of players to the guild, it is still not enough of an attraction for many independent experts. The things these experts seek are top-tier equipment and room for growth. Meanwhile, we can use the top-tier equipment we obtain from large-scale dungeons to attract these experts, Aqua Rose suggested. After seeing the reactions of Virtuous Cloud's crew yesterday, Aqua Rose came up with this idea. Previously, she had also tried inviting Virtuous Cloud and her party to join Zero Wing, but they had been reticent. However, after seeing the large number of level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment, as well as plenty of level 20 dark gold equipment, they made up their minds right away. At that time, Aqua Rose had even considered displaying the 2 epic items inside their guild's warehouse. However, the epic items were Zero Wing's trump cards. It would be best if other guilds did not know about the existence of these items, so she had promptly dismissed this idea of hers. If she were to really put the epic items on display, then many guilds would definitely scheme against Zero Wing. Her action would no doubt create many more enemies for Zero Wing. The guilds that were maintaining neutrality might even side with Overwhelming Smile. At that time, Zero Wing's position would become very tenuous. Hence, only core members who had signed a confidentiality agreement could know about the existence of the epic items. We still have to wait for some time regarding the matter of the large-scale team dungeons. However, we can begin raiding 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Shifeng had been the guild leader of Shadow for many years, so he naturally knew what attracted experts. Although he fully agreed with Aqua Rose's suggestion, large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. They needed to accumulate even more strength if they wished to raid one. On the other hand, they could give 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons a try. Players had a fixed probability for obtaining dark gold items from 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons, though the majority of the items were fine gold rank. In addition, there were plenty of production materials that were available only in Hell Mode dungeons. The guild could also obtain guild popularity by clearing Hell Mode dungeons. As the guild's popularity increased, the guild quests commissioned by NPCs would also improve in quality, and this was what Zero Wing needed the most at the moment. I'll get everyone prepared right now then. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose immediately went into action with great excitement. As for Shifeng himself, he made a trip to the bank. Although there were many things demanding his attention right now, the all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, in particular, at the end of the day, there was only one task that he needed to complete, which was to earn money. Shifeng had experienced countless all-out wars between guilds in the past, so he had long since known what took priority. Although he himself possessed frightening combat power, allowing him to easily hunt and kill Overwhelming Smile members out in the fields, just how many members were there in Overwhelming Smile? Even if he ran around all day hunting players, how many could he possibly kill by himself? Doing so would allow him to collect the immortal souls of players he killed, but it was still not worth the effort. Moreover, even if he did nothing but hunt players from Overwhelming Smile all day long, completing his quest would take many days. During this time, Overwhelming Smile with its huge funding could easily recruit a large number of additional players. Even if Shifeng worked himself to death, he still wouldn't be able to win the war by himself. After all, this was currently the early stages of God's domain. The various guilds had yet to possess their very own towns and cities. Killing Overwhelming Smile's members would only cause the guild a little trouble and slightly affect its development speed. Most importantly, Shifeng simply did not have the time to do something like this. He only had a little time left to complete the epic quest Darkness Descends, and he was still far from his goal of earning 30,000 gold. If he failed to complete the quest, at that time he would have to face the wrath of a Tier 4 demon. With his current strength he would certainly die. Hence, earning money was his top priority right now. The war between the two guilds would definitely grow more intense as time passed. And the same was true for the expenditure of both guilds. It was especially true for the expenditure on equipment. Aside from losing equipment as a result of dying, fights between players would also cause the durability of weapons and equipment to fall at a faster rate than when fighting monsters. Naturally, repairing these weapons and equipment would also require a large sum of coins. Presently, guilds had a limited source of income for coins. Guilds would only begin raking in large sums of coins once they possessed their own towns and cities during the middle stage of the game. Although Overwhelming Smile had large funding, having a large funding did not necessarily equate to having a large number of coins. This was where Shifeng's confidence came from. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the bank. He then retrieved all the Starfire ore as well as the Philosopher's Stone from his warehouse. He also retrieved the Dragon Scale set equipment forging design he had stored away all this time. At present, aside from the Warfire set equipment, the level 20 fine gold ranked Dragon Scale set equipment was definitely the best set equipment available. It was naturally an item that all guilds would fight desperately to obtain. After Shifeng organized the items inside his bag, he suddenly noticed the golden stone tablet inside it. How could I have forgotten about this thing? Shifeng's mind had been occupied with too many things during this period of time, and he had completely forgotten about the golden stone tablet he had snatched away from the Anubis's gatekeeper. An item guarded by a great lord was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Shifeng had also never heard about a golden stone tablet, so he did not know exactly what function this item possessed. Glancing at it, he was unable to read its information. All that was displayed about the golden stone tablet was that it was an unknown item. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes and started appraising it. The seconds ticked by slowly as countless data flickered in front of his eye. After a total of 22 seconds passed, the appraisal process was finally completed. An Imperial heirloom? Shifeng muttered in disbelief when he read the information displayed about the golden stone tablet. Chapter 464, Shocking Treasure. Shifeng could not help but tremble when he looked at the golden stone tablet inside his bag. God's domain was very large, and there were many kingdoms and empires within it. Naturally, these realms would go through growth and decline. Countless kingdoms and empires had disappeared into the long river of history by now. Although they had already been forgotten by people, some of these kingdoms and empires had left behind shocking treasures that were unknown to others. In God's domain, these shocking treasures were called heirlooms. Heirlooms could be categorized into 4 different ranks. The first would be kingdom heirlooms. Just as its name implied, it was a treasure once owned by a kingdom of God's domain. First-rate guilds would fight tooth and nail for just one kingdom heirloom. In the past, there was even a super guild that had offered up a city with a population of over 1 million players in exchange for a kingdom heirloom. From this, one could just imagine the value of a kingdom heirloom. Back then, although Shadow had become a second-rate guild and controlled 10 city-states, it did not even possess the qualifications to compete over a kingdom heirloom. Meanwhile, one rank above kingdom heirlooms were Imperial heirlooms. An Imperial heirloom was an heirloom left behind by a fallen empire of God's domain. Normally, the wealth of an empire was at least 3 to 5 times greater than that of a kingdom. The value of an Imperial heirloom, naturally, was proportional. In the past, a small unrated guild called Thunder Family had taken less than a year to develop into a first-rate guild. Back then, Thunder Family had shocked the entire God's domain. In terms of experts or financial power, Thunder Family had possessed neither. Yet, it had still managed to develop into a first-rate guild in such a short amount of time. How could such a feat not shock others? Only after many different parties investigated the guild did they find out the secret behind Thunder Family's success. It turned out that Thunder Family had accidentally encountered an item called an Imperial heirloom, and the guild had secretly developed itself at a rapid pace through this Imperial heirloom. Thus, Thunder Family had managed to become one of the overlords of God's domain in less than just a year. From then on, everyone started searching for heirlooms out in the fields. Many wars were waged in God's domain because of heirlooms, and many guilds were completely annihilated because of heirlooms. In addition to Imperial heirlooms, there were Continental heirlooms, which were one rank higher, as well as World heirlooms, which were the highest-ranking heirlooms in God's domain. However, the last 2 heirlooms were only mentioned in the libraries of God's domain. As far as Shifeng knew, nobody had come upon either one in his previous life. Now that there was an Imperial heirloom in his bag, how could Shifeng not be excited? Even as a reincarnator, Shifeng had to carefully plan, make countless preparations, encounter many miracles, and nurture a large number of experts in order to establish his very own virtual empire. Meanwhile, just a single Imperial heirloom had allowed a small guild to grow into a first-rate guild in less than a year, becoming the owner of a real empire. As for what treasures were hidden within an Imperial heirloom, Shifeng was completely ignorant. After things got out of hand in the past, any who obtained an Imperial heirloom would put a tight lid on it, keeping all information about it a secret. In this life, Shifeng would naturally also keep quiet about his possession of an Imperial heirloom. Hence, he immediately suppressed his excited heart as he considered where to carefully research the Imperial heirloom. After he was done organizing his bag, he made his way stealthily to the Starstreak trading firm and entered one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm had already become the #1 trading firm in White River City. The variety of items sold at its shop was matchless. As long as it was something the current players of God's Domain needed, the trading firm would sell it. Therefore, players who visited the Starstreak trading firm would have no need to visit any other shop. The trading firm's business was thriving, raking in large sums of money daily. Although many guilds had sought cooperation with the trading firm, all were promptly rejected by the firm's manager, Anna. Shifeng had picked an unoccupied forging room at random and entered it. "I'm interested to see just what sort of secret is contained within an Imperial heirloom," Shifeng muttered as he retrieved the golden stone tablet from his bag and carefully placed it on the stone platform. Other than being named an Imperial heirloom, the golden stone tablet revealed no other information. Shifeng was also clueless as to how he should operate an Imperial heirloom, so he had no choice but to slowly experiment with it. There were many drawings and runes engraved on the stone tablet. However, Shifeng could not understand a single one of them. He quickly spent over half an hour researching the Imperial heirloom, but no matter what sort of methods he used, he failed to find even a clue to how to activate it. Despite the mountain of gold placed right in front of him, without the activation key, he could only stare helplessly at the Imperial heirloom. Thunder family from back then was able to discover the secret of the Imperial treasure, so why can't I? Frustrated, Shifeng played around with the golden stone tablet in his hands. Is there still some other secret to the Imperial heirloom? It sounded logical when he thought about it. How could a great treasure capable of allowing an empire to thrive be so easily obtainable by players? If the activation of the Imperial heirloom were a quest, then the difficulty of this quest should be legendary rank. A legendary quest was definitely not something players could easily complete, let alone a legendary quest. Right now, Shifeng already had a huge headache over just an epic quest. I can only set it aside for now. I might encounter some clues in the future, Shifeng thought optimistically. Everything was bound to be difficult at the beginning. With the Imperial heirloom now in his hands, what he needed to do next was to inquire around about it. There was bound to be a solution. Shifeng then stored the Imperial heirloom and piled up the large amount of starfire, or he had on the floor. During this period of time, Zero Wing had harvested over 20,000 pieces of starfire Oregon. If sold at a price of 1 silver per piece, the total value of all this starfire would be over 200 gold coins. However, Shifeng was going to convert them all into starfire essence right now. Originally, if players wished to refine starfire ore, they needed to hire an alchemist to refine the ore for them. Just a single refinement costs 1 silver coin. Moreover, the production of starfire essence was not guaranteed. However, there was a large possibility of obtaining 1 piece of starfire essence out of 2 pieces of ore. As a result, the market value of starfire essence was usually set at 4 silver coins per piece. Shifeng, however, did not seek the services of an alchemist. After all, the philosopher's stone he possessed was much more powerful than any alchemist. In addition, not only did he not need to spend a single coin when using the philosopher's stone to refine starfire ore, but his odds of producing starfire essence were also much higher than those of NPC master alchemists. Following which, Shifeng started refining the starfire Oregon. 1 piece. 2 pieces. The refining speed of the philosopher's stone was very fast. In just a moment, Shifeng had already refined 100 pieces of starfire ore and obtained 83 pieces of starfire essence. Starfire essence consumable. Increases success rate of forging if added during forging process. In addition, the more starfire essence added, the higher the success rate. The refinement rate is good as expected. When Shifeng looked at the sparkling red gems scattered across the stone platform, An indescribable sense of joy filled his heart. The Philosopher's Stone was definitely worthy of being called a treasure of alchemy. By using it to refine all the starfire ore he had, he could save over 200 gold coins. Time passed little by little. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent more than 7 hours refining all the starfire ore he had. In total, he had obtained 18,000 odd pieces of starfire essence. If converted to coins, the value of these starfire essences would be worth over 720 gold. In just 7 hours, Shifeng had more than tripled the original value of the starfire ore. I can finally start forging now. Although Shifeng had spent in excess of 7 hours repeating the same task over and over, he did not feel bored or tired. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement right now. Just the thought of being able to mass-produce the dragon scale set equipment thrilled him greatly. If he let the members of the guild equip the set and take a stroll out in the city, the uniform equipment would definitely earn the envy and admiration of players all over White River City. Chapter 465, Rapid Promotion. Blue Moon Restaurant, a high-class restaurant located in White River City. At this moment, the entire restaurant was completely reserved by Overwhelming Smile, and tens of elite members stood guard outside the building. Each and every one of these elite members of Overwhelming Smile was in a very bad mood, which showed in the fierce expressions on their faces. Any unrelated players passing by Blue Moon Restaurant would no doubt distance themselves from the building, as far away as possible, in fear of meeting with bad luck and getting into trouble. Currently, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were waging an all-out war with each other. While there was nothing bad to speak of about Zero Wing, the members of Overwhelming Smile were infamous for their tyranny. As long as Overwhelming Smile members felt even the slightest displeasure, they would try to make trouble for someone else. What Overwhelming Smile members did most frequently was field hogging. They would lay claim to an entire area and chase away all non-guild members. However, although many independent players of White River City were furious over Overwhelming Smile's actions, nobody dared to actually voice their opinion. No doubt many independent players were cheering and clapping secretly over the war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. It was especially true when news spread mentioning that Overwhelming Smile's death count had increased significantly lately, and was now past the 8,000 threshold. At this moment, 2 people, a man and a woman, were seated inside one of the booths on the second floor of Blue Moon Restaurant. The man was Feng Xinyang, and the woman sat opposite of him was the quiet and elegant beauty Yulan. I've already looked through the information you sent me. It's very well written. I'm quite satisfied with it. I also forwarded your analysis to the higher-ups, and they have already determined that Zero Wing is indeed a thorn in Underworld's side. They've also said that if we cannot obtain Zero Wing, then we're to destroy it to save us from future troubles. In addition, they have a very optimistic view on White River City right now. The current population of White River City has already exceeded 2 million. Many players from other cities, and even other kingdoms and empires, are constantly migrating here. At present, White River City has already become the second most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom, so we must obtain control over White River City. This time, not only have the higher-ups sent a great load of manpower, but they have also increased our funding, and are prepared to focus on the nurturing of Overwhelming Smile. I heard that after Zero Wing increased the compensations and rewards it is giving out, you increased Overwhelming Smiles as well. I believe it should have increased the burden on your side significantly, right? However, you can rest easy and feel free to continue contending with Zero Wing. The higher-ups have already gathered 500 gold as well as 300 million credits for you. The credits should have been sent to you by now. As for the gold coins, that will arrive in another hour or 2 at most. Afterwards, they'll be sending even more gold coins and credits. I hear that the higher-ups are very serious this time. Just the total amount of coins they are planning to invest into Overwhelming Smile, maybe over 5,000 gold, not to mention the credits. Saying so, Feng Xinyang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, another 20 people entered the private booth. Every one of these 20 people was shrouded in a thick layer of killing intent. Their bodies were as robust as a grizzly bear's. Instead of looking like ordinary players, they looked more like a group of well-trained soldiers. These men are the underworld guards the higher-ups have dispatched. All 20 of them are party leaders, and every one of them leads a party of 6 members. In total, you will have 120 underworld guards to command as you see fit, Feng Xianyang said, smiling. They are different from the other underworld guards. I'm sure you can tell, but they have all worked as mercenaries in the past. They are people who have walked on real battlefields. Isn't Overwhelming Smile waging an all-out war with Zero Wing right now? As long as you have these underworld guards to assist you, those players who have never seen fresh blood will be easy pickings. Even if Zero Wing has more than 50 Tier 1 players, they will still be finished. I've already handed the men over to you. What they do next is up to you. Young Master Feng, rest assured, I definitely will not disappoint you. Originally, Yulan had already been confident of slowly exhausting Zero Wing to death. Now that she was looking at the 2 rows of neatly lined up underworld guard party leaders, a sense of indescribable joy filled her heart. Zero Wing's 50-plus Tier 1 players had been giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache recently, forcing the members of Overwhelming Smile into a state of passiveness. At this moment, they needed to similarly send out experts or Tier 1 players. Otherwise, they would simply be helpless against Zero Wing's Tier 1 players. However, Yulan had suddenly come to a realization. Overwhelming Smile had plenty of elite members, but they were sorely lacking in experts and Tier 1 players. Although not all 20 of the underworld guards standing before her were necessarily experts, and their levels only ranged between 23 to 24, they were all veterans of the battlefield. Meanwhile, now that the battles in God's domain were growing increasingly realistic, these people would have an undeniable advantage. They were much more powerful compared to ordinary elite players. If they worked together, they should have a very frightening effect on field battles. Yulan could tell that the upper management of Underworld was taking things seriously this time. Currently, the various guilds in God's domain were desperately purchasing coins. They had even secretly established mini money farming teams. It was very difficult to accumulate 500 gold. Not to mention, they were also planning to invest an additional 5,000 plus gold coins in the future. With such a sum of money, dealing with Zero Wing would be a piece of cake. With the subsequent funding from Underworld, Yulan no longer had to worry about equipment. Currently, there were 3 main sources of equipment: dungeons, the auction house, and the virtual trade center. Unlike the auction house, one used credits instead of coins when purchasing equipment from the virtual trade center. As a result, the prices of equipment sold there were very expensive. Even so, the wealthy did not mind doing their purchases through the virtual trade center. The first reason was due to the supply of weapons and equipment there being much more abundant. This was because in order to earn credits, many workshops and players would post their items up for sale at the virtual trade center. The second reason was due to convenience. The currency of God's domain was not easily obtainable. Moreover, the trading procedures involved were very onerous. With such a large sum of credits, she could immediately fill up Overwhelming Smile's guild warehouse and rebuild the confidence of the guild members. At the same time, it would give Zero Wing immense pressure. Hence, on the same day Yulan received the funds from Underworld, she purchased weapons and equipment ranging between level 15 and level 20 from the virtual trade center in bulk. The quality of the items ranged from bronze rank to fine gold rank. In total, she bought over 5,000 weapons and equipment, greatly boosting Overwhelming Smile's morale. At the same time, she also raised the death compensation and kill rewards. Seeing this change, many more members of Overwhelming Smile were tempted to join in the field battles. For a time, Overwhelming Smile's momentum in White River City surpassed Zero Wing's. However, as the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shifeng was completely ignorant about this occurrence. At the moment, he was focused on producing the dragon scale set equipment and frantically raising his forging proficiency. Recently, Shifeng had been constantly busying himself with other matters. As a result, his forging proficiency had stagnated. Despite being the first person to become an advanced forging apprentice, he had long since fallen behind Cream Coco and the others. These future master forgers had already become true forgers. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself still needed a lot of forging proficiency before he could become a forger as well. It should be known that only 3,000 proficiency points were required to get promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. Yet, in order to advance from an advanced forging apprentice to a basic forger, 10,000 proficiency points were required. The amount required to rise a rank had more than tripled. Moreover, advanced forging apprentices did not receive proficiency points from producing common ranked items, resulting in a drastic reduction in promotion speed. Melancholic smile, and the other two had only managed to become basic forgers so quickly because of the basic strengthened armor kit forging designs Shifeng had provided them. In the future, however, even the basic strengthened armor kits would not be able to help them with their promotions. Fortunately, the dragon scale set equipment Shifeng possessed was different. Not only was it of a very high rank, but it could also provide him with bonus proficiency every time he succeeded in producing the set equipment. He also had the forging talent, forging genius, which had a fixed chance of giving him additional proficiency points whenever he succeeded in forging an item. Moreover, as the dragon scale was a fine gold set equipment, the EXP rewarded from its successful production was also very generous. However, when producing the dragon scale set equipment, Shifeng had to spend 10 Starfire essences for each individual set piece. Moreover, even with the help of the various support tools he possessed, his success rate was less than 25%. Even so, Shifeng was already very satisfied with this result. If it were anyone else producing the dragon scale set equipment, let alone 25%, it would be a miracle if they even managed a 10% success rate. Furthermore, the materials needed to produce the dragon scale set equipment were not particularly precious, and he also had plenty of Starfire essences. Hence, Shifeng madly produced the dragon scale set equipment unmindful of cost. The more sets he produced, the more proficient he became. In addition, his increased brain activity also gave him an accurate grasp of the production process, allowing him to become increasingly faster and better at producing the dragon scale set equipment as time went by. Shifeng never imagined that he would also have such a fortunate development. Finally, after investing more than a day's time, Shifeng managed to completely use up all his materials, and had succeeded at producing over 100 sets. He was also promoted to a basic forger during this period of time, his promotion speed leaving one simply speechless. Furthermore, he had also leveled up to level 26, his leveling speed even faster than when he was grinding monsters at White Fog Canyon. Chapter 466, Dragonclaw Set Equipment. That should be about enough. Shifeng looked at his bag containing dragon scale set equipment with satisfaction. Currently, God's Domain players did not have very high levels, with a majority being around level 20. Hence, level 20 equipment had already become more common. This was apparent from the large number of independent teams raiding level 20-man team dungeons. Even raiding normal mode, 20-man team dungeons would drop plenty of mysterious iron equipment at the very minimum. There was even a certain probability that a mysterious iron set equipment would drop. Even ordinary players wore a few pieces of level 20 bronze equipment, not to mention veteran and elite players. It was no surprise if one ran into a player with a full set of bronze equipment. The equipment that Guild's elite members wore was even more impressive. Unlike independent players, guilds would very frequently form teams to raid dungeons. Hence, the equipment available to guild's elites was far superior to what independent players had access to, and a majority of such elite members possessed at least a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The lowest quality equipment guild's core teams would wear at this point was level 20 mysterious iron rank. Normally, core members wore secret silver equipment. Only the top experts in a guild had the chance to equip level 20 secret silver set equipment with a few pieces of fine gold equipment. To ordinary players, fine gold equipment was something they could only obtain in their dreams. Such items were out of their reach, and they could only fantasize about owning one. As for level 20 fine gold set equipment, not even the upper management of guilds possessed a single piece. Level 20 fine gold set equipment would only drop from level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Not a single guild was ready to set foot in a level 20 large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game. This was why everyone had shifted their focus to the Warfire set equipment, which dropped in the White Fog Canyon. Meanwhile, the level 20 Dragon Scale set equipment was definitely one of the best level 20 sets available, although it could not compare to a Warfire set equipment that had been upgraded to fine gold rank. If one equipped the entire set, they would still surpass the requirements to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. The set would be of immense help to raiding large-scale team dungeons. Dragon Scale set equipment fine gold rank. Level 20. Can be equipped by plate armor classes. Set consists of 6 parts: head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 10. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking, increasing damage by 20% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect. Strength and endurance attribute increased by 10%. Defense increased by 20%. 6-piece effect. All skill cooldowns decreased by 20%. When attacking with a skill, there is a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 50%. Although the set effects of the Dragon Scale set equipment could not compare to those of the Warfire set equipment, they were still enough to tempt both guilds and players. Originally, Shifeng had intended to equip the Dragon Scale set equipment himself. However, a level 20 fine gold set equipment was only as strong as a level 25 secret silver set equipment. Currently, he had several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment and level 25 dark gold equipment. Combined, they were far superior to the Dragon Scale set equipment. Hence, Shifeng gave up on the idea. However, after Shifeng had spent over a day forging and produced the 105th set of Dragon Scale set equipment, by some stroke of luck, he had triggered the Black Steel Insignia's attribute increasing effect. As a result, the Dragon Scale set equipment had upgraded by an entire rank, becoming a level 20 dark gold set equipment. Now it was equivalent to a level 25 fine gold set equipment. Shifeng was overjoyed. After the Dragon Scale set equipment had upgraded, it was no longer called Dragon Scale. He had now created a Dragonclaw set equipment. This was also the only dark gold set equipment Shifeng had ever produced. Dragonclaw set equipment, dark gold rank. Level 20. Can be equipped by plate armor classes. Set consists of 6 parts: head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 15. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking, increasing damage by 40% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect. Strength and endurance attribute increased by 15%. Defense increased by 30%. 7-piece effect. All skill cooldowns decreased by 30%. When attacking with a skill, there is a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 100%. Aside from the fact that the Dragonclaw set equipment's basic attributes could overshadow even level 25 fine gold set equipment, the set effects had massively improved. The Dragonclaw set effects were only slightly inferior to the fine gold ranked Warfire set equipment. Only, the Warfire set was more suited for PvP, whereas the Dragonclaw set was more suited for raiding dungeons. In God's domain, experts would normally prepare multiple sets of equipment for themselves, and every set had different purposes. At the very minimum, experts would prepare a set for PvP and a set for dungeons. There were also sets that focused on flexibility, damage, and so on. In the past, Shifeng had owned several sets of equipment at a time, which he used when he fought dungeon bosses, during field PvP, and various other situations. In this life, however, he still did not have the capital to afford multiple sets of equipment. In the early stages of God's domain, top-tier weapons and equipment were very rare. Having a full set of top-tier equipment was already impressive, let alone multiple sets. Now that Shifeng had the Dragonclaw set equipment, he immediately replaced the equipment he currently wore. As for the unused level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, he would store them in the guild's warehouse, leaving them for other members. As for the level 25 flame boots, however, Shifeng kept them for himself. If he encountered an extremely fast enemy, he could use them to replace the Dragonclaw boots temporarily. After equipping the Dragonclaw set, Shifeng's basic attributes increased significantly. His strength was close to exceeding the 500-point threshold. His HP had also exceeded 10,000, granting him more HP than the Tier 1 Guardian Knight Kola. If I activate the 7 Luminaries Rings Aura of Earth, I could easily become the number 1 tank in Zero Wing. Shifeng smiled as he looked at his own defense. Due to the Dragonclaw's set effects, he already possessed the defense of an MT. In addition, the Aura of Earth's effects would increase his defense by 45% and reduce the damage he received by 35%. Just as Shifeng was about to begin producing basic mana armor kits to serve as guild benefits, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I've just received news that someone from Overwhelming Smile has become a baron. They have purchased a plot relatively valuable private land in White River City, and are currently establishing their own guild residence. Overwhelming Smile? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Shifeng was not surprised that someone from Overwhelming Smile had obtained the rank of a baron in White River City. After all, after the second evolution of God's domain, it became much easier to earn reputation in cities. Moreover, due to the appearance of Zero Wing's guild residents, the various guilds had long since turned their focus to grinding for reputation. It was natural that someone would have become a baron by now. However, purchasing a plot of private land and establishing a guild hall required a lot of money. Private land, in particular, was a huge headache. Shifeng had only managed to obtain the Purple Sun Mansion due to a quest reward, saving him a ridiculous amount of gold coins. However, Overwhelming Smile could afford to purchase private land, and even had the money to proceed with building a guild hall immediately. Even the cheapest plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. Adding in the cost of the cheapest guild hall, Overwhelming Smile would need to spend at least 1,500 gold. Although it had become much easier to earn coins, even a first-rate guild would need over a week to accumulate so much money. Moreover, purchasing coins in bulk through the virtual trade center would cause the price of coins to soar. How many credits would one need to purchase so many gold coins? Since when had Overwhelming Smile become so wealthy? Chapter 467, Sweeping God's Domain. Aside from establishing a guild residence, Overwhelming Smile has also recruited a team of experts. These experts have been ambushing our teams and killing many of our members. Some of our Tier 1 members have encountered them before, and although they were no match for our members in a one-on-one battle, those experts are well trained and coordinate with each other flawlessly. With 3 people working together, they can finish off one of our Tier 1 members quickly. We estimate that Overwhelming Smile has over 100 of these experts, and has scattered them across various leveling areas. They randomly appear and kill our members who are questing or leveling, causing us tremendous losses. Although we have invested a lot of time and manpower into hunting these experts down, we have come up with nothing. Aqua Rose ground her teeth with frustration as she spoke about Overwhelming Smile's mysterious experts, and she wanted to hunt them down and end them personally. Thanks to these experts, Zero Wing had lost an additional 2,000 or so members in just one day. Ever since Zero Wing had declared war on Overwhelming Smile, the guild had only suffered around 6,000 deaths. This little group of experts had caused over 2,000 of those deaths. Moreover, they had caused so much damage in one day. Aside from the lost equipment and levels, the compensation costs wounded the guild's finances. If this situation repeated itself every day, the several hundred gold the guild had accumulated through guild quests would only last a few more days before it dwindled to nothing. This means that Overwhelming Smile is finally getting serious. Frowning, Shifeng said. Since they wish to send experts to ambush us, we have no need to hold back. Have Fire dance and the others eliminate them. However, scatter the group to separate locations. We'll hold off on the team dungeon for now. As for our regular guild members, have them form teams to grind in the fields from now on. Okay, I'll notify Fire Dance and the others immediately. Saying so, Aqua Rose disconnected the call. She then contacted Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other top combatants. Meanwhile, Shifeng halted his work in the forge. After tidying up, he left the forging room and hurried to the bank. Shifeng had never expected Overwhelming Smile to possess such a card. This situation certainly surpassed Shifeng's initial estimation of his enemy. Fortunately, Zero Wing had far more experts than Overwhelming Smile. In particular, Zero Wing possessed an absolute advantage when it came to Tier 1 players, as Overwhelming Smile still did not have a single Tier 1 player. All this time, Zero Wing's experts had split into 2 batches and took turns slaughtering Overwhelming Smile's members. This way, not only could they make Overwhelming Smile suffer, but they also wouldn't significantly hinder their own development. Now that over 100 experts had suddenly appeared in Overwhelming Smile, Shifeng would not let them run free. Moreover, the fact that Overwhelming Smile now possessed their own guild residents was bad news for Zero Wing. Originally, Zero Wing had only attracted so many new players to the guild due to their guild residence. The benefits a guild residence offered persuaded the guild members to ignore Overwhelming Smile's high offers and continue their development with Zero Wing. Now, however, Zero Wing's members would be tempted to join Overwhelming Smile, as the benefits they could obtain there were not inferior in the slightest. However, gold coins were still what was most important. Originally, Overwhelming Smile was only wealthy in terms of credits. To Shifeng, the guild was no threat at all. After all, many of the items in God's domain could only be purchased with coins. Even if one had an endless supply of credits, the number of coins they could buy was limited. Furthermore, Overwhelming Smile was not the only guild in God's domain purchasing coins in bulk, further limiting what was available. In an all-out war between guilds, coins were the most consumed resource. There was the cost of purchasing and repairing equipment to consider, in addition to compensating guild members. Battles between players placed a massive burden on equipment durability. Take Shifeng's battles for example. A single strike from his sword could scrap bronze equipment. Only mysterious iron equipment could withstand his attack, and even then it would only last a few extra hits. Even if the equipment was not destroyed, even elite players would cough blood with shock at the repair fee to recover the item. Although equipment could be purchased from the virtual trade center and compensation could be paid out using credits, the system controlled equipment repair fees, and it did not acknowledge credits. A single player's repair fee was not much, costing around 2 silver coins. The repair fee for 10,000 players, however, would be at least 200 gold coins, a very frightening amount. Not to mention, the higher quality equipment a player wore, the higher their repair fee would be. Although the repair fees were not the guild's responsibility, but the players, how many times could a player afford to repair their equipment in a long war? Once players ran out of money, how could they continue to involve themselves in the war if their equipment was close to breaking? Unless they decided to risk themselves without weapons and armor. In the early stages of the war, the guild members would accept credits as compensation and reward. However, after some time, they would need to purchase coins with the credits they received. Hence, coins were the true foundation of wars in God's domain. Meanwhile, a guild residence was a guild's main source of income for coins during the early stages of God's domain. If Overwhelming Smile included coins in their frightening financial power, it would create a terrifying combination. Shifeng could not afford to continue focusing on plots to earn money. He needed to take action. After returning the Philosopher's Stone to his warehouse, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries gemstone and teleported to Blackwing City, taking the dragon scale sets with him. At present, Blackwing City had become a gathering place for players from kingdoms and empires all over God's domain. Compared to Shifeng's previous visits to the city, the player population had grown significantly. Moreover, there was an important difference between the players in Blackwing City and the players in other cities. Wealth. The players in Blackwing City were extremely wealthy. Moreover, the money these players possessed did not only involve credits, but also included gold coins. A majority of the players in Blackwing City were the upper management personnel of various large guilds, and they had come to Blackwing City specifically to do business. Hence, the amount of credits and coins they had on hand far surpassed anything that an ordinary player possessed. Blackwing City was truly the gathering place for tycoons. This was also why Shifeng had come to this place today. Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Dragonscale set equipment for credits. His goal was to earn gold coins. If he sold the Dragonscale set equipment in Starmoon Kingdom's auction houses, or at the Starstreak trading firm, he would not get a good price. In addition, unlike the players in Blackwing City who would spend several gold coins without even blinking, players who could afford such large expenditures were few and far between in Starmoon Kingdom. After arriving at Blackwing City, Shifeng searched for a secluded location. He then used the demon mask to don a false identity. Unlike his previous visit when he tried to keep a low profile, Shifeng changed his appearance to that of a very handsome youth. He had even slightly altered the appearance of the Dragonclaw set equipment he wore, making it look more imposing. He also chose not to hide the special glowing effect of the Dragonclaw set equipment, revealing the telltale light of dark gold equipment. When he reached the streets, the dark gold ranked glowing effect that enveloped his body nearly blinded other players. Damn. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That's a dark gold set equipment. Impossible. It looks awesome. Our guild doesn't even possess a set of fine gold set equipment. Just who is he? Shifeng dominated the attention of the players wandering the streets, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they stared at him in a daze. They were all upper managers of various large guilds, so their knowledge of the game was extensive. Even if they saw a player wearing fine gold set equipment, they would not reveal such exaggerated reactions. At most, they would briefly admire that player's equipment. A dark gold set equipment, however, shattered their understanding of the game. Chapter 468, Ninth Heaven Pavilion. In just a short moment, news about Shifeng's sudden appearance had spread throughout Blackwing City. Have you heard? There's a player wearing a full dark gold set equipment. Heard about it? I saw that player with my own eyes. You don't know just how imposing he looked. He was like a ferocious tiger. He had only glanced at me, and my entire body trembled. Ah, a dark gold set equipment. It would be awesome to wear one. Don't even think about it. The various guilds throughout God's domain can't even obtain a fine gold set equipment, let alone dark gold. With a dark gold set equipment, PvP and dungeon raiding would be child's play. If an expert wears the set, they will become practically invincible. Do you think that person will sell his dark gold set equipment? Sell? Are you insane? Do you even know the significance of a dark gold set equipment? A dark gold set equipment is the best equipment currently available in God's domain by far. This set could even become the symbol of a guild, attracting countless players to join. On top of that, the rise in combat power the set provides would make grinding and dungeon raiding far easier. It would play a huge role in one's future development. If it were up to me, I would rather sell my house than sell my dark gold set equipment. I guess you're right. If purchased with credits, a dark gold set equipment should be worth at least 2 million. Including its ability to increase a guild's influence, it is worth more than a single house located in the city center. The players occupying the streets and alleys of Blackwing City discussed Shifeng. They envied and admired his dark gold set equipment. Before, many of them had dreamed of equipping a fine gold set equipment themselves. Yet now someone actually wore a dark gold set equipment. No, to be precise, someone ran around Blackwing City while wearing a house. While players talked about Shifeng, the various guild representatives in Blackwing City overworked themselves as they followed Shifeng while reporting back to their respective guilds. Currently, they no longer had the serenity befitting an upper manager of a guild as their anxiety was on full display. This has worked out quite well. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he glanced at the various guild representatives behind him. Although he was in Blackwing City, it would not be so easy to sell out of the dragon scale set equipment quickly. Soon, Shifeng found a high-class restaurant and rested for a moment. Before Shifeng could get comfortable, a few players abruptly sat across from him. These players were all level 25 and above, and their equipment was at least secret silver rank. One could easily tell that these were not ordinary players. They would be the center of attention on the streets of any other city. However, they could not compete with Shifeng. Shifeng's dark gold set equipment was as dazzling as the sun, and one would find it difficult not to notice. "What business do you have with me?" Shifeng spoke softly as glanced up at these players. These players felt their chests tighten under Shifeng's pinning gaze, and their opinions of the player before them rose. "Friend, please don't misunderstand us. This humble one is called Swallow 9. We noticed your extraordinary bearing, and that you wear a full dark gold set equipment, so there is certainly no need to discuss your strength. We have also noticed that you are an independent player. We few are the representatives of major guilds, and we want to extend invitations to our guilds." The one who spoke was an elegant middle-aged man with a thin figure. On his chest, the man wore the guild emblem of a super guild, the Ninth Heaven Pavilion. Compared to the other representatives before Shifeng, it was obvious that the power supporting Swallow 9 was far more extensive. If first-rate guilds were the princes and princesses of the virtual gaming world, then super guilds were emperors and empresses. Whether regarding financial powers, influence, or history of super guilds, first-rate guilds could not compare to any of them. In God's domain, a first-rate guild was capable of controlling the majority of a kingdom's territory. A super guild, however, possessed the capacity to control one or two empires' territories. One could just imagine how massive the gap was between the two. Meanwhile, Ninth Heaven Pavilion was a rather ancient super guild. Before the appearance of God's domain, they had been the overlords of several dozen large-scale virtual reality games. They had long since created a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. However, due to the appearance of God's domain, many virtual reality games had lost their markets. Thus, the Ninth Heaven Pavilion focused their investments on God's domain. Meanwhile, the fact that the middle-aged man before Shifeng was the guild representative of the Ninth Heaven Pavilion spoke volumes of his abilities. "I'm waiting for someone. I also have no interest in joining any guild, so please leave." Shifeng expressed his impatience, going so far as to reveal a trace of killing intent. Shifeng's strength allowed him to face a lord as an equal. After going berserk, he could even overwhelm a lord-ranked monster. After living in God's domain for a time, players' intuitions had improved somewhat. Even ordinary players could vaguely sense things such as killing intent, let alone elites and expert players. If Shifeng casually released a little killing intent, he could inflict a suffocating fear onto an ordinary player. The feeling was more intense for elites and experts who could sense killing intent with more clarity. So strong. Swallow 9 was inwardly shocked. Although Shifeng had not taken any action, he could feel how powerful Shifeng was. The swordsman before him was definitely not an ordinary expert, and he was someone who could rival even the top powerhouses in the Ninth Heaven Pavilion. If factoring in his equipment, the top powerhouses of the Ninth Heaven Pavilion might not even be a match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, this revelation had only served to excite Swallow 9 further. "Friend, if you are not willing to join, why don't we become friends?" Swallow 9 did not mind Shifeng's killing intent at all. Smiling, he said, "With such strength, I believe that you must have a lot of weapons and equipment that you do not need. I am willing to purchase your items 20% higher than market value. How about it?" The other representatives had nodded in agreement, though they were not as calm and carefree as Swallow 9. They had never thought, even for a second, that Shifeng would join their guilds. Experts of this level normally had quirky personalities and would never submit. Meanwhile, joining a guild meant accepting someone else's control. Shifeng would not agree to such an invitation. However, seeing that Shifeng was an expert capable of possessing a dark gold set equipment, he should have many other top-tier weapons and equipment. Even if Shifeng did not possess an extra dark gold set equipment, at the very least, he should have a stock of dark gold or fine gold ranked items. Such items were extremely difficult to purchase. It was common knowledge that top-tier equipment could not be bought from the market. Even top-tier workshops would keep such equipment for themselves. They definitely would not sell it. If one wished to obtain such equipment, they could only rely on themselves. However, it was easier said than done. Now that they had encountered such a rare opportunity, naturally, they could not let it get away. "You wish to buy my items?" Shifeng laughed. With disdain, he then said, "Do you think you can afford them? If you have something to sell, regardless of how many items there are, I, Swallow 9, guarantee that I will purchase all of them at 20% above market value. If you have top-tier equipment, I will purchase it at 50% above market value," Swallow 9 confidently declared. "Right. Our guilds have no issues doing the same." The other representatives promptly voiced their agreement. Although their guilds could not compare to the Ninth Heaven Pavilion, they were still major guilds. They had more than enough money to purchase a single expert's extra equipment. "Ah, interesting. Interesting." Shifeng suddenly laughed. However, Shifeng's actions only made Swallow 9 and the others turn to look at each other. 1,000 gold. If you have 1,000 gold on your persons right now, I will consider letting you look at the equipment I no longer need. Otherwise, scram. Find someone else to disturb. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.